got people falling in love with baseball again.
Okay, so pretty much what they've done. I mean, they woke up and we fell in love with baseball again at the end of last year.
But the effect, we can remember back from 2006. That team did not win the division. They did play for the World Series. John, if you had to compare the two teams, which team is better?
Well, and without going, position by position, because I know you've got that.
Did.
I know you do. I'm going to save that for you. It's hard to tell because there were more, in my opinion. Okay, you had Verlander, superstar. I don't know that there's not a superstar on this team other than Skubal. So you've got superstar for superstar, but there were more stars, I think, on the 2006 team.
So they had 3 all-stars, not the only way to measure it. They had Pudge, they had Mags, and they had Kenny Rogers. That was a young Verlander. This version of Skubal is the polished version of what JV would become. So I think the edge pitching, I believe, is with this year's
Tigers team. Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, so we know some of the personalities more of the 2006 team, and it's hard to do this because we're so much further down the road, and it's hard to keep post-2006 Verlander out of our minds.
Yeah, so when I did this, some of it was predictable. 2006, the offense was better.
Right.
This year's team, the pitching is better. Some of that is the shift of baseball in the last 19 to 20 years, where we have more strikeout relievers and fireballers, and the breaking pitches are nastier, and offense has gone down. Right? I mean, fighting
across Major League Baseball.
Yeah, fighting to get a 700 OPS to keep your spot in the lineup. That Tigers team was a much better team offensively when you look at the numbers. But I did go position by position, and I reached the conclusion, John, that this year's team is better. So here's how I did it. Catcher, Pudge, I gave the nod to the 2006 Tigers.
Yeah, so if we do this, say we do this in another 20 years, I don't know that we're going to be able to look back and say Dingler, because I think he is, obviously his best days are still ahead of him.
Yeah.
We're going to look back and go, that might be a little bit tighter by the end of the season than you think.
I don't, because Pudge is one of the greatest catchers of all time. He hit 300 that year and was an all-star. I'm not predicting that for Dylan Dingler, and it's no slight to Dylan Dingler.
I'm not saying that, I'm not predicting that either, but I'm saying it's on the table.
Okay. Put you down for 4 or 5 gold gloves, few silver sluggers, and an MVP. Just spitballing. Pudge's resume is probably comparable to that.
Yeah, but we have moments when we're watching Dingler.
I never think I'm watching Pudge.
Okay, but you're just doing this season. Yes. And although he may not duplicate Dingler, off the top of my head, I think, wasn't Pudge like 19 homers or something like that? Anyways,
13. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I think it's unfair to throw in Hall of Famer. You just grabbed Skubal and you said they've got the polished Verlander. Okay, so we've got the declining Pudge. I'm not saying that you're still taking, clutch. But you're using talking points that aren't in play for a single season.
I'm saying that version of Pudge,
it's still
grizzled vet is better. Yes. Okay.
But you were using Hall of Famer. That has nothing to do with it. It's a single season.
Right.
Because then I'm going to use Hall of Famer Justin Verlander.
Okay. We'll go one at a time here. We're not disputing catcher as the edge to the 2006 Tigers. First base, I gave our ball club this season the edge. Torkelson over Chris Shelton. Cool with that?
Yes.
Okay. Second base, I loved Placido Polanco. I gave the edge to Gleyber Torres.
I would agree with that as well.
Because this version of Gleyber Torres doesn't strike out, walks a ton, more walks than strikeouts, OPS like 100 points higher.
Yeah.
It's Gleyber. Maybe an all-star Gleyber Torres. Third base, Brandon Inge.
I
gave them Brandon Inge.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
Shortstop, Guillen. That's 2006.
Okay.
Left field, Riley Green versus Craig Monroe. I went Riley Green.
No Simo.
No. Center field. Actually, I'm looking back at my notes. I never scored center field.
Curtis Granderson?
Or Parker Meadows. So you want to score that for me? And I'll just add it to the end. Tom loves Parker Meadows. He may have to sit this one out.
I would have to go Curtis Granderson because, Parker Meadows didn't play for the first, 50 games of the season, but a little bit more than that.
Okay, we'll put Granderson on.
And he hit almost, 19 home runs.
Yeah, the Grandy man, king of the triple, great center field defense. Okay, right field, I gave Maglio the nod over Kerry Carpenter. I think this is a tight one.
I don't know that it's tight. I would have to go with Mags.
Okay.
Because I just think he was better at the plate. Carp may end up hitting more home runs.
And he may have a clutch postseason moment still in the future. Had one last year.
Possibly.
I think it's close, but I went Mags. Fair?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I thought. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I thought you said,
DH. I went Marcus Thames over Colt Keith. More power, DH spot. Cool.
More power
for Marcus Thames. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying. Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Yes, I was looking at the wrong number.
So I had 6-3. The 06 Tigers win at the plate. But then pitching is where things flip dramatically for me. I went Skubal over who's the ace? Kenny Rogers, Justin Verlander. Skubal wins. Flaherty, better numbers than either of those guys. Mize, Robertson. I went Mize. Olsen, Bonderman. I went Olsen. Canely, Zamaya. I went Canely. Vest, Todd Jones. I went Vest. It's a clean sweep pitching, and it flips the script. So there you have it.
I mean, it's so hard to tell because we know that team went to the World Series but didn't get it. And
didn't win the division.
Yes. This team right now, and maybe it's because, what were the expectations for that 06 team going into
nothing.
I know there was nothing, but there
Show
was,
up to the ballpark, sell a few peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
Yeah. And very much the same as, and maybe the expectations for this team were a little higher.
Oh, I think they were.
Yes.
Coming off a playoff appearance.
But let's go back to this.
500, though, at least 500. I don't think people thought the 06 Tigers would be a 500 ball club.
No.
And
they didn't. There was no expectation.
By the way, the parallel here to tie it together, the 06 Tigers got in a really big summer swoon where they couldn't stop winning, and they were 70-35 at the end of July. If you look at the Tigers' schedule here, ...
It could happen as well, yes. But then you look at the end of the season for that 06 team, and leading into the playoffs, it wasn't like they were going in there as the hot team.
Nope.
I think the best thing about this conversation is that we're just at the beginning of a great era of Tiger baseball. That team had players that were very important and crucial in terms of building that era of Tigers 06-14. And there were players that weren't on that team like Miggy, and it shows you what you can do with top prospects potentially down the road and to really put together a power here. It's encouraging that we've got this. Now the big difference is that JV was a rookie and Skubal's contract is looming.
Always comes back to that.
In a year and a half.
Yes. Not this year's problem. Probably a tough offseason conversation. All right, 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer is upon us, and maybe you need that AC rocking and rolling because it's going to continue to heat up. Whatever you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've taken care of my house, my old house, and my new house, and they're also going to take care of yours. Upgrade your system now, and you can save up to $1,000. Call for details and schedule a free in-home estimate so you know exactly what you're getting into. They'll talk you through the entire process. They're great. Same-day service is available if you call before noon. You can find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Did a little comparison just to start the show. Tigers didn't play last night. Their record at this point in the season, identical to the 06 Tigers. 06 team went to the World Series. Mm-hmm. Did a comparison. Is this team better? I said, yeah, I think this team's better. A few ticket texts, 248-539-9797. Guy says, grade the managers. You guys left that out.
Okay, I'll let you go with that one.
I'm going to say A.J. Hinch.
I'm too. And as much as we love Leland, I mean, A.J. Hinch is just like he's just pulling the right string every single time.
Yeah, Leland would do stuff that drive you crazy. Some of the bullpen management, or why is Don Kelly hitting second?
Well, but A.J. Hinch does too, right? On what was it,
Saturday
AJ's where he burned
numbers.
Dylan Dingler? Like, okay, he's in the on-deck batter, and he's going to go into pinch hit, and then all of a sudden, because he was announced, and he gets swapped out, now he's burned. He doesn't do anything.
I think they're very different managers. Leland was always the king of I'm going to use my gut, which is a lot harder to justify to the fans after the fact when you're like, well, I just know baseball. I've been around the game long enough. Grumble. He felt like he knew the game and could tap into stuff emotionally. He'd ream the team. He'd yell at guys. He'd challenge dudes. It's a completely different mentality than AJ, who's, hey, I'm going to play the psychology of this. I'm going to play the numbers. I'm going to be the puppeteer from afar and pull the strings. But I think AJ's done a great job.
Yeah, if you can remove the nostalgia and you can remove everybody loves the grumpy old guy, right? I mean, he becomes an endearing individual. Yeah.
Texter says, what were Bonderman's stats last year? He was pretty good. Probably right around Olsen. Olsen's ERA is under 3 right now.
Yeah, Bonderman's stats were he was just over 4 for an ERA. He was 14-8, 214 innings.
Hey, that's the thing. Those guys logged more innings. They had 3 200-inning guys back in 06.
But and one of them was not named Verlander.
Right. And then this one says, hey, Scooble's not a superstar, Paul in New Haven. Hey, Paul in New Haven. Blow it out your backside. Seriously?
All right, so 7-game series. Who wins?
This team.
Yeah, I think so.
I do too. And I think Hinch would exploit the matchups.
While Leland would have a more rigid...
Cocky JV, try to blow him by Carpenter.
Oops. Took him young.
Kenny Rogers would get caught cheating. Remember that?
Yes, I do. Can we go back to the school?
Yeah,
the Scooble text. He's absolutely a superstar. He doesn't walk anybody. He's going to set strikeout per 9 records, and he doesn't walk anybody. He's filthy. I remember Friday night watching the Apple TV broadcast, and they brought Craig Counsell on.
Yeah,
and he goes, "Well, it's tough. We're trying to attack him early, but if we don't get him, his pitch count stays low, and he stays in the game longer."
Right.
So there's no win because you have to jump him early. He throws a ton of strikes. He's not going to walk you. If you don't swing at the first pitch, it's going to be a strike, and you're going to be down in the count with a guy who's filthy. But the trade-off is if you swing early and you don't get on base.
Then you have a 5 or 6 pitch inning, and you're like, wait a second here.
He's going to throw 8 innings. Right. Congrats. Tell them what they've won, John.
I mean, he is so aggressive. And I think what he does, it's great for young players. Not that you ever are going to grow up to be Tarek Skubal, but when you pitch with the accuracy that he pitches with, and then you pair that with the power that he has and some of the off-speed stuff that he has, he is by all means a superstar.
All right, we got a lot to do this morning. John had a topic that we've been meaning to get to involving the Detroit Lions. That's at 6:35. We're going to freeze college football in time later in the show. You get to pick your own era. We've always bitched, but you get to pick the best era of college football. All that and more. But first, Heather with the news.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, nurses from Henry Ford Rochester Hospital went on strike Monday. Obviously, they're working on contract negotiations. Those continue. They say they continue to stall over staffing ratios. That's what they're looking for. So the union is demanding better nurse-to-patient ratios to be included in their contract. The president of the union says no one wins in a strike, and all the nurses want is to safely serve their patients, and that's why they're doing this. And according to the union vice president, the nurses want mandated staffing minimums written into their contract.
The way I look at it is I don't want my nurse to be overworked and tired and exhausted if I was in a hospital as a patient.
No, I mean, I delivered my first Emily at this hospital. Everything was great. And then my OB office ended up switching hospitals because I feel like stuff with the nurses here has been going on for
some time behind the scenes.
Quite a while. So because you don't want to show up, like you just said, and have, well, you don't want your nurse to be striking either.
Right.
While you're about to have a baby or
or
go under
any other
surgery
procedure,
or whatever it is,
Yeah.
you just, let's hope they get it all figured out soon. Federal agents have arrested a second University of Michigan scholar from China for smuggling biologic material into the United States through DTW. So this is actually the third case in less than 2 weeks that a Chinese national with ties to Michigan has been charged with federal crimes. This time, this woman has been charged with smuggling and lying to federal agents about packages she mailed to a lab at the university from September to March. And if convicted, she's going to face up to 20 years in federal prison. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
No joke.
Yep. Those two men arrested in the alleged plot to shoot up a high school graduation ceremony in Pontiac have now been charged. The men, aged 19 and 20, were caught on camera placing these packages underneath vehicles in the parking lot that contained loaded guns. Well, they were each charged with 3 weapons charges, and they could face additional charges moving forward. But carrying a firearm with unlawful intent and carrying a concealed weapon both carry up to 5 years in prison. And then possession of a firearm and the commission of a felony is a mandatory 2 years in prison.
I got to imagine there's a couple of conspiracy charges that might be on their way as well. Like, I mean, as they continue to dig into what the plan was.
Right. I think there's some issues with Snapchat going on because things disappear, right? And that's where the threat was made. But I do think with further investigation, most likely more charges will come their way. Hey, tickets for the 2025 North Pole Express train rides go on sale later this month. The tickets range in price from $85 for coach to over $6,000 for a private car.
Oh, wow.
Which I think this would be a lot of fun. I think the kids would really like it.
Sure.
It's all Christmas themed, right? But $85 is a lot of money. Either way, the Steam Railroading Institute in Owasso announced on Facebook that they are pleased to announce tickets for the 2025 North Pole Express will be available on Tuesday, June 24th, beginning at noon. Now, the thing is, last year, these tickets sold out within an hour.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's how in demand they
Christmas.
are. So you better have that page pulled up, loaded, and ready to purchase your tickets if you want them. In fact, they were so popular, these tickets, they led to some scams. People were scamming people, trying to get them to buy these fake tickets. And let's not do that. But I mean, it sounds fun. I think the kids would like it.
It does sound very cool.
But kind of expensive for a 3-year-old.
Christmas tends
and
to
a
be.
1-year-old.
Yeah.
I know, but
you make a little of that investment now. You don't have to invest so much come December.
They're still going to want everything in December, too.
Spread it out. Yeah.
And my daughter's birthday happens to be Christmas Eve, so we're like, we got double.
Whammy.
Woo! Fun. Anyway, I'll save my next news for my next news.
Perfect. An hour away, plus the 2 Grand Slam. Less than an hour away. Coming up next, John Jansen wants to shake some sense into us. It's 97.1. Less than an hour away from the 2 Grand Slam on a Tuesday. Good morning, 97.1. John, you have this observation. You've noticed something about the Lions.
Yeah, so about a week after they lost to Washington, it was right around a week, we did the topic, which loss hurt more? Was it the loss in the NFC Championship game going into the second half with a 17-point lead, knowing that you could have been in the Super Bowl? Or was it earning the number 1 seed and then losing the way that they did to the Commanders? A lot of self-inflicted wounds. Even if you did, if you didn't have those, you more than likely would have won that game. Even though there was a bunch of injuries, and I know that there was a lot that went into it. And I know I said the NFC Championship game. And I still hold to NFC Championship game because of the context of the injuries. And I didn't think, ultimately that they were going to be able to win the Super Bowl with the list that was, basically given to us by the Red Cross. So, but and a lot of people said NFC Championship game because you were one step away from the Super Bowl. And now that we are months removed, I still say NFC Championship game loss. But it feels like the hangover from the postseason last year, from the entire season, is greater this year. And I'm wondering, have you come to the realization that loss hurt more and is going to continue to hurt more than the NFC Championship loss? Or is it simply just a really bad hangover?
We've all had one.
Yeah.
This is a bad one, John. I think some of it is to be as high as they were at 15-2, even with the injuries. 15 wins, pinch yourself every Monday, Victory Monday shows. And to have it all gone before you were ready for it. Like, you went into the Niners game thinking, we got a shot, but our season could end. Nobody went into, I was at that playoff game last year. Nobody went into that building thinking the Lions season was going to end. I mean, we famously were discoing thinking they'd win by double digits. So you can imagine the harsh reality that sets in when they lose that game. Then throw in what's happened since. Well, see, because after the NFC title game, you were filled with optimism and hope, and they're going to be fired up, and they're going to build on it, and Dan Campbell's going to drill it in their head, and Penei Sewell's going to watch it and watch it and watch it. John, the offseason that followed this year's exit has been an offseason of, well, we lost the coordinators. Frank is retired.
We didn't add to the edge.
Right.
Like, it feels like there are it's a slow drip all offseason, and it was losing Ben Jansen. Then it was losing your defensive coordinator. And then it was, going into the draft or free agency. Or what are they going to do? And we still talk about it to this day. Whenever some type of new proposed trade comes up, the Trey Hendrickson deal comes up, and it was, at the trade deadline last year. This is even going back to not Myles Garrett. It was Max Crosby at the time. Then it was Myles Garrett in the offseason. Now it's Trey Hendrickson, and it continues to go. And then you even get the news, and this falls into what I had talked about with Frank. You hear the news that Amon-Ra St. Brown had knee surgery, and everybody went into full panic mode. Oh my gosh, Amon-Ra St. Brown, is he going to be able to play? How long is he going to be out for the regular season? No, this plays into what I said last year. You have 3 seasons as a veteran guy, and now he is a veteran guy going into his 5th or 6th year. You have the regular season, you have surgery season, and then you have rehab season, which takes you to the regular season. That's the cycle that happens. And Amon-Ra St. Brown, he even said it. When I saw the headline, I thought, just reading the headline, Amon-Ra St. Brown, like, it must have been an ACL repair. And then you hear his audio. Yeah, I just had some things cleaned up and I'll be fine by training camp. Okay. Like, the drama that people are putting themselves through this offseason, the sky is not falling. Dan Campbell is still there. Yes, the offensive line will be different, but you still have Gibbs and Montgomery in the backfield. You still have J-Mo, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Laporta. You've added other things to that offense. It's going to be okay. And it feels like going into this regular season, it can't get here fast enough. Because the longer it goes, the more people play these scenarios out in their minds, and it feels like instead of, even after Amon-Ra St. Brown, what did we say the expectations were for this team? Win the division. Mm-hmm. Now, we may take a couple of wins off. I was at 14. I haven't said if I'm going to back off or not yet because I want to see how the offensive line starts to take shape or form. But the sky is not falling. This is still a really good team. Oh, and throw on top of that the schedule. Oh, my gosh. The schedule.
Yep.
How could they possibly win a game with this schedule?
And I think Dan Campbell's haunting words after the NFC title game, we may never get back here, paraphrasing that a little bit, start to create a little bit of doubt. Let me throw this at you guys.
Yeah.
It's the first game last year, the Washington lost, that they lost by double digits in 24 games.
Yeah, it hit them like a freight train.
Yeah.
I'm talking fans. The fans got hit like a freight
smacked
train.
in the face at home against a team that had a bad defense that gave up 55 the next week against the Eagles.
Yeah.
And self-inflicted mistakes, bad play calling, played out of character offensively, and then the defense played like they did in the Buffalo game.
Oh, and tell me if you haven't heard this narrative since then. Even though Jared Goff has had 2 phenomenal years, like really good, great years, and he led this team to 15 wins. Now, he laid an egg in that Washington game. There's no question about it. But that's the one game everybody is pointing to say, we can't win with Jared Goff.
It sounds like John is over the hangover. Like you had some hair of the dog.
I'm way over it.
You got some fluids in you.
Oh, yeah.
You're good to go.
Oh, I've got a hangover cure. And whether it's for a real hangover or it's for this hangover, and the cure is get back on the horse, get back out there on the practice field, and let's freaking go.
So let's revisit how throughout the course of this hangover, people didn't wear gear for a while.
Yep.
It's
real. I think the hangover is real. We're not making this up. It's real.
I pointed this out to you the other day. I said I'm starting to see Lions trucks again.
Oh.
Like were they put away for the winter or
well,
something?
No, people didn't park their cars.
I seriously have noticed more Lions trucks again like I did towards the end of last season. I think people were ashamed to drive their Lions trucks. I'm kidding. Maybe not that much.
Yeah, I'm going to walk to work. I'm going to take the bus instead of my truck.
Little bicycle.
The EV,
no, but the gear, like, okay, the Lions gear. You walk around town now. Okay, in the regular season, right? Everybody's got it out because they're going to games. It's 15 wins. It's all of those different things. And yeah, when it's not the season, it's maybe not top of mind to wear your Lions stuff. But we are further down the road now, and I still don't see a lot of Lions gear being worn. You see it every once in a while, but you don't see a ton of it. And I'm wondering when is the time that people are going to pull the gear back out? When is it that they're going to get back on the horse and start looking at this season? And are they ever going to look with the optimism that a new season should bring?
When does the hangover end?
Yeah.
I think for a lot of people, it's going to be show me. Show me that the offensive line can stabilize without Ragnau. Like, that's my big panic right now.
Well, and that's why I haven't said, to your point, that's why I haven't given a new win total after the retirement of Frank Ragnau, because I do want to see what that looks like, and I still want to see what additions or subtractions this team makes in terms of personnel.
But, John, let's say that they do get off to a hot start, and they do win a lot of football games. The fan base is just going to say, so what? We won 15 last year, and it didn't mean anything. The hangover cure may have to wait until January.
Well, mine doesn't.
I know, you're moved on. You don't have any
Turn
bags
the page.
In your eyes. You've moved on. You're not dragging like a lot of Lions fans still feel like they are.
You still have a hangover?
A little slight hangover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about Colin? Colin still got the hangover?
For sure. Without a doubt.
Did you notice, I don't know if you could even go back or if you would even be able to pinpoint, like after the NFC Championship game lost to San Francisco.
Yeah.
When did he start talking about next year? When did he start looking forward to what could possibly be?
He still really hasn't. I mean, he
No, I'm talking about like from 2 years ago. Like when did he start getting ready for the 24 season?
I don't remember.
Yeah, that's a tough one because maybe only Colin could answer that one. But it feels like right now there are so many people that just have a hangover from last year. That loss it hit so hard, even though going into it, there were a lot of people that looked at it maybe even a little bit more realistically than we did.
Yeah.
Because of the injuries.
Some ticket texts. The 49ers loss felt like the start of a new era of Lions football. So while it stung, you could move on. The Washington loss felt like a warp into the past, John in Lake Orion, and that's why it's lingered. Then you throw in the adversity of the offseason. Texter says the Washington game was more of a shock, and it still got people shook. Fans weren't shook after the NFC title game. The Washington game brought back the SOL fans. The silver lining, though, is they weren't beating Philly anyway a year ago. Texter says it's a slow drip. The biggest thing was the self-created drama from the fans. John's right. And a texter says, my hangover ended this morning. Thank you, John Jansen.
Oh, there we go. All right. The cure for the hangover. So I also want to ask that question.
Yeah, we could take those two.
Twofold. One, are you getting over last year? Like, is the hangover starting to end? And what's your worst hangover been?
And how'd you get over it?
And what's your secret hangover cure?
Got a home remedy? We'll try to put that in Lion speak to try to help them get over this too. It's 97.1.
Hey, at First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go. And their local, attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give some sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me and my family over the years, and why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do to find more information is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. You can learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
John had noticed something, and we had been kind of deciding when do we want to bring it up on the air. Today's that day. We've noticed that the hangover from the Lions' loss to the Washington Commanders has lingered much longer than their loss to the San Francisco 49ers.
And when you have a hangover, every little thing that happens, every little noise, every little bit of light seems so much worse than it would in any other day. And that's happened this year with, and okay, I understand it's more than just a little bit of light during a hangover that Frank Ragnau retires.
Yeah, that's
that
like a
coordinators leave.
Pounding headache.
Right, but it's every single thing that happens, and everybody's like, okay, well, I started with 12 wins. Now I'm down to 11. Now I'm down to 10. Now they won't make the playoffs. Like, that's what happens in a hangover.
So you noticed the hangover effect, and I think sitting across from you most days, I've noticed you getting frustrated that people are still hungover. Like, you want to shake some sense into them and say, it's not that bad. The sky's not falling. And you just did for people who missed it. So we have ticket text and response from you guys, 248-539-9797. Do you feel the hangover still? Why? And hangover cures Lions or otherwise. We'll take those on the ticket text, 248-539-9797, to which a ticket texter says, the cure for a real hangover is hair of the dog. The Lions comparison would mean they got to start playing football games again before people are going to get over last year.
Sure, and I think even just getting to training camp is something, and maybe it's, mandatory minicamp that's happening. Like, maybe that helps a little bit. Little news coming out about what the offense looks like or the defense, and it's really going to be the fact that they do have the Hall of Fame game. They're going to be playing in the month of July. Like, we're going to have Lions football actual preseason game in the month of July, and that will help a little bit.
But it's not going to cure a playoff hangover until you play
a playoff game.
Games.
Sure.
Which, does that mean it's going to linger in the regular season where people aren't going to fully enjoy Lions football? They can't because of last year? 248-539-9797. Texter says, I'll wait until January. The last game has me thinking the squad is not capable of getting it done, Eric and Macomb. For a hangover, I usually have a banana and some aspirin. After listening to John, I no longer have the Lions hangover. He's put that banana inside me. Sparty Steve and Algonac.
I want to say you're welcome for getting over the hangover, but I wish you had worded it differently.
John's giving people that good banana today.
Yeah, a banana. So I get the potassium and, the nutritional value of it.
Something in your stomach.
Yeah, I don't know. For me, I've never been a hair of the dog, like get back on the horse. That to me, no. But
it's the last thing you want to do.
Some grease in the morning is usually what does it for me. It's got to be a greasy, maybe a McDonald's breakfast sandwich or some White Castle is something that'll really kick you into gear.
Specifically greasy potatoes, because then you get something in your stomach, whether that's a hash brown or like that is that good stuff. The oil and the grease.
So
I know you're thinking bacon when you say grease.
I'm bacon, sausage, meat products.
You can cook the hash browns in the pan that you cooked the bacon in and really get the effect.
Yeah, once you've cooked your eggs in it.
Of course. My hangover cure is 3 ibuprofen, a 25 milligram weed gummy, and pound 2 water bottles. That's Big John on his way to work.
Okay. All right. I've never done the weed gummy. Probably won't, but maybe that helps.
My hangover ended when the Tigers season started. They have distracted me from any pain and suffering the Lions may have caused. That's from Cam.
Yeah, that might be that certainly helps. And the Pistons making the playoffs. Like, there's a little bit something that distracts you from the uncomfortableness of a hangover.
Because we noted right when the Lions season ended, people were not rocking the Lions gear. There was a period of mourning. And we had just brought up that it feels like that has carried over. Ticket texters saying, well, it's because people were rocking their Pistons gear during the run and Tigers gear during the summer. But a ticket texter says, Gov's right. 3 Lions trucks in the neighborhood. I haven't seen them at all since the season ended. They were only the daily driving car when the team was good. Signed, Steve.
I just can't imagine that they've parked them and not used them. Like, who was?
How rich are you that you're just
exactly? Or maybe they put a wrap on it.
They went and got it wrapped.
They got it wrapped.
There's no other team trucks in town. We don't see Tiger trucks.
No.
There's a real thing. Area I drive in, they're all back all of a sudden. It's like they came out when the weather finally broke.
Texter says, anyone who had the Lions at 14 wins before Ragnau's retirement should be questioned. Anybody who still says that afterwards, you're crazy. I think it's taking wins off the table losing Frank.
I think it certainly could.
And that's the thing. That is maybe the thing that, right as I was ready to get over the hangovers, you're like, hey, the Lions will be at training camp. They still have a top 5 line. It doesn't matter who's calling plays. They'll win up front.
Yeah.
I don't think they have a top 5 line. Now you question whether they have a top 10 line, and I don't know if they'll have one come playoff time. So that is why I guess to answer this, like when January rolls around, I'll have my answer. Until then, sure, I want to see encouraging signs throughout 17 regular season games, but the question is going to fester in the back of your mind. Are they going to be good enough to get it done?
What's been your worst hangover? Maybe it's the greatest night followed by the worst morning.
Have you ever had when you wake up and you still feel drunk?
Oh,
yeah, that's the worst.
Sure.
Because you're like, I still don't feel like I got enough sleep. Probably one of those just post-college, early Grand Rapids bar nights.
Yeah.
And you wake up on a Saturday and you go, I'm still out of it right now. Because you're still going to have to go through the hangover, and you're still not good from the night before.
Heather?
I'll tell you what, hangovers with children are the worst. So,
yes, those
because you
noises,
can't.
yes.
Well, no, and you can't you can't be hungover. You still have to be a mom the next day. Those have been the worst. Not that there's many of them anymore because I don't go out anymore.
The opportunity to get the hangover is not there.
But there has been a couple, and it's not fun.
Has it been a combo, Colin hungover, you at the same time?
No, it's always me. I'm sure he's not felt well sometimes too, but
some of this too is when you get older, the hangovers, you can't mess around. You can't drink like you used to.
I would die if I drank like I used to.
Sure. And you're a little bit wiser. You steer away. You know your limits. You're ready to hey, I can go for 2, but that third one, maybe that one becomes a sipper.
And the sneaky move is I'll pound water at the end of the night.
You got to do the alternation, I think. Like
you
drink water,
drink
drink water.
But if you find yourself
if
where
you're
having
a good time, you're not going
mixing into water. And then at the end of the night, that's kind of my catch-up time. How much water can I drink before I go to bed to help kind of offset so I don't wake up feeling as terrible?
Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, we're asking you. I'll share my worst hangover, and the cure for it was not pleasant. when we return.
We'll get John's and we'll get yours. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber, one company tied up in the Matt Weiss hacking scandal. Keffer Development Services is hoping to clear their name. The following was included in a court filing yesterday pertaining to the allegations against the ex-Michigan defensive coordinator. Quote, the lawsuits all assert that Keffer provided electronic medical record and student-athlete training systems via athletic training system software to numerous universities, failed to implement adequate security measures to protect the data it managed. Keffer has denied wrongdoing and intends to vigorously defend itself against the allegations, end quote. They also disputed the claims of negligence, stating they fully cooperated with the investigation overall. No Tigers game last night. They're getting ready to face the Baltimore Orioles, who've played better ball of late. Detroit's still the top team in baseball, though, at 43-24. The Mets had an off day yesterday as well. They currently have 42 wins. Four-star Michigan football quarterback commit Chase Herbstreit is officially enrolled in Ann Arbor. The son of Fox Sports lead commentator Kirk is not expected to be in the mix for a crowded QB depth chart this season, though. Michigan Panthers player Kendrick Whitehead has been named the UFL Special Teams Player of the Year. Meanwhile, the Florida Panthers took a 2-1 edge in the Stanley Cup Finals thanks to a 6-1 win over the Oilers last night. It was 2-0 after 1, and then Corey Perry scored the only goal of the night for the Oilers. A few minutes later, Sam Reinhart made it 3-1. Florida didn't look back from there. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Sun's starting to come out. It's 7 o'clock. Good morning, 97.1. We got 2 Grand Slam at 7:25 and a college football frozen in time at 7:35.
Mm-hmm.
John, you brought up Lions hangover.
Yeah.
It's a thing. It's lingered from last year much longer than the year before.
Mm-hmm. We're all the way in June, and there's still people that not that you have to get over the loss, but you got to find a way to deal with it and start looking forward to next year.
And you've been trying to give people hangover cures, telling them the sky's not falling. What about actual hangovers?
Yeah, so my worst hangover actually happened in college. Not that there haven't been more since then, but it was we had what we thought figured out the off-season workout schedule from our strength coach, Mike Gittleson. And we were heading into a weekend where, we had a workout. I think it was a Saturday morning, but it was going to be kind of a lighter one, right? You had a couple of tough workouts. You always had a kind of a lighter one on Saturday leading into the weekend. So some of us had decided to go out, have a good time.
Yeah.
One thing led to another. We had a great time. And then we show up the next morning thinking that it was going to be a light workout. And you could smell the booze. And it was coming out of, obviously, our breath, our pores. It was oozing out of us. I think Mike Gittleson, our strength coach, Mike witnessed that, understood that, and the worst or maybe the best hangover cure was a Mike Gittleson workout. We had guys puking all over the place.
God.
It was awful. But by the end of it, and it lasted a couple hours, felt great.
Sweat it out.
Oh, sweat it out. And maybe it's...
Puke it out.
Yeah, puke it out, sweat it out, get it out of your body, and work it out. It was an awful 2 hours. But by the time I was done, I was ready for the rest of the day.
Yeah, but it's the last thing you want to do.
Hey, now we don't have to work out tomorrow. Hey, let's go. Who's pouring?
Ticket text 248-539-9797. Hangover cure, warm ginger ale. That's from Dave.
Oh, that sounds awful.
I mean, I guess you get ginger ale when you're sick.
Yeah.
I used to
Yeah,
anyway.
sure. Ginger ale and crackers, saltines.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
saltines.
But warm? Oh, part of what the ginger ale is the bubbles. It's the
Carbonation.
the ginger, and you warm it up. Like, just go with some ginger tea at that point. I think that would just be awful.
With you guys, greasy, potato-based, cheesy, pork-laden breakfast food is the ultimate hangover cure.
It is, but then I do anyway. I don't feel hungover anymore. I just feel ill. Like I just ate all of this nasty food. The hangover's gone, but now I feel ill.
I feel like I just had a great breakfast.
Yeah, me too.
Maybe don't need a lunch, but I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Make you back up. Water, water, water before you go to bed, and the banana needs to be eaten before you go to bed, not in the morning. Makes a huge difference, unnamed texter.
Yeah, I mean, part of the worst hangover is when you know it's coming and you're done for the night, but you lay down and the room is just spinning. Yep. You try and sit up and you think, well, if I sit up,
nope,
the room will stop spinning. And then it makes
worse.
it worse.
Head on the pillow, ride it out, wake up, do the best you can.
Yes. It's a terrible feeling.
No hangover. How about rooting for the Michigan Panthers? Championship game Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So you're the one.
1+1. I'll be watching.
John is also watching. Mm-hmm. Ticket texters. I don't think I had a hangover until I was listening to the show this morning, and now I'm over it. Let's go Lions. Zach in a work van.
There we go.
John's giving people that banana
Mission
today.
accomplished.
Best hangover cure was drinking lots of water while drinking. Proactive is better than reactive. Hangover cure is Taco Bell and more booze. And the Lions hangover is sticking around because Valeni moans and groans every afternoon. Dude is the equivalent of someone vacuuming the morning after you go out.
Yeah. The wake up vacuum noise.
Make it stop.
Mm-hmm.
248-539-9797. There is light at the end of the tunnel here. We have some audio to play. National media talking about the Lions yesterday. So this is FS1. We have two different clips. It's from the same show. You got Mark Schlereth and you have Danny Parkins. It's Breakfast Ball. You want to start with Schlereth? Start with an offensive lineman perspective. Everybody's talking about the sky falling in Detroit. Here's what Schlereth had to say. I feel like I've heard that before from a different offensive lineman.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like I was talking about this a year and a half ago when we thought we might lose Ben Jansen to the Commanders or anybody else that was looking for a coach 2 years ago. We lose him to Chicago, and what have I been saying? This is Dan Campbell's offense. When it wasn't running the way he wanted with Anthony Lynn, what did he do? He changed his responsibilities, ended up getting rid of him, but he took over the play calling. And it wasn't until like a week before the 23 season, before he handed the play calling off and made it official that Ben Jansen would be calling plays, but only because he felt like, okay, yes, he is going to call this. He's got the picture. He understands what it's supposed to look like, how it's supposed to be operated. And if that hadn't gone according to plan, Dan Campbell still would have taken over. This is his offense. And whether it's Anthony Lynn, it's Dan Campbell, it's Ben Jansen, now John Morton, it is going to be his offense. And I think one of the more important things that he said there was Dan Campbell understands the X's and O's. He understands personnel, the strengths, the weaknesses of each individual. And what do we know? The weakness going into the season is going to be, or the perceived weakness, interior offensive line. How do you protect him? You run the ball. How do you protect him in pass protection? You run play action pass. What is this Lions offense based on? Running the ball, play action pass, and every once in a while when you're in passing situations, that's where it's really going to become important for Dan Campbell to understand, how do I protect that middle of that offensive line, which is the easiest to protect,
but also the most important because it's the fastest path to the quarterback.
Understand that.
Look, I think it'd be easy for me to make the joke that meatheads stick together, you, Schlereth, and Campbell, but I want to give Campbell more credit than that. He's not just a meathead.
I would like to think that in the transitive properties work as well. If you're giving him credit as a meathead, that I get a little bit of that as well.
I did not say that. Dan Campbell, I think, is more than just the guy he is perceived to be. I agree with you. I agree with when you said it over a year ago. Dan Campbell's offense is here, whether Ben Jansen is here. My issue is, you guys are offensive linemen. The Ragnau thing shouldn't be glossed over. That's the biggest reason to be concerned. Is
we're not glossing it over. I'm giving you ways that you can play with that offensive line and still be very successful.
The other clip, Danny Parkins, is kind of just glossing over it. Oh, anybody would be successful in Detroit. This is the other clip.
So he did gloss over the offensive line.
Yeah,
it's not a number 2 offensive line anymore.
Which to me is the anchor. It's the bedrock foundation. It's why play action works, because they run. Well, why can they run? Because they have a great offensive line. That is the thing that I think Ben Jansen is going to struggle with in Chicago. Is he knows he needs to rebuild their offensive line. They were very aggressive, but he knows he doesn't have Detroit's offensive line. And you know who doesn't have Detroit's offensive line? Detroit. So we are also going to be dealing with some of that too. It's not as just turnkey, plug and play. We're going to win up front with our 5.
No, it's not. But it can be. It certainly can be. And going into the season, if you're sitting there looking at if it's Tate Ratledge, that's your center. No one is going into the season going top 5 center. In fact, there's no way to say that he could be a top 5 center or a top 10 center, but he doesn't have to be.
I think to win the Super Bowl,
he just has to be sufficient at the beginning of the season, because you can make it a little bit easier on those guys. It's much easier than it is trying to cover up the deficiency at tackle.
Because you're on an island more.
You're on an island more. You're going to have to block one-on-one more. And those guys, I'm confident, obviously more in Penei Sewell than Taylor Decker, but they're going to be good, which allows the development of that offensive line in the interior and for them to add protection, for them to be able to structure it so that it is, I don't want to say simple, maybe simple in assignment, but the execution
do it.
is going to be one where they're going to be able to be in position for success.
Some ticket text. They love the vacuuming analogy. Say most accurate comparison ever.
Yeah.
And says every single afternoon the sky is falling. We like to vacuum in the morning too. Rico, Dave, and Ken. My hangover cure starts when Hendon Hooker my hangover ends when Hendon Hooker starts. Signed Jamar and Westland. And pickles or pickle juice. Another vote for hangover cures.
Super quick on this departure of an OC though. The thing with what Danny Parkin said is that to me that usually applies to teams that already won a championship. When you lose your coordinators,
that is turnkey.
Yeah, like it never affected the Patriots. It hasn't affected the Chiefs. Well, they have some of the greatest quarterbacks of all time and stuff. So I think you're getting a little presumptive there. But I kind of understand what he's saying too. I think Dan Campbell runs it. I think it goes through Campbell.
Yeah. 100%.
There's also a text that says Tom is actually the smarmiest member of the radio station, more so even than me.
I couldn't resist giving that to you. I don't know what I did this morning to get that. Like yesterday,
you had an Iserman moment.
Yeah, we were talking about best GMs and how Harris is rivaling up to Holmes a little bit.
Yeah.
And then I said, well, we know who the worst GM is. It was just like you. It was like on point.
Like reflexively.
Yes.
Which is like me. Just I can't help it.
Yeah.
It's just there.
It's your
reflexively.
influence.
Yeah. Sorry, everyone. 2 Grand Slam, Heather's News, and college football frozen in time. It's all coming up. It's 97.1. All right, if you find yourself injured in a car accident, you need to get a law firm that cares about you. It matters. It's KG Law. That's the law firm I'd recommend. It's Lawrence KG and his team who are staffed up to get you the biggest possible payout and look after you in these moments where you're stressed and you're going through a lot of emotions. The phone number is 877-KG-CARES. You can check them out online, kgcares.com. That's spelled K-A-JY. You'll see what I'm talking about. You'll see the results. They're not cutting corners. They're not going to leave you in the dark. They're going to see you as more than a number. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's kgcares.com, K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. before the 2 Grand Slam. Heather, what's in the news?
Well, this is an interesting story that's kind of going viral. There was a recent Zoom court hearing that went off the rails after a Detroit mom made a peanut butter and jelly sandwich during the session. And she's going viral now because these Zoom court hearings are like shared on YouTube, and somebody clipped it and then posted it on Instagram. And that's actually how obviously she was there. She knew what she was doing, but she saw it back when she clicked on the link on Instagram and was like, oh my goodness. The judge, of course, was not happy with this woman's decision to be preoccupied with PB&J. Also, she had on a robe over her outfit, so he wasn't happy about that either. She does want to clear the air a little bit. This woman, who was actually on the call for allegedly having an open alcohol container as a passenger in a car, it was a misdemeanor she was in court for, says the incident basically comes down to the fact that she's a single mom. She was juggling a sick kid. She has a 3-year-old who is not feeling well, and then also her personal life. And she does say, yes, in hindsight, I should have handled this a little differently. She said, though, she was waiting in like the waiting room of the Zoom court hearing for hours. Yeah. And she's got this little one at home, and she, was trying to do all of that and do her Zoom court. She kind of wishes it could have been in person. She would have made a different impression, I think. And she says, she does want to apologize for how it all went down. So
I think it would be easier to not be in person, though, right?
Well, no, I mean, maybe because she could be home with her daughter,
childcare
right?
And be there for hours at the courthouse. It's at your convenience to do a Zoom.
However, if she was able to get childcare, she could have been there and been more ready and focused on what was at hand than being at home where you are juggling, where she's still a mom, right? You can't, if you're home with your daughter or your son or your children or whatever you've got, that's what you're doing too. So yes, it is supposed to be convenient to have a Zoom call, but it's not always convenient. We all know that if we've done Zoom meetings. We've seen it before.
But she could have made the same accommodations she was going to make at the courthouse that day from home.
You are right. Yes, she could have. Takes a village to raise these children,
want
Jim.
To hammer a single mom, don't you?
My goodness. So anyway, it's going viral.
That's not what I meant.
Oh, jeez.
I'm a happily married man.
Jim.
Anyway, the Michigan State Police are warning residents not to be fooled by this new text scam that claims to be from the state of Michigan DMV, which, shocker, we don't have DMVs here in Michigan. We have Secretary of States, but be careful because the text states that you have an outstanding ticket, threatens various legal actions, including suspension of your driver's license if you don't pay a fee within a few days. Of course, there's a link as well. Don't click on the link. They're saying, hey, there's so many red flags here. One, like I said, we don't have the DMVs here. We have Secretary of States. Plus, the Secretary of State will never request payment via text message. So don't click on the link. They say delete the text and move on. Now, the reason I had this in my news is because somebody I know had this sent to them. And
I get these text messages all the time.
And it happened to be that there was a little confusion with a ticket recently.
So they fell for it.
Didn't, but called and was like, what do you think about this? And I said, it was my mom. We don't have
You've been outed.
Well, so I told you about this, right? She was driving my car, got pulled over in my car, and I didn't have my tabs renewed. I had completely slipped my mind. So she was the one that got a ticket, even though it was my car. We took care of that for her, made sure everything was good. But then she gets this text and she's like, Heather, what's going on? And I'm like, don't click the link.
Yeah. John, you get the same text. It says DMV. It says toll roads. I'm like,
the
two
toll
red flags.
roads,
We don't have any toll roads.
But
if you travel, and it doesn't necessarily say state of Michigan, and so if you travel around Chicago, there's toll roads, and they don't have the toll booths anymore. They're going to send you the bill in the mail, all that stuff. Like it can be enticing because people get the fear factor.
And if you recently had a situation like my mom did where there was something kind of going on and we handled it, right? Because I was the one that had to go take care of everything. She didn't know if it was handled properly. And then she got a little like, and this is how they do it. Mm-hmm. People get a little nervous. Yep. If you're headed to the movies at an AMC theater this summer, you're going to see some commercials. So AMC Theaters announced that it will be adding commercials before movies. This is in addition to the trailers and the in-house ads that are already shown before films. So the new commercials go into effect July 1st. And these new ads according to AMC, will be an opportunity for them to make some money because they're going to get a portion of the cut of the ad sales, as well as the company who's doing it. So they said this is a way we can make up some money, especially from the losses we had during the pandemic, right? We need a way to make some revenue, and this is one way we can do it. And of course, it's not the end of the world, right? But a lot of people had your reaction, John, like, oh, great, more ads, just what we need.
You already try and predict the start time in regards to how many how many trailers are they going to show. And so if a movie starts at 6:30, you'll be like, okay, well, I'll show up at 6:45 so I can start the beginning of the movie. Because you don't want to be wasting a half an hour. And now all of a sudden there's going to be commercials as well.
It doesn't sound like a lot of them.
Doesn't matter.
In one ad I read, it would be one commercial in addition to everything else. Man, I haven't been to the movies in a long time, so we'll get over it. That's the thing. It's going to be what it is.
But if you're taking kids, like I don't go to the movies myself, but I will take Teddy. And if we're just simply waiting for that one to start, like he's got an expiration date, and I want to make sure that we at least get to the movie.
It's true. It's true. All right.
Heather with the news.
Let's give away some money.
Let's do it.
Okay. Well, today could be the day somebody could win $2,000. The game is super simple. 60 seconds, 10 questions, $25 for each question answered correctly, and $2,000 if our contestant can get all of them right.
Mm-hmm. Our contestant this morning is Isaiah in Brownstown. Good morning.
What's up, guys?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you ready to play?
I'm ready.
Okay, good. So your time is going to start as soon as I start reading. If you don't know one, say pass, and if there's enough time, we'll get back to it. Here we go, Isaiah. Connor McDavid wears this jersey number.
67.
Edmonton is located in this Canadian province.
Ontario. Nope.
Matthew Tkachuk was born in this country.
Sweden.
What is the state capital of Maryland?
Pass.
This band had the 1999 hit I Want It That Way.
Backstreet Boys.
Caitlin Clark plays for this WNBA team.
Fever.
Where did Doug Karsh go to college?
Pass.
Who played Red in Shawshank Redemption?
Morgan Freeman.
This PGA golf major begins on Thursday.
We got you with 3. 3 is a tough start, but you made a good recovery.
Not a hockey guy, I take it, Isaiah.
No, not really, unfortunately.
It's all right. You still made $75 this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Better than 0.
That is not 0. You are correct. Thanks, Isaiah.
We'll get you on hold. We'll get you paid. Thanks for calling. Thanks for playing.
The Two Grand Slam on Thursdays is brought to you by Femininity Law.
And Tuesdays.
Yes. Today's Tuesday. Yes, is correct. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that tomorrow is the start of the weekend. But yes.
Still got a few days to go here. We'll go through it. Did we get to the 9th question there?
We did.
She asked it, but I don't think he answered.
Okay, so we can go through all 9 of the 10 then. Mm-hmm. Connor McDavid wears this jersey number.
97. He said 67.
Edmonton is located in this Canadian province.
He said Ontario, and then he said, nope. You correct. Not incorrect, but Alberta.
Yeah, he knew he was not getting that one. Tkachuk is born in this country.
Come on, man. United States. I actually told you guys this before. I'm like, somebody's going to get this wrung.
It would have made sense if he thought Canada because of the pattern. Mm-hmm. But then you got to think, 4 nations, that's supposed to be a big deal. Right. He fought the Canadians.
Yes.
State capital of Maryland, he passed.
Annapolis. Disdain.
This band had the 1990 hit, I Want It That Way.
He did get this one, thank goodness.
Backstreet Boys.
John, would you
he's
have known
probably
that?
24. Yeah, I would have got that one.
Okay,
yes.
we were debating that
daughters.
before you were in here.
Yeah.
Caitlin Clark plays for this team.
He jumped all over that one. Indiana Fever.
Doug Karsh, where did he go to college? I wish he would have guessed something.
Yeah, I know.
He should have guessed.
Yeah.
Because he probably could have gotten it.
Well, he may have said Michigan because you hear his voice on the games.
Right.
But it's Michigan State.
Yeah.
Really well done. Who played Red in Shawshank? He took a second. He composed himself.
Yes, Morgan
He got
Freeman.
Morgan Freeman. And this PGA golf major that begins on Thursday is
U.S. Open. So we got 3.
Oh, Isaiah.
coming up next. College football frozen in time. Pick an era. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
John, you fashion yourself a college football fan.
I do.
As do I, as do many of our listeners. One of the hallmarks of college football is we like to complain about college football. Tale as old as time. No matter what era of the sport, there's always been griping. We want to play college football frozen in time. You pick the era where the game was its best. And we broke it down into 4 options. The first is pre-BCS. Mm-hmm. So we're talking late 80s into the 90s, the split era national titles. You can go back further if you'd like, but for the sake of keeping it relatively modern, about 1990 to 1997 is that split title era before the BCS. Then you have the BCS, which is 98 to 2013, where the computers have the power. 2014 to 2023 was the 4-team playoff era with 5 power conferences, kind of an awkward fit. And then we have the current expanded playoff era, 12-team playoff. Freeze it now, freeze it then. You tell us. 248-539-9797.
So I think the one common thread between all 4 of these eras is that there's no perfect system to this point. Mm-hmm. And they're still tinkering with it, trying to get to that perfect playoff system. And I think this is going to be a very generational answer. I would go back to the pre-BCS. So, and I would include 80s in this as well, but it's up to 97, not because that was, my time in college football, but it was my time growing up where every bowl game seemed to have some type of importance. And yes, I know that whether it was the AP poll, the coaches poll, you go back all the way and you've got a number of different ways of crowning a national champion. While it wasn't perfect, I want to go back to the days where January 1st, New Year's Day, meant something. And there was important bowl games basically from, noon until you went to bed at night. It was fun. It was exciting. There was history. There was just you just felt like that was the peak of the college football season. You didn't have guys opting out because they were meaningless bowl games. You didn't have an imperfect system. It was imperfect, don't get me wrong, where you've got 5 power conferences. Somebody's left out because you've only got 4. Mm-hmm. And 4 places, and then it was 12 is too many. Well, okay, it's not too many. We're going to 16. NIL, guys sitting out, the portal. I want to go back to what feels to me like a simpler time.
But I'll be the first to bring it up. You would return to an era where you were not crowned sole champion. You yourself had to split a national title, and that's the era John Jansen would pick, where you don't get a shot to play Nebraska to settle it on the field. That's the era of college football that you would freeze in time?
Yeah. And would I love to have played Nebraska? Sure. Would I still love to play Nebraska? Yeah. Let's grab the pads. Let's grab the helmets. Let's get it settled to this day. That's fine. But
that's my biggest issue with pre-BCS is we had
but everybody keeps telling
history,
me I'm supposed to have a big issue with the split national title.
I would think you would, yes.
That's the way it was set up at the time. We won all our games and we did everything we could. Same thing with Nebraska.
But John,
so I don't really particularly have an issue with it. But it doesn't take away from me celebrating that national championship.
No, and I'm not saying they're going to take your ring away. It's fine. But in every other era we threw out, you would have a chance to be the sole legitimate national title with no arguments and bickering and what ifs and hypotheticals.
Yeah, I get that. And would I love to it for a selfish reason?
Well, you're answering the question. Pick one of the other eras then. It'd be better for you.
No, I don't want to, because I like – and part of it was not just my time playing, but it was my time watching. Growing up, knowing that whether it was Michigan and Washington in the Rose Bowl, or it was insert any Big Ten or, formerly Pac-10, Pac-8, Pac-12 team playing in the Rose Bowl. And maybe that's I just miss the mystique of what the Rose Bowl used to mean, or all of the other games that were played on January 1. And it's the entire package, not just one part of that package.
why this is a great thought exercise is it forces you to pick what you value because you can't have it all. We've never had a perfect system in college football. For as much as we bicker about what's happening now and what's going to happen in the future, you realize we've always done this. So I didn't pick the pre-BCS era. I also didn't pick the BCS era because people forget how flawed that system was and how often we'd complain about that. We had a year where LSU and Oklahoma were playing in the national title while number 1 USC was left out. We had Auburn go undefeated with Cadillac Williams and Ronnie Brown and not play for the national title in the BCS era. We've had 4 times in the playoff era where the champ hasn't been 1 or 2, which would suggest in the BCS era we may have left out 1 or 2 worthy champions. So I don't pick the BCS era. I also don't pick the 4-team playoff because of the awkward fit. It's like I had a puzzle piece from a different puzzle. I got 5 power conferences for 4 playoff spots. And it's not just FSU, who went undefeated and didn't get to play. It's the little guy who never had a seat at the table, Central Florida or Western. And I don't like sticking up for Western.
Well, I know that you like the gold star for everyone.
No, I like settling it on the field. I like getting the little guy at least a seat at the table. I would freeze it now before we go to 16 teams. I'd freeze it at 12, where conference titles matter, where we're not cramming in a 4th, 5th, or a 6th team from the Big Ten or the SEC. I'd freeze it today, warts and all.
The reason I don't like the 14 playoff or the 12 or what is to be the 16 is because we all love debates. We love sports debates. It's what we do, right? It fuels the fire. But I don't like having a playoff committee say these are your top 12 teams. And because there's always going to be a 13 or there's going to be should Alabama have been a part of that?
But those debates are lesser.
They're lesser because we all believe that, somebody in the top 6 or even the top 4 or even just the top 2 is going to be what is the eventual national title.
We had the number 8 seed win it last year.
Right, but that's because of the weird way that they were seeding things.
It still would have been a team that wasn't 1, 2, or 3.
I want a time where, and this is why you could pick any one of these eras and there's going to be flaws. I want a time where it's not a computer that is spitting out numbers, or it's a playoff committee that is telling you, well, we believe that these are the best teams. Whether it's 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, doesn't matter. I want an era where that is, there's no opinion in it.
John,
Greg.
The national champion was decided by the opinions of coaches and the opinions of sports writers. Not determining who's 13 or 14 or 12, but who's won, and that's it.
Yeah, your title was decided by writers.
For me, the entire space of college football outweighs that negative of that era, if that makes sense. Because we're picking what we deem to be more important. And I understand the whole concept of the national title. Trust me, I get that.
I think that's the most important thing, is how we determine a champion, not who plays on New Year's Day.
But it's about that's why I think this could be very generational, because my formative years, everything was about New Year's Day. It was about the Big Ten and the Pac-12. It was about these classic matchups in bowl games, and you had not as many bowl games. I don't remember exactly how many there were, but let's say there were 20 bowl games. But they all had some sort of significance, some more, some less, because of the programs that were playing in them. But it's the entire picture that was bowl season that was greater to me than what we have now.
Ticket, text, and phone calls, 248-539-9797. I don't understand your love for old bowl games. They were meaningless exhibitions then, and the national titles were voted by sports media. No thank you. Shocking, John picks the era he played. Also, his naivete when he says they are searching for the perfect playoff system is cute. They're only searching for the system that makes the most money.
No, that's right. They're searching for the system that makes the most money.
Multiple people on your side, though. Pre-BCS, I may be getting old, but it was awesome. That was the best era, 45-year-old guy in a car.
Right, and this has nothing to do with me playing. If it was about me playing, then I would want a playoff.
Definitely pre-BCS. At least some of the players were real college students. Getting a scholarship meant something. Bowl games meant something. The debate about national titles was fun. I miss it. We'll get some phone calls, ticket, text in the mix. It's 97.1.
America's favorite place to watch. Hey, maybe it's the bowl system. Maybe it's national championships. Could be championships at the pro level. That best place is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Because I had Now, that was true. I'd like to go back and let him know. Mike Gittleson never let us be a pound over 300 at that time until I left, and then Backus and everybody else, Hutch was allowed to be 320.
That wasn't a program weight, is what you're saying.
No, it was not a program. And in fact, it was probably only 295.
So that is your best argument to throw it back is Keith Jackson. Granddaddy of them all.
Oh, the granddaddy. Yeah.
Look, because what we're doing right now is college football frozen in time. Pick the era. They're all flawed. The one you liked most.
To me, maybe it's because I wasn't doing sports debates at that time. I mean, I was having sports debates with other 14, 15-year-old kids. And, I mean, we were not as educated, but it was full of passion. And it was, to me, a simpler time. And things have just continued to get more and more complicated with so many more variables. And so you're basically picking an era where, okay, that's when I grew up. That's why it's probably more special to me. But you didn't even witness that era.
No, I mean, really, my sports viewing has been BCS and beyond.
Yeah.
And I said, give me the modern stuff. Warts and all. Give me today. Give me these home site college football playoff games. Give me conference titles that feed in. Give me a seat for the little guy. Settle it on the field. No more hypotheticals and what ifs and shared national titles. But we want to hear from you guys. Pick an era. Pre-BCS, BCS, 4-team, or 12-team. Let's get to Vic in Bloomfield Hills. Vic, good morning.
Hi, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Good morning.
So I'm going to say the 4-team era of college football is the best. I'm a little biased because that's when I grew up mainly. I grew up in a transition between the BCS and the 4-team playoff. And every year in the BCS, I always felt like there was a team that was getting snubbed year after year. One good example that a lot of callers may be familiar with is the Michigan State team that went to the Rose Bowl and won it. That one-loss team that only loss was to Notre Dame that went and got pummeled in a national championship game. I believe that Michigan State team deserves a shot at the national championship. So when you got a college football playoff era come in, everyone's like, oh, my God, what's happening? And then you have a 4-seed Ohio State team come in and win it all. Then you have Clemson and Alabama year after year. You have Michigan getting over the hump after 2 years of playoff losses. Georgia going back-to-back. I think the storylines in the 4-team playoff were the most objective and also allowed for the best possible version of college football.
So, Vic, I mean, I would agree with you in regards to, again, yes, that's the era that you grew up in, so you know that more. You're probably a lot more passionate about it. And for determining a national title, maybe that was the best. But I still think that if you're just simply trying to, you would leave teams out in that just like you would in the BCS era. I mean, Florida State.
Sure. I agree with that. But also, right, the reason why college football is so special is because perfection. Every regular season game is a national championship game. If Ohio State loses that game at the end of the year to Michigan, technically they probably shouldn't get a chance at a national championship. That's why all these upsets mattered so much in college football. So the teams that were the most perfect in that season got to contend for that national championship game.
That was such a good MSU team, that 2013 MSU squad. Had the big stand in the Rose Bowl against Stanford.
And
they would have been in a 4-team playoff.
But you also take into account all of the other things that are going on in college sports at that time. Because and if it's just simply national title, best way to pick a national title, a championship, I think we're heading in that direction. I don't think we're there yet, but
I think 12's enough. 12's enough.
I still don't like the whole committee voting on it because they're basically voting on it just like they did in the pre-BCS era.
But there are some guarantees. If you win the Big Ten, you're not going to be left out. So Michigan State that year would not be left out. They'd get to settle it on the field instead of in a hypothetical.
Right, but then you also have a part of the era that we're talking about is now you have guys, if they're not a part of that 4-team playoff, now they're not a part of that 12-team playoff that are opting out of that last game. And I understand why they do it, but it irks me. It really does. And I'm not going to say it's right or wrong. They're making their own decision. But for me, and the era that I love, it irks me that they're missing an opportunity to play with their team, to play another football game. You never know how many more you're going to have. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole, but that's part of what irks me about the era of the 14 playoff, 12 and 16.
So I was very torn on what I was going to decide on this, and I think the callers the argument for the 14 playoff and the playoff era is the first playoff. It's when Ohio State upset Alabama as a force in the semis. Yeah, that was the SEC bias, and here we go. Now they got exposed and yada yada yada. The problem that I have with that era is that now it includes opt-outs from bowl games. Leonard Fournette happened a couple years later, and then it started the snowball effect.
It includes NIL in the portal.
And that's why I would go to the BCS. I think the BCS got it right virtually every time. I think it performed in the 90% plus rate of it got it right.
But I could give you 3-4 times they left out the number one team in the country. I mean, USC in 03, 04 was Auburn. That's at least 2. And then you had – go ahead.
I think USC is the definite one where they had to share the national title. The BCS had one shared national championship, and it was the LSU-USC one. But the BCS also gave me more times than not the right matchup. The semis are usually blowouts in college football when it was 4 teams, so we didn't need it. It was a waste of time. New Year's Day still had value in the BCS era. Michigan, USC in 2007, that was a big game. I got USC Texas. It was one of the great national championship games of all time. I didn't need the clutter before it. And then my New Year's Day was still fine, too. I loved the elimination game of Ohio State and Michigan, or the SEC championship game usually eliminated all the other SEC teams, except the one year the BCS was open-minded to having an LSU-Alabama rematch. It did not exclude a conference rematch.
Because it was just computer-based.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so it's not necessarily open-minded because there was no mind involved.
Exactly.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Scott in Detroit. Scott, good morning. Frozen in time, pick an era.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Detroit.
What do you got, Scott?
Yeah, I've been watching, I'm 56. I've been watching football for a number of years. I've been a Michigan fan since I was like 10 years old. I mean, I like the old school football, but the new with the 12-team playoff is way better than the old school 1 or 2, maybe 4 teams, however it used to be. It's way more football for me to watch. I love it. Love Michigan. I love all the California and Oregon transplants with a few of the Pac-12 coming over. It's great. Love
I mean, think about it now, and I know people bemoan the super conferences. You get Michigan-Oregon as a regular season game. You're going to get Michigan-USC as a regular season game. I get Texas-Georgia as a huge regular season showdown most years. That's better than Michigan-Northwestern or Georgia-Vandy.
Right.
Sprinkle in more heavy hitters in your regular season schedule. And by the way, that's interesting because that crosses generations.
It does. He's a 56-year-old dude
who says, give me the modern stuff. But it also goes the other way because Ticket Texter says, I'm closer to Costa's age, but I'm with John on this. I would go pre-BCS, not even close. That's Corey in a car.
Yeah.
So this is not strictly generational.
No, it's not strictly generational, but it's a painful process. And I do think in terms of picking a national champ, yes, we are on the right path. It's a painful process of going from, polls that are voted on and split titles to the BCS where it's a computer. Nobody likes the computer. So we go to a playoff committee and we've got 4 teams. We do that for a decade. Then we go to 12. We're going to do that for 2 years and we're going to go to 16. I do think we are heading in the right direction. All of the things that's surrounding it right now are very uncomfortable. The House settlement, revenue share, in terms of guys opting out. Like, there's a lot that goes on in college football around it that makes up how we feel about college football at the time. But I do think in the next 5 years, 6, 7 years, we are eventually heading to the right system. As long as it's the John Jansen system.
We'll get to it in the 8 o'clock hour. John's perfect college football system, because this exercise proves there has never been a perfect era of college football. John's going to solve all the sports woes. We'll get to it in the 8 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. The Athletic released their latest MLB Power Rankings. Last week, the Tigers were tied for second. This week, they slid all the way to number one. Quote, the Tigers have been far and away the best team in the AL through the season's first 67 games or so. With a little over 90 games left, it's worth wondering if any of this is sustainable. Detroit has had contributions from up and down the lineup and from hidden heroes like Jahmai Jones and his first pitch first homer as a Tiger, along with some truly standout pitching. See Tarek Skubel's baseball reference page. It's been enough to carve out a 7-game lead in the AL Central, and the Tigers just took the weekend series against one of the NL's best in the Chicago Cubs, end quote. Some are calling this the catch of the year. That via A's TV, he's easily scaled the 8-foot wall at Angel Stadium and left the middle of his body hanging on top of it. On First Take yesterday, Stephen A. Smith listed the Pistons as a top 5 destination for Suns star Kevin Durant. Meanwhile, ESPN has extended former Detroit Mercy and Piston coach Dick Vitale through the 27-28 season and also established the Dick Vitale Invitational. Texas and Duke will score off in the first annual November 4th in Charlotte. And this just in, the Detroit Grand Prix saw a 75% hike in television viewership as they race through the streets of downtown Detroit for the 3rd straight year. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It only took 2 hours, but thank you for changing the channels in the studio. We still had CBC on from last night's hockey game, and it was
Hello Kitty or
some cartoon.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know young kids.
I didn't see it. All I saw was Charmed was on before that. Charmed is always on in here.
Yeah, yeah, it's usually a TNT thing.
Yeah.
But now we're back to sports.
In Jeremy Otto's update, he mentioned Durant as a possible Piston. We'll get to that. John, we've had this Lions conversation off air. We want to bring it to the air. And I think you want to shake some sense into people. We'll do that later in the hour. But you teased this. College football has never had a perfect system. We challenged our audience. Pick the era frozen in time. But then you said you've got the perfect solution.
I do. And I think we're eventually going to get there. Right now, we have conference expansion. There's a lot of things. And as we talk about this, right, it is different. Every era has something that is great about why you would pick that era. And there's also other drawbacks as to why it's not perfect. And it's never been a perfect system. I think we are eventually, and probably within the next 5 or 6 years, getting to a system where you could say goodbye to the Big Ten. You could say goodbye to the SEC, Big 12 in regards to football. You'll still have those conferences in every other sport, but football will remove itself from that, and you're going to have one super conference. Conference expansion is not stopping. But
how many teams are in this super conference?
32.
Okay.
And tell me if you see where this is going, a mirroring of what they have in the NFL. And I've already mentioned this. Like, I don't like the playoff committee. Even though with 12 teams, chances are you're going to get the best 2-3 teams in that group of 12 that should be playing for a national title. Now they get a chance to go out and prove it. I get that. Same with 16.
Yes.
I get that. But I don't like that they have a say in this.
So how would you whittle 32 into a playoff?
Part of this is the fact that I don't like the scheduling. That the SEC has 8 games in conference. We've got 9 in the Big Ten. And you don't have any crossover games. And I know there's a system where they're going to start maybe talking about having SEC teams play the Big Ten and going to 9 in the SEC. But you take the best teams, the biggest programs that are actually going to be able to afford what's going on now, the business side of it, and that is revenue sharing. All right, I know Michigan, I don't know if you saw the news that came out last night. They're talking about having this shortage. If Michigan is, and I know Ohio State has talked about having a shortage, there's going to be a lot of programs over the next couple of years that are coming up short in terms of dollars and cents. But they will eventually make it work. They will excel in this era, but not everybody will. Mm-hmm. So those programs that weed themselves in or weed themselves out become a part of this 32-team mega conference. And you're going to split it into 2 sides. You're going to have divisions, and hopefully you'll make it regional. So we're not traveling all over the country, you'll still have a part of that because you will have a system that mirrors what the NFL has. And then it will be in terms of wins and losses that determine whether you get into the postseason.
And how many playoff spots in this scenario?
You're going to have 14. It's going to be the same as the NFL. So you're going to have a 1 seed on both sides. They get a bye. You're going to have 7 total playoffs. So you're going to have 14 teams.
So 14 of the 32 are going to make the playoff.
Yes.
We're really watering down this regular season.
Oh, do you think the NFL season's watered down?
I think we're operating in a couple different variables here. You got 32 teams. You've reduced college football to only 32 teams. So you've eliminated all of the other schools, traditions, rivalries, communities, regions. And I know we're heading that way, but I want to freeze where we are right now. I don't want to have more of that erosion. So you've reduced this to only 32 teams. Right, but you said it's the perfect system. The perfect system is weeding out 100 teams?
Yeah, because they're not going to be able to afford to play against the Alabamas, against the USCs, against those teams.
And that's your preference. This is the perfect system.
Because that's where we're headed.
So you
want to put the toothpaste best in the bottle? You want to make it so that, hey, Arizona State.
I wouldn't call it perfect to eradicate 100 teams and
they can have their own playoffs. Okay. They can have their own system. But we're talking about the teams that can afford to play in today's era of college sports. And so you have 32 teams. And I've got a list of them. I'm not going to go through all of them, but obviously it's made up of a lot of the Big Ten and
Michigan,
SEC
Ohio
teams.
State, Alabama, Georgia, Texas, all that. Yeah.
All that stuff. And then you have some teams from the from the Big 12 and from the ACC. But it's the programs that you believe will actually be able to afford this and compete.
Is MSU in the 32?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I just wanted the controversy of you leaving them out and pitting the audience against you and just kicking my feet up for the next 2 hours.
But to get to 32 teams, you're going to include some that may be on the fringe of actually being able to afford it. So you're moving forward with, and I think the reason that we start this path is you're looking at teams that don't want to share that revenue anymore. Why should Ohio State, Oregon, Michigan, Penn State, why should they share with the Indianas, the Purdues, the Northwesterns that revenue's coming in? They want more money. And this is a system that is based on money. Mm-hmm. That's the direction it's all going. So why do we continue to share with the programs that just aren't going to be competitive on a year-in, year-out basis?
I think what you're running into here, and someone texted in something along the lines that college football is becoming diet NFL.
Exactly.
That is the final form of what you're presenting, is a diet NFL system where a college team can lose 5 games, still make the playoff, still go on to win the national title, and we accept it in the NFL, so we'll accept it in college.
Yeah.
But it removes all of the charm away from the sport.
The charm is largely removed from the sport. You still have some rivalries. It still exists. But we just did that topic yesterday. In 5 years, are you going to like college football or college sports the way you do now or you did 5 years ago?
I don't know. I feel like we are at the edge of a cliff here. They're trying to balance both. Traditions and rivalries, regular season and postseason. I think going to 16 is too many. I think expanding this more is dangerous. I think you are going to lose the charm. I'm right at the edge of the cliff going, I wanted 8. I'll settle for 12. I certainly don't want to do what you're proposing here.
So you still have the opportunity to have all the best rivalries. You still have Georgia and Bama. And Bama. You still have Alabama and Auburn. You still have Michigan, Ohio State.
Oklahoma,
you
Texas.
got Notre Dame and some of these other schools, USC.
Yeah.
So you still have the opportunity for some of those. Now, Stanford didn't make it.
Yeah, who are the teams that were left out so they could be mad at you?
Oh, well, okay. Oh, let me pull up my college.
I love that you did this, that he actually sketched out a commitment to the bit.
Yeah.
All 32 teams sketched out.
Yeah. So, I mean.
Like is Auburn in there?
Yeah, I just said Auburn's in there. Yeah. So in the SEC, the teams that are in are Texas, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, LSU, A&M, Florida, Ole Miss, Oklahoma, Auburn, and Arkansas. Now, Arkansas is one of those where, maybe you're in, maybe they're out. Yeah.
Whatever.
But then you start thinking about the Big 12 teams and who's in, who's out.
You'll probably only pick a couple.
There's more than you think. And then the Big 10. So there was 11 in the SEC, 11 in the Big 10, Oregon, Penn State, Ohio State, Iowa, University of Michigan, Michigan State, USC, Washington, Nebraska, Wisconsin, and I threw in Illinois.
Threw him a bone because your wife went there.
Yeah, it could be. But Illinois is one of those, just like Arkansas, where in or out, whatever. In the Big 12, this is where it gets a little bit dicey because, okay, I put Notre Dame in, and you've got BYU, West Virginia, Oklahoma State, Utah. Then the questionable ones are Iowa State and Arizona State.
Right.
Then in the ACC, you got the four that you would probably
Clemson,
imagine.
FSU, Miami, and
Virginia Tech.
Yeah. Enter Sandman.
Yeah. And so you still, amongst those, have the ability to have a lot of really good rivalries. But rivalries are going by the wayside because it doesn't make enough money for the entirety of college football. So this is a way to preserve some of those, but it's also a way for the haves to actually play against other halves.
What do you guys think of John Jansen's perfect system? And more of your feedback on picking the era of college football that you would have liked to have frozen in time. We'll get to this Durant Piston stuff later in the hour. A conversation for Lions fans. John wants to grab us by the collar and shake some sense into us. It's 97.1. All right, guys, been telling you about Brightside Dental. You want to get a brighter smile without breaking the bank? That's Brightside Dental. Looking for a reason to get back and get to the dentist? How about two? Summer's right around the corner. School's out for some of you, going to be out for the rest of you. You want to make those appointments before your kids get busy with camps, sports, and vacations. So whether it's your first visit in a long time or your first visit ever, Brightside Dental is ready to take care of you and your family. $35 new patient special that covers exams and x-rays, and there's no hidden fees. We all love having a clear, straightforward price. So make an appointment, get back in that routine. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and The Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. I just said to Greg, can we do a poll question on these eras? College football frozen in time. The sport's changing. It always has changed. It's never been perfect. We put it into 4 eras. We've been taking calls and ticket texts. And then John puts his foot down and says, I have the perfect system. Mm-hmm. He went on to describe a 32-team mega conference, mostly Big Ten SEC with some choice ACC and Big 12 schools. And the ticket texts, 2 very different camps saying almost the exact same thing. Mm-hmm. On one hand, John's system sucks. That is all. Signed, Steve in Novi. It's a horrible idea. It's NFL light. College football needs to differ. Turned college football into pro football. Worst idea I've ever heard. But then the other side, John's system works if perfect opportunity for relegation. John's proposal works better if you have relegation and promotion. John's approach is the right move. Just need relegation for the bottom 2 teams in the super conference to let others play their way in.
Okay, fine. If you want to have some teams be able to play themselves in, then are you swapping out Arizona State for Iowa State on a biannual basis?
Because you left out like a Colorado or a Minnesota, Missouri. Like those teams could play themselves into your 32-team mega conference.
Fine.
Okay.
And how often are those teams going to be impactful anyway? Because part of this is we are taking into account finances. Unfortunately. So, Kentucky, Duke, North Carolina, they're not a part of this. And part of that reasoning was most major programs are looking at this revenue share as, well, we're going to give 75% of this revenue to football players. Another 15% is going to be divided between men's and women's basketball, a higher percentage to men's basketball than women's basketball, and then the other 10% is going to the rest of the athletes. Yeah. If North Carolina follows that, but UConn they're going to say, hey, we're going to put 80% of this into our basketball program. Like, can Duke, Kentucky, and North Carolina compete in terms of basketball by not spending as much money as some of these other programs? Arizona, are they going to go all in on basketball?
I get what you're doing. You're speeding up where this is headed. It just feels like you're putting a boot on the sport's neck because a lot of what people love will die of what you're talking about.
Right, but it's a painful process and it's a slow death. We have been going through this process since 1998 when they went to the BCS system. And by the time we get to the 30-year mark, it'll be 2028. By the time we get to 2030, I believe this is because now we're seeing conference expansion. We've seen Nebraska come into the Big Ten, Penn State come into the Big Ten. We've seen all these other teams make that conversion from lesser conferences in football. They want more money, so they're going to the Big Ten and the SEC.
You make fun of my opinions, and this is tolerated. Signed, Jamar in Westland.
Yeah, well, your opinion talks about the number 2 quarterback for the Detroit Lions.
We'll talk about the Lions end of the hour.
His school, by the way, is included in this. You're welcome, Jamar. Throw you a bone.
Tennessee has a spot. End of the hour, 8:50. We're going to get into this Lions conversation. We've noticed something. John, you were the first person to really bring this up on the show, that you've noticed something with Lions fans. We're going to do that at 8:50. 8:35, people linking Kevin Durant to the Detroit Pistons. You want to see it? We'll get to that. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, a man driving a semi-truck led police on a 3-day-long chase through more than a dozen cities. Could be the longest police chase ever. So this chase started on Saturday in Dearborn, ended at Eastern Market on Monday. Sources say that this driver is accused of breaking into an ex's home in Dearborn. This was on Saturday morning, and then when police arrived, he jumped in his semi-truck, took off, led police on a chase. They had to call the chase off because of safety concerns, right? Well, the next day, Sunday, the truck was spotted again, which led to another pursuit. It went through Warren, Garden City, other cities, again, called off for safety reasons. Then the driver was finally tracked down on Monday, was arrested, and is expected to be arraigned on various felony charges.
No kidding.
Yeah. 3 students who survived the Michigan State University shooting have been awarded nearly $30 million in settlements. So back in February of 2023, 8 people were shot, 3 fatally by this gunman who opened fire at the university before ultimately turning the gun on himself. One student who suffered severe brain injuries was awarded $14.2 million in the settlement. Another student who suffered a gunshot wound to the chest received a $2.5 million settlement. And then the third survivor, who was paralyzed from the chest down, reached a $13 million settlement, as well as getting tuition, room and board waived, plus health insurance coverage as he completes his degrees and graduate degrees at the university as well. Justin Baldoni just lost big time in his legal war against Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, and the New York Times because all of his claims against them thrown out by a judge.
It was his countersuit, right?
It was his countersuit. Yeah. So she filed the original lawsuit against him, basically accusing him of sexual harassment, starting a smear campaign against her. And then he did this big countersuit, $400 million countersuit against her and Ryan Reynolds. And then there was also a $250 million suit, a defamation suit against the New York Times. All thrown out. So big loss on his end, a big win on Blake Lively's end.
Yeah, now it just means his claims were false. It doesn't validate her original suit at all.
No, this is all.
So it's still ongoing.
It's still, it's not over.
Yeah.
The thing's not done yet, but yeah.
It's a mess.
Yep. This is a little scary. An invasive species of stinging Asian needle ants has been slowly spreading across the U.S. Last year, at least 3 cases of life-threatening anaphylactic reactions were reported in Georgia, making this very little insect a big growing problem. So these nasty ants, they say, will reach their yearly peak numbers in July and August, but it's actually really hard to find them because they're very small and they kind of, they stay hidden. They don't want you to touch them. But if you're like reaching in to move maybe some old, like a pile of wood that you have in the backyard, they could be there. And if you disturb them, they could bite you. And experts say that a sting is like inserting a needle directly into your flesh.
Are they in Michigan?
I don't know.
Okay, be on the lookout anyway.
But they're going to be across the U.S.
So if you're traveling this summer,
they're in at least 20 states,
okay,
right? They're all over. And researchers say the spread of these ants shouldn't be ignored because they could be life-threatening. So
wait, what do you mean life-threatening? You said it's like a needle in your flesh.
Yeah, but if you have a reaction, an anaphylactic, you could die. I mean, they could kill you.
So this is kind of like the murder hornets we were promised.
Kind of. Murder ants.
All right.
Isn't that the truth? Jelly Roll has really made a weight loss transformation, but his wife is reminding all of his fans that he was handsome even before he dropped all of these pounds, right? So there's people who are taking notice that, wow, he's dropping 100 pounds. You're looking real handsome. And she's like, hold up. I've been saying this forever, that my husband has always looked this handsome. And now you're just looking at him? She's backing him up. She's just saying he's always been a good looking guy. Even before dropping all this weight.
And he didn't use
Oh, no, he says he didn't use Ozempic.
So we don't know if he got the benefits.
We don't know that.
Yeah.
His wife would know.
She says he's just great no matter what.
Yep.
I wonder if... I don't know obviously the history of their relationship. You could look it up, how long they've been together. But did he have the tattoos on his face when they originally met? I don't know, because that obviously changes the appearance of an individual as well.
Again, questions I don't know the answers to.
Mm-hmm. No,
I want to say yes, but I don't know when he got those tattoos or when they started dating. So I don't know. According to a new report, the average American only gets 9.5 hours to themselves every month, which is...
seems like a lot, actually.
Does it?
You're not counting hours of sleep.
So that's 570 minutes, which breaks down to about 2 hours and 20 minutes per week, or about 20 minutes per day.
Yeah.
That's not a lot.
Yeah, I mean, so what are they classifying as time to yourself?
So not sleeping, not driving to work, not
just
cooking, cleaning,
time where you are
just
you.
Just Goose Fraba.
Not much. Just
anger
what?
management. Goose Fraba.
I don't know that.
Anger management? Oh.
I don't know
about John.
Yeah.
I don't know about this.
I need more time to myself.
Anyway, though, it says that the average American would pay over $2,000 for a totally free day, and parents would pay even more, over $3,000, close to $4,000 to have a full day to themselves. And we'd pay $340 for 1 extra hour of sleep. I could have paid that today.
Sleep is not the thing for me, and it's part of why I still get up early on the weekends, because that's usually that time where I'm awake early on the weekends before anybody else wakes up. That is
your free
my time to myself.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, a couple national media types throwing around Durant to the Pistons. We'll address it next, 97.1.
FanDuel is giving you even more reasons to love home runs every single Tuesday during the Major League Baseball season, because with Dinger Tuesdays, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means you get to bet on a moonshot. You can take your winnings to an entirely new level. So whether it's a big blast or somebody goes opposite field, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit and gear up to go yard all season long. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to claim your Dinger Tuesday profit boost and make every moment more with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, end of the hour into 9 o'clock, we're going to talk about the Detroit Lions. observation we've had, and John really deserves the credit for this. He noticed it, and I think he wants to shake some sense into Lions fans. We'll do that at 8:50. We have some audio, and we want to have a brief conversation. We want to address this Kevin Durant to the Detroit Pistons conversation. It was started by the national media. It was started by Stephen A. Smith. He ranked his top 5 destinations for Kevin Durant, and he put the Pistons at number 4. Kevin Durant, who is 36 years old, will be 37 in September, and has 1 year left on his deal. Well, okay, he is a future Hall of Famer. He can shoot the ball. Pistons need some shooting in the front court. But what would it cost? And this is Zach Lowe from The Ringer. How about no?
No, okay. If you want to make some noise in the playoffs, what does that even mean? Making some noise in the playoffs? Do you win a playoff series? Because I don't think Kevin Durant is the final piece of the puzzle that gets you an NBA championship.
So I'm shedding all the young pieces I could use in a real trade / the young places I could use to grow organically to take a 1 year shot with Kevin Durant where I'm probably not winning the title.
Yeah, because then what happens the year after? Because you don't have those young players anymore. You don't have that capital to trade for somebody that could actually be playing for more than just a year.
No, and then you probably have to extend him on the max as he then ages into his 40s, and Cade does not have a long-term running mate.
No.
I'm a no, and this may be a surprise because I'm the guy that says, go get Bregman, go get Trey Hendrickson, go get Mitch Marner, go get the big piece. This isn't the big piece, and it doesn't fit the timeline. It doesn't make any sense for the Pistons to give up firsts and young players, plural, to bring Kevin Durant to Detroit.
No, this is where you make a ridiculous offer, right? And it's because it's a 1 year deal. Like you give them something you know they're going to turn down.
I give you Tobias Harris a first and
heck,
Fontecchio.
I'll give you 2 firsts. All right, because I don't really care about the NBA draft picks. You're not going to be picking in the lottery, and it's. Can you find some value in some of those picks? Sure, I get that, and you're going to continue to grow.
I'm not saying keep them because I want to use them for draft picks. I'm saying keep them because they may be fodder in a bigger, more impactful trade. I'm not giving up multiple firsts for a 1 year rental of Kevin Durant. And even if you told me I'm extending him, I'm getting a guy who will be extended at 38, 39, and 40 on a team it feels like has a completely different window timeline than that.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, so if you extend him, let's just say this plays out, and you extend him on a max contract, and then in a year's time, he doesn't feel like he wants to be in Detroit anymore. I mean, he's had those feelings before, and now you're left with a guy that you can't sell to anyone because he's going to be 38 or 39.
Kevin Durant's career, how many teams would this be now? He's going to get traded this offseason. He played for the Thunder, Golden State, Brooklyn, Phoenix. This will be his 5th team.
Yeah.
And the only one that they really had the ultimate success while you'd be trading for Kevin Durant was when he joined a 73-win Golden State Warriors team.
Right.
And I don't mean that to tell you Kevin Durant's not a great player or a Hall of Fame player, but it's not like I'm trading for him and I'm guaranteed a title. I mean, plenty of teams have tried to do that, haven't seen that work out.
Yeah. No, this is a no-go. I don't even think that I would anticipate, unless Trajan Langdon wants to make some ridiculous offer that is completely lowballing him, and they just want to get rid of him.
If he desperately wanted to be in Detroit so bad that he forced his way here and we had to give up very little,
then
sure.
I would, I would entertain it. But
it sounds like that's
giving
not
anything up of value.
No, and other national media are whispering about Durant. It seems like there's going to be a Houston push or a San Antonio push. We're not getting Durant, and I don't think it makes sense. But if it interests you, you want to push for it, you want to make the case, 248-539-9797. But I'd imagine most of the traders are with us. Either you're looking for a bigger target than Durant, or you're just going to run back your same unit.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even the one on the Suns that anybody wants.
Right.
Like, we all know who that guy is.
Right. If I'm calling the Suns up to make a deal.
Yeah, it's hey, what is it going to take to get Booker here in Detroit? And they'll probably say, well, you don't have the draft capital, but we'll send KD your way. And that's when you say, okay, well, we'll give you a first for him.
and then the conversation ends.
Yeah, but that's, again,
That's fine.
you're not willing to give up anything for him. If they're willing to just get rid of him, then so be it. But then it doesn't even work out in terms of pay and how what you're, like the salary that you got to trade to get him. Like it just, there's nothing in that works out.
Texter says, I wouldn't even trade Durant for Ivy straight up. There's no upside to Durant. He's 37 years old.
That's my point.
Ticket Texter says, Durant is not even what we need. I want us to bring in Miles Turner or a good big. I've been hearing rumors about Lauri Markkanen and wouldn't be upset about that move.
Well, I'm not going to sit there and say he's not what you need. His skill set is what you need.
Yeah, that's another texter says he's a good basketball fit, but trade price doesn't make any sense, and I wouldn't do it because of his fit in the locker room.
Right.
To hell with Kevin Durant. He's an old man, and he's a fall-away jumper from another blown knee, ankle, or Achilles. Then what do? Half the team on a player like that, or half the salary on a player like that? No, thank you.
Yeah.
I never got the attraction to Durant. He hasn't been good since OKC. He's overrated, and he has not shown he's the leader or the type of guy to put a team on his back soft.
Well, I mean, he did put the Team USA on his back. But that's the one thing
but
that
you have LeBron and Curry.
Yeah, but he is the one that had the best games, the best moments. He was the one that created the juice on that team.
Oh, look,
but we're talking about the Olympics. We're talking about one time. Mm-hmm. He did not put Golden State on his back. He certainly didn't put Brooklyn on his back. He hasn't put Phoenix on his back. He didn't put OKC on his back.
He's like the one texter who said basketball-wise, like he's a wonderful basketball player in that he is nearly 7 feet tall. He can dribble. He has one of the purest jump shots. Yeah. All of this is very nice, and if it was 5 years ago, this would be a great conversation. The Pistons' timeline is just getting started, and his timeline is just about done.
Yeah.
Let's get to Kyler in Flat Rock. Kyler, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
What's up?
Good.
I'm doing great. Driving to a job site right now. Anyway, besides the point, I want to talk about Kevin Durant.
Okay.
Because I get it. I completely understand what you guys are saying. He's older. And I agree with John. Call, say, hey, I'll give you, or like you said, Jim, give you Tobias Harris, make the money work, and 2 picks. If they maybe push to get him, because he hasn't averaged under 25 points per game on under 50% shooting since his rookie year. He is considered by many, not by me, the greatest scorer of all time. And you guys, not you guys, but a lot of people think he just won't help.
Oh, he would help. It's just what it cost. Is it worth it? He's 37 on a 1-year deal, and I got to give up my young assets to go for it for 1 season with diminishing returns every year after if I extend him at a premium. Like, okay, if this was, like I said, 4 or 5 years ago, or if Cade was 4 or 5 years older and we had kind of stalled out and you know what, it's time to make a push, F it, let's see what we can do. We're not there. The Pistons aren't desperate. This would be a desperate move.
Okay.
In fact, this is a little disrespectful, but someone says this is kind of like the Blake Griffin trade. And it's disrespectful because Durant is much better than Blake Griffin. But Kyler, the thought is I'm trading for a guy past his prime to prop up a team to a level that they're not going to win anything.
Okay, now I understand. I understand that point a little bit. The Blake Griffin comparison is a little crazy, but I understand it. But I do want to say this, and then I'll let you guys go. When he tore his Achilles at 33, 32, everybody probably thought the same thing. He's gonna not come back. He's not gonna be as good as he was, and he came back maybe better, averaging like 30 points in Brooklyn. So I don't know. I'll let you guys go. I appreciate your time.
He's had with a couple injuries. I think he had like a foot issue earlier in his career, and then the Achilles when he was 30, 31 years old. I mean, that hurts all your explosiveness. And to his credit, he's a great basketball player. He's been an all-star, MVP votes in that time. But you know when that was? That was 2019, 2020.
Right.
We're about to enter the 25-26 season. Like I said, 5 years ago, roll the dice on it. Not now.
No, and because it's what you have to give up, and it's what the NBA says you have to give up, because you can't just trade a first-round pick for Kevin Durant. It doesn't follow the formula for an NBA trade. And I'm not giving up what it would take to get to that salary to be able to acquire Kevin Durant.
Texter says, now apply your reasoning to Hendrickson and the Lions. Well, no, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, it's apples to oranges.
If the Pistons were in the Eastern Finals last year, this is a different conversation. The Tigers are playing for a World Series, which is why we bring up Bregman, and the Lions are chasing down a championship, which is why Hendrickson comes up. We know it costs a lot. We're more willing to pay that because the timeline makes more sense.
Yeah, and if it's just simply to make some noise in the playoffs,
that's stupid.
Yeah, it's not about making noise in the playoffs. It's about who can you add to get to the Eastern Conference Finals next year, because the Eastern Conference is wide open. Jason Tatum is probably not going to play next year. Boston's not going to be the same.
But I'm not selling out for a one-year window.
Right.
I'm playing the longer game with Cade. I want multiple bites at the apple with a player who's just scratching the surface and a team that's not there. They're not on the edge of a championship.
No.
Texter says it's not the Griffin trade, it's the Iverson trade. Sure. Insert older
superstar
player who's not going to lift you high enough to get where you need to get to. We'll talk about the Lions coming up next because, John, you have this observation and you want to speak directly to the Lions fan base. We'll do it next, 97.1.
Hey, guys, it's Heather. So Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation to active military members and veterans, like rolling out the red carpet, providing a personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. Well, at Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military discounts. That's why they're giving military and veteran families mobile plans with the military discount starting at just $25 per line per month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus a 3-year price lock guarantee, excluding taxes and fees. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration. Visit your local Detroit Verizon store to learn more. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. $30 per line per month for 4 lines, less $20 account discount. Autopay and paper-free billing required. For unlimited welcome plan in times of congestion, your data could be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
All right, we have this conversation we want to have with Lions fans about the hangover because it's a thing, and it's more noticeable than when they lost the NFC title game. John, we've been meaning to have this conversation.
Yeah, and there's a huge hangover from last year. And the question is, we asked it a week after the season, which loss hurt you more? Was it the NFC Championship game where you lost to San Francisco, you had a 17-point lead going into the second half, you were moments away. You felt you were going to the Super Bowl.
Dreaming of the Super Bowl.
Have never even been there, let alone win one, and that was, obviously, it was hurtful.
Blink of an eye, it's gone.
But the question a week after the season was, which one hurt you more? That loss or the loss to Washington, where you earned the number 1 seed, you lost at home, and it was a season where so many different injuries had impacted the season. It impacted the playoffs. Ultimately, it wasn't the injuries that cost you that game. It was the offense's performance. But that's part of it. And there has been this thing that's been irritating me. It's the hangover from last season. And it complicating matters and every time you have a hangover, right, any little thing makes it feel even worse. You lose coordinators, makes you feel a little bit worse. It's the unknown. You lose your starting center to retirement. It kind of makes you feel a little bit worse.
That's a head-pounding situation.
Amon-Ra St. Brown comes out and says he just had knee surgery. Should be fine. All of these different things, right? But there's always got to be a cure. We had talked about the edge. Zidarius Smith last night. We've talked about him as a part of this edge combination opposite Aiden Hutchinson. They acquired him at the trade deadline. They released him because of his contract. At the BET Awards last night, I'm going to read you some quotes, and maybe this is the cure to the hangover. Zidarius Smith was asked about where he wants to be. He said, "We both know where I want to be. Hopefully I can get back to Detroit because the coaching staff and everybody in the front office are great. When I'm there, I feel like a leader, and like I can influence the young guys and do great things. Hopefully, I can get back to where I want to be in Detroit." And he continues, regarding playing with Aiden Hutchinson, "I'm still a veteran. He's still a young guy. I can help him with a lot of things. He's already great, but as a player, there are some tools that I know that I can help him with, and there are some things as a young guy that he can help me with as well." And his last quote, and I think this one actually might be the most important other than the fact that he says he wants to be in Detroit. "I'm going into year 11. As a veteran, a championship is the only thing that I'm missing. I did the sacks, All-Pro, Pro Bowl, so it's really just me getting a ring now and winning a championship." So if he feels like he wants to be in Detroit for all those different reasons, and he is chasing a ring, Detroit is where he wants to be, he believes that this is a team that can win a Super Bowl.
Your move, Brad.
Here's your hangover elixir.
I know you don't need another edge rusher, and we're all a bunch of idiots, but this makes all the sense in the world. Sounds like he'd come back here and take a bit of a discount. This is the last chapter in his career. It's the place he wants to be. He thinks he can win a Super Bowl.
If you're going to publicly say that,
that's headline stuff.
You are admitting to the franchise that, okay, I understand why you cut me. It was a salary issue.
Yeah.
You've been able to get a little bit of that salary back because your center retired. I'm willing to take less because I'm chasing a championship. I'm not chasing sacks because Aiden Hutchinson is going to get a bunch of those.
Of course.
I'm not chasing Pro Bowls, All-Pro. I know I'm old, 11-year veteran. The thing I don't have is a championship ring.
That's all the things you want to hear. I know I'm not the number one. I want to help the other players. I can help. I'm still polished. I want to win. That's my biggest priority, and I want to win in Detroit. I mean, it's like a love letter to Brad Holmes. Write him back.
Pick up the phone. And
rekindle this relationship.
When you're saying this, it sounds to me like some of those conversations have already been happening. We've kind of assumed that they've been happening. We've assumed that since he hasn't signed anywhere else, that maybe he is holding out for Detroit, that he's hoping that this will happen. He has publicly said, I want to be in Detroit. I want to play opposite Aiden Hutchinson. I want a championship ring.
Yeah, these quotes are in USA Today, and the story just this morning, because he said this last night, just crossed our desk, so we throw it out to you guys. I mean, it's part of this conversation, this hangover conversation. Because you've noticed it. I've noticed it.
Yeah, I've noticed it. It is really hard for Detroit Lions fans to get over last season. And we know all of the things going into that final game that were playing a factor. It was the injuries on defense. And we've heard some people say, well, if they were healthy, they would have beat Washington. If they were healthy, they would have beat the Eagles.
I don't know about that.
We don't know any of that stuff. What we do know is that it feels like the 15 wins, like they overachieved because of the injuries. Mm-hmm. And again, in the loss to Washington, it wasn't the injuries that cost them that game. It was the strength of the team, the offense, that cost them that game.
And now there's questions about the strength of the offense, of the team, the offense coming into this season. It's so interesting because losing in the NFC title game is more painful. You're up 17-0, dreaming of the Super Bowl, dominating, having your way with the San Francisco 49ers, a changing of the guard, a passing of the torch. This is your moment, and it's gone in the blink, and it's painful. But what we've noticed this offseason is the lingering effect of the Washington game is more pronounced. When they lost to the Niners, the idea was we're just getting started. Mm-hmm. When they lost to the Commanders, it was, oh no.
Yeah.
This is the reality check. We're supposed to win by double digits. That was the spread. That was us in the stupid disco gear. That's what was supposed to happen with the injuries. They were going to beat and batter Washington, and they lost. Now you throw in all the adversity. You lose the linchpin, the center of your offense. You lose 2 coordinators, and maybe you could survive them if your line stays great, but I don't know if the line stays great. Goff got exposed in a big playoff game. Now those doubts creep back into your mind. Yeah. The schedule's tougher. And John, as we bring up a hangover, one of the best cures of a hangover, hair of the dog, you got to get back to it. Until they play a playoff game, there's going to be a lot of people where that lingers. They won 15 games last year. If they go out and win 13, 14, 15 this year, it's still going to be met with but
what are you going to do when it matters most?
So you guys let us know. Are you experiencing this Lions hangover? And hangover cures.
Yeah.
Is Zidarius the cure?
Could be.
Is it pickle juice? I don't know. You can give us some real hangover cures too. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. D1 universities are adjusting to the House settlement put into place last Friday. Michigan Athletic Director Warren Manuel sent a letter addressed to fans, alumni, and supporters, noting the financial impact on the department. U of M is now faced with a deficit of around $27 million for the upcoming season. They've been able to lower that to $15 million through university financing, budget cuts, travel policies, and not filling vacated positions within the department. Former Lions D lineman Cedarius Smith told USA Today that he's interested in a reunion. Quote, "We both know where I want to be. Hopefully I can get back to Detroit because the coaching staff and everybody in the front office are great. When I'm there, I feel like a leader, and I feel like I can influence the young guys and do great things. Hopefully I can get back to where I want to be in Detroit." End quote. The Tigers enjoyed a night off. They have the Orioles for 3 games coming up tonight at 6:35. Baltimore struggled mildly out of the gate, but has looked better lately, losing just 3 games in their last 10. They're coming off a series loss versus the A's, however. The Great Lakes Invitational has released their slate for the 59th year. It'll once again be played at Van Andel Arena in Grand Rapids. The dates, December 28th and 29th, featuring Michigan Tech, MSU, Miami, and Ferris State. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Worst drinking night of your life. You wake up, your head's pounding.
Oh.
It's a hangover.
Every little thing, whether it's just a little bit of light coming through the window, make it stop. Any noise, make it stop.
Why is the room still spinning?
It's that good time you had.
Yeah, well, that good time you
15 wins
had.
is a good time.
It's a good time, but they lost their first playoff game. We're talking about the Lions hangover. We've noticed this. The NFC title game, that loss was painful, but you put one step in front of the other, and you felt like, oh, we're going to get better from this. We're on the doorstep of a championship. Mm-hmm. You win 15 games. Life's good. Last year's playoff game hit this city like a freight train, and I don't know if people are over it yet. And it's because you felt like, wow, we have some work to do, more than we realized. And I don't think it's just getting healthy, losing coordinators, losing Frank Ragnau, some Jared Goff doubt that creeps back in. We have a full-blown hangover in the city of Detroit right now.
Yeah, and even at that time, a week after the season, I said, and I still stand by it, that the loss in the NFC Championship game to me was worse and harder to get over than losing to Washington last year. It was very dramatic. And recency bias would tell you that's the one that hurts the most. But it's easier for me to get over it because, and this is not just, there's no one answer that cures everything that ailed the team in that game. But I look at Jared Goff, and do I believe that he is more of the quarterback that took them to the NFC Championship game, that played well enough to win that game, and over 2 years played as a top 5, I'm not calling him a top 5 quarterback, played as a top 5 quarterback.
Got MVP consideration.
In the consideration for MVP voting last year versus a bad game.
No, but I think the fear is the thing that would cause Jared Goff to have more bad games would be the crumbling of your offensive line that is no longer top 5. That coupled with the reality of nothing they do in the regular season is going to be good enough. It's all going to be, but the hangover cure is in January.
Right, but that's where this organization is right now. That's where the fan base is right now, is you expect them to be a playoff team. You expect them to win the division. Now it's a matter of we got to go through 17 games just to get back to square one, versus it felt like in the last couple of years, square one was starting a season off with Kansas City and getting a win. Then all of a sudden you generate a little bit more excitement. Everything seems to be going in the right direction. And then last year it was a little bit of a slower start because you had, the week 2 loss to Tampa. But it was a build-up all season long, and then it was a complete letdown in the playoffs. Now it's, there'll be a build-up all season long, and it's about getting to the playoffs, but everybody believes it's still a playoff team. But until you get there, until you play a playoff game, you can't put anything that happened behind you.
Right, hair of the dog. Until you get back on the wagon, until you play another playoff game. Do you guys feel this hangover, whether it's you personally or the people in your life? Like, we noticed right after the season, people were quick to put their Lions gear away. And it feels like this offseason has lingered. A texter puts it well. From the embarrassment in the playoffs, a disappointing offseason where we stand pat or got worse with the Frank retirement, everyone else in the division perceived to get better, the uncertainty over next year, the hangover is not going away anytime soon.
And to that I say yes, maybe the offense isn't going to be the offense of last year, at least to start the season. There is a great mystery about what the interior offensive line is going to be, how productive they'll be, how dominant they could or will not be. But defensively, and again, it's not a blanket answer to say if Aiden Hutchinson plays more than 5 games, if he's back on the field, will this be a better defense?
Yeah, I feel like we've had this conversation before, and I feel like you have this sense that you want to, like, whether it's me or the,
I want to shake people out of it.
Hey,
yeah, like this,
wake up!
And I know Lee McNeil's not going to be better, not going to be back until probably Thanksgiving. Rodrigo probably won't be back until around the same time. But Derek Barnes will be there. You did draft in the first round Tyleik Williams. He is going to be a part of that. DJ Reed will be there. Levi Onwuzurike, who they re-signed, who by the numbers, maybe not by perception, but by numbers had his best year last year, and they're expecting him to be even better this year. He's going to get opportunity, but this is a team. Alex Anzalone, and I know he's going through a little contract thing right now, but he will be on this roster. He will be a part of this team this year, no matter what happens. He'll be healthy, not recovering from an arm surgery. Jack Campbell in year 3, Brian Branch in year 3, Kirby Joseph coming off a Pro Bowl, an all-pro season. Like, there are some things. DJ Reed is going to be good for this team. Terrion Arnold in year 2. Like, I keep going through all of these things, and I think, yes, this defense, even though it's not going to have Aaron Glenn, is going to be better than it was at the back half of last year.
I know. This is a damn good football team. I know it. I don't doubt that, John. Like, I know as you're trying to shake the sense into a little bit of me, I know they're a good team. My issue is, are they winning a Super Bowl without a dominant offensive line? And that's where the hangover lingers. And I'm not going to get my answer against the Kansas City Chiefs in the regular season. I'm not going to get my answer even against the Philadelphia Eagles in the regular season. I'm only going to get my answer in January, whether they built through Hank Fraley's hard work and young players they've drafted, whether or not it crystallizes to win the Super Bowl. Because, John, I've seen 15 regular season wins. If they go in to the playoffs, I still got to see them get over the hump. Last year's painful, and that part of the hangover lingers. Even if they add Cedarius Smith, who, if people are hopping in their cars, some great quotes from him last night at the BET Awards. I want to be in Detroit. All that matters is a championship. Even if they add Cedarius Smith, I'll be happy. We'll come in and do that show. We'll go, finally got that edge for Aiden. Still need to see it in the playoffs. That's the era we've entered in for Lions football.
Right, and that's where it'll eventually be either cured or exacerbated. But
you're on a bender.
Along the way, you will play in Baltimore. You will play in Cincinnati. You will play Kansas City. You're going to play some really good teams. And when you look at those good teams, you're not going to get your playoff answer, but you'll get the picture of what this team is and will become clearer.
You could build confidence in the regular season. I certainly would rather them do that than the alternative. I want to win the division. I want to have the best record in the NFC. I'd rather have a bye. I know it didn't work out last year, but one less game you got to play in a gauntlet, a grueling NFL season. I still want as many wins as I can. I want to feel good about my team going into the playoff, but it is this bugaboo they got to get over.
Is if Zidarius is signed, whether it's now or and this is where I know you and I have both differed. Well, he's not on the roster now, so you still have this panic on the edge. Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes have both said roster acquisition, player acquisition is going to happen all the way up until training camp. And I will even caution you and say if Zidarius Smith is not on the Detroit Lions roster at the start of training camp, doesn't mean that he won't be a part of this roster by the second or third week. It may be a situation where he says, I just don't want to sign because I don't want to go through that, especially since we're having an extra week of training camp. Maybe I just want to come in the third week of training camp. All of a sudden he arrives. There's this the red carpet is rolled out by the fans. Like it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's all there. So I caution people, even though Zidarius Smith has said this, doesn't mean he's going to be signed later today.
No,
or even in the month of June, July, or at the beginning of August.
No, but it's got to get done. Like the guy's openly begging to come back to Detroit. That comes with, hey, I'm going to have to take less money. He didn't say that part. That's the quiet part not said out loud. And for Brad, I know he has said, why would anybody ask me about Edge? He makes you a better football team. As a texter puts it, he's our ibuprofen, jug of water, and a sausage egg McMuffin. He's our hangover cure, David Saginaw.
I'm a big fan of the greasy breakfast sandwich.
Is that the best hangover cure?
It is for me. It is a greasy breakfast. And especially if you don't have the energy, you don't have the want to make it yourself, head over to Mickey D's. They'll make you feel better.
It is. It's something about like their hash brown or any like greasy hash brown. You throw a piece of sausage or bacon. Ideally, you're cooking the potato in the fat from the sausage or the bacon.
Yeah. Ideally,
it's sticky, greasy, everything you need the next morning.
It's bacon.
Sure.
It's sausage.
All.
And all of the juices that are created by them, you then fry your eggs in that. And that soaks up a little bit of that flavor, a little bit of that juice, and then you throw those on top of the sausage and bacon you already have, and then you throw your potatoes in there to make sure you don't waste not, want not. You don't waste any of that beautiful juice, and then you partake of all of it. That is the perfect hangover cure.
Speaking from experience, what's the worst hangover you've had?
Oh, man. There's been a couple of dandies.
You?
Yeah, well, yeah. The worst one I had was in college, thinking that we were going to have a quote-unquote easy workout the following day. Me and some buddies went out and...
You're a good guy. You wouldn't go out and get hammered.
Yeah, this is an off-season workout. So we came in the next morning thinking we were going to breeze through this workout, and Mike Gettleson had different ideas. And for 2 hours, he sweated every ounce of alcohol we had out of us. By the time it was all said and done, it was miserable, but the time it was all said and done, felt great. A little tired, but felt great.
Sweat it out. Greasy breakfast sandwich. We got pickle juice on the ticket text. Drink, hydrate the night before. Hangover remedies, but more specifically, we're talking Lions football. 248-539-9797. Do you buy any of this? Go ahead.
How much better would you feel right now, still having the hangover, if by 5 o'clock today, Zidarius Smith was a Detroit Lion?
I'd feel better. I'd still be hungover. Does that make sense?
No.
No? I know you're completely over it. Last year is done. There's no real concerns for John. It's all going to be okay.
No, there's concerns.
Well, then that's part of the hangovers, the lingering feelings.
You have concerns going into every season. What was the concern last year? Defensive back. Would Terrion Arnold be any good? Or Ennis Rakestraw? They went out and invested in the secondary because it was a huge concern. This year, still a concern because Terrion Arnold needs to take steps forward. I think he's going to be better. I don't know how much better. I think Ennis Rakestraw, just being healthy, will be better.
Zidarius will help. We've talked about this. He doesn't play center. You're going to have to try to get one or two extra stops because you're not going to score on a couple extra possessions. Like, you'll feel the loss of Frank Ragnau, so you're going to need a takeaway, a turnover, a key third down sack. Zidarius, whether he gets the sack or opens up an opportunity for Aiden or someone on the interior, can help offset the loss. Yeah. I just don't know if they're winning a Super Bowl if the offensive line isn't elite, given the way this team is built. And maybe they're reimagining the team, and Zidarius can be part of that. But from what I know about Lions football and the blueprint, the offensive line is the most important thing, and that's not getting fixed if Cedarius signs. I'd like the move. I want the move to happen. It doesn't calm all of my nerves or anxiety about it.
I'm reserved in redeclaring my win-loss total because I want to see that interior offensive line in training camp. I want to see them at minicamp. I just want to see how they move, how they're acting, how they're reacting, how they're calling defenses, what type of plays are they calling for this offensive line. Some of that won't be, ironed out until we actually see them in the Hall of Fame game, because we will see that young group in there. But even on Twitch, this is how I feel some are feeling about this year. All is hopeless. No point in even showing up to play this year. Like it feels like I'm getting that sense, like all hope is lost because no coordinators, no interior offensive line, no edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson, Amon-Ra St. Brown coming off surgery, Frank retiring. All of these different things are worsening the hangover for our fan base.
Yeah, I think the cloud that's hanging is because of the questions that are still there. The questions are more significant for a 15-2 team than they were for a 12-5 team.
Because that team was in the NFC title, and it felt like the start of something.
These questions weren't questions last year. 2 coordinators, a center, interior defensive lineman, Lee McNeil.
We weren't questioning the quarterback.
And there is at least some people out there that are wondering. Those are 5 very big things. I think they'll survive the coordinator thing. That's probably the least of my concerns. We don't know how Ragnau is going to play out. So it's just, but at some point you got to let last year go. Like, these are two different. They start to become 2 different things. There's more concerns and questions versus last year lingering.
But don't you understand, if they go out and win 13 or 14 games this year, we're going to be happy on those Mondays, and it's better than the alternative. But it's not going to answer the biggest questions. Mm-hmm. It's almost a frustrating place to be in as a fan. Where can you enjoy a 15-win season, knowing it's a completely different animal in the postseason? That's all that matters now.
Mm-hmm. I think one thing that happened last year, everybody was invested.
Yeah.
Who wasn't invested?
We were all hook, line, and sinker.
Some people were, as it got late December, like, this isn't going to hold up in the playoffs. But everybody was all in. I think people are going to be guarded this year.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, probably. And some of the real hangover cures, be it Pedialyte or Gatorade before you sleep.
Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm. If it's Gatorade, I always got to cut it half with water. It's just too much.
What?
Half water, half Gatorade. Little half and half.
Why? It's too much.
Yeah, I just need more water and a little bit of the electrolytes from the Gatorade. So that's what I do. So I'm just giving you my hangover
I have not heard that.
That's what I do for my children, John.
You split? Yes, well, I am a child.
Cut the Gatorade with water?
I cut all their juice with water.
Yeah.
Too much sugar.
Gatorade 0, no sugar.
Texter says, I didn't have a hangover at all. I closed 3 deals at the Washington game. Signed, Jack and Coke Jerry. Zidarius wants to be in Detroit also for his girlfriend, Cash Doll, not just football.
Oh.
Hey, whatever helps us get him.
Not familiar with her.
No hangover, as I don't have high expectations this season. Losing Jansen alone will hurt the offense. I'm still mad about 2 years ago. It'll be a while before they get that close again. And someone says, y'all are crazy. San Francisco is still the one that hurts them more.
No, I agree.
I agree.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
But the hangover is more pronounced from last year. Phone calls, ticket text, 97.1.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it sure as heck feels personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. He uses the slogan, and I tell you all the time, get David, get paid. It's not just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. If you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com. This worked out well. Yeah. We can only get that just a little earlier. I'm glad you saw it.
That someone tagged me. I wouldn't have seen it. Because you're right. I hate when that happens. It breaks in the last hour of our show. If we don't see it,
what drives me nuts
it's even worse.
Doug will come in here and say, well, we got some breaking Lions news. I'm I'm like, okay, we're the
And he'll hit it for a half hour, reset it, do it again. Mike and Rico will do 2 hours on it, and then we'll come in the next day and go, hey, did you hear the news?
Right. Well, and so this is not a shot at Doug. I don't want to sound.
No. I was an alcoholic for many years, and I've tried everything. The one thing that worked best, chug at least 16 ounces of orange juice. Mind-blowing how well it works. Signed, Alex. Talking hangovers, both real and sports variety. The Lions hangover's a real thing. John, you've observed it. I have too.
Got to go with the expert on that one, I guess.
16 ounces, at least, of orange juice. Is orange juice Cedarius Smith in this analogy? For those that missed the quotes, says, I want to be in Detroit. Spoke at the BET Awards last night, USA Today with the quotes. Wants to be in Detroit. Says he's not chasing stats or all pros. He's chasing a championship. Ticket Texter says, as long as we don't have idiots talking about double digits for the playoffs next season, we'll be just fine. Noted. Fair. We deserve that. The spread was 9.5.
We took the over.
The Eagles won 3 playoff games by double digits last year en route to a Super Bowl. Our bad, guys. Let's get to Edward in Detroit. Edward, what's up?
Good morning, guys. I mean, it's you guys have, reminded us all that through all of the injuries and everything else that happened last year, they were 15-2. They won the division for the second straight year, and they locked down the number 1 seed in the NFC. And I know it doesn't make for a polite conversation, but I'm still on a 2-year hangover because I just have a sense of dread that after watching Goff get outplayed for the second straight playoff loss, that nothing from the quarterback position is really going to change.
Wait. You said second straight playoff loss that he got outplayed. Did he get outplayed against San Francisco?
Absolutely. Not because he didn't play horribly. I said he got outplayed. That Purdy was the difference in the second half. Jared Goff was Jared Goff. Jared Goff is I think probably if we just would have got a good basic Jared Goff performance against Washington, we would have won.
I agree with that.
We know about the 4 turnovers, know about the pick 6. So the NFL has moved past Jared Goff. The Lions have quadrupled down on Goff. Nothing's going to change with Goff. We can't rely on him to save a play, let alone a game.
Well, Edward, you have to protect him, which is my big concern with losing Frank, is you have to protect him. You got to win one way with Jared. It's running the ball, it's play action pass, it's keeping him clean, it's not asking him to extend plays. Noted. I would push back on the NFC title game 2 years ago. Brock Purdy threw 1 touchdown. Jared Goff threw 1 touchdown. Brock Purdy threw an interception. Jared Goff didn't. Jared Goff didn't cause Josh Reynolds to drop a key catch.
I put it right in his hands.
Yeah, and he didn't cause Jahmyr Gibbs to fumble the football.
Yeah, or your defensive back to have the ball go off his face mask into the arms of an awaiting Brandon Ayuk.
And a much smaller detail from that game, Detroit's pass rush couldn't get Purdy down. So if you want to highlight his mobility, fine. But Goff played fine in that game. He played well enough to win the NFC title game. But last year puts the doubt back in people's head because that was a disaster. Let's get to Jeff in Washington Township. Jeff, good morning.
Hey, guys. You know what? I had something to say about that last caller, about Jared Goff. One thing I do have to admit, in the game with Washington, they made a mistake by starting Montgomery. And I don't want to rehash this, but they should have put Gibbs in there and let him run wild in that first quarter. That would have put Washington back on their heels. Goff needs that kind of support. Now, that's not why I called in, but I got 3 points. One, you had the coaches with 1 foot out the door, the coordinators. You got all the injuries that the Lions had, and then of course they had a big target on their back. And if you want to call it a hangover, I'll call it more of a relief that the season was over with, because I think you guys have to agree. I watched those games. It seemed like there was a lot of energy that was every single game they had to come with their best, like their top. And to me, it just like that Washington game was like, like it was like the end of like the season, and they were like, okay, that's the way I felt. I felt it was just a relief that it was over.
You were ready for it to end. See, I don't think most people felt that way. I didn't feel that way.
Mm-mm. Well, in my mind, I didn't want it to happen. But reality is, think about it. They lost their whole defense. They had, I think one of the announcers said, number 42's in the back, defensive back. They had a guy from the practice squad out there playing.
Oh, yeah. Jeff, we knew they were gutted. They were still expected to win that football game, not just by discoing homers in Detroit, but by the National Football League betting markets, most talking heads on national TV and radio. They were supposed to win that game and win that game comfortably.
Yeah, and then they were lost by 14. It was their first double-digit loss in 24 games. It was shocking. You got slapped in the face.
If they had lost to the Eagles down the line, it would have been more understandable. Losing to Washington, that wasn't right.
Yeah, and then the way Washington played the next week against the Eagles.
Yeah, they gave up 50 points. Anyway, we're going to have some college football conversation at the end of the show here. 9:35, college football frozen in time. We'll explain. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Are you ready for some news?
Oh, I'm excited.
Yes.
Let's do it.
There we go.
You may need to be on the lookout because there's a popular exercise equipment, the Bowflex adjustable dumbbells that are sold across the country. I mean, you can buy these things at, you could, Costco, all over different sporting events, sporting goods stores are being recalled because of a risk that the weight plates could dislodge from the handle during use and could obviously pose as an impact hazard. And there's been over 100 reports of injuries of people either breaking their toes because these
it suddenly gets heavier.
These plates are no, because the plates are falling off and falling on your toe. There's been reports of concussions. So I don't know, you're doing a shoulder press, the weight falls off and
hits you in the head.
Abrasions, contusions, all sorts of injuries are happening with these weights. Nearly 4 million dumbbells are involved in this recall.
Oh, wow.
So if you have one, you're advised to stop using it immediately.
What are they again?
Those Bowflex ones where you can change the weight.
Oh, yeah, the select weight ones.
Yeah, you can alternate it and they can
Those
be
awesome.
every
Seems
weight.
like a great idea. Yeah,
It is.
home gyms.
Because then you don't need to have a surplus of different weights. You have it all right there. Anyway, maybe not such a great idea because don't use it. You can actually contact the maker for a refund or a replacement because they're not all impacted by this, but beware, I guess. There were some celebrity sightings in Detroit recently. Mark Wahlberg, you might have seen him. Yeah, he was there at the annual Feldman Automotive Celebrity Golf Outing, which raised over $1.3 million for the Children's Miracle Network, which is pretty incredible. This was the 5th year of the event, which altogether has raised over $6 million for children's hospitals across the Metro Detroit area. During the event, though, he expressed his love for the Lions, and he also said if he were to star in a movie featuring the Lions, about the Lions, he'd want to play Dan Campbell.
Oh, sure. I mean,
he doesn't think
be the star of the show.
Yeah, I don't know if that's why he said that. I think it was more like, well, I couldn't be a player. He said he'd prefer to be the coach.
Not enough special effects to make him a player.
Apparently not.
It is cool how he's not a Detroiter, but has adopted Detroit.
Well, yeah, because he was here doing Transformers in Detroit, and his kind of it really put a stamp in the city for sure. Another celebrity chef Gordon Ramsay spotted in Detroit as well, allegedly filming an episode of his new show, Secret Service, which is basically where he goes to struggling restaurants and brings in a special secret agent and helps revitalize that restaurant. So it sounds like he may have visited several Metro Detroit restaurants, Boodle's restaurant in Madison Heights, Ference's Pizza in Warren as well. And according to the pizzeria, it was closed and now it just reopened today. They say with a freshened up menu, promising customers that they will be wowed by all the new menu items. He also was spotted eating at Grandma Bob's Pizza Spot in Corktown. They shared his full menu of what he ordered. Anyway, spotted all around, celebrity sightings.
Cool.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, this is a fun exercise. College football, we like to complain about it, where it's headed. Realize we've always done this, no matter which era of college football we've been in. There's always a flaw or two or three. It's been an imperfect sport. If we challenged you to freeze college football in time, pick an era. We'll do that next, 97.1. So I didn't think we'd be playing Cher this morning.
Yeah. How old is Cher?
Got to be 70 plus.
She will turn 80. No, wait, she just turned 79. So 80 and
80 next May.
Year, yeah, next May. May 20.
Turn back time. Freeze college football in place. Greg, every once in a while you surprise me. We'll share to wrap up the show. We have a poll question up. Pick your era. John, you want to take a guess what the most popular answer was?
Well, I'm going to go with mine.
It was not yours.
Okay.
And it was not mine. The 4-team playoff was everybody's favorite era of college football.
Well,
it was 36% of people's.
I'm not surprised because I think in large part, I mean, for 8 of those 10 years, you really kind of felt like even though there were 4 teams, that it was really going to come down to 2. And yes, okay, you play 4 and then it comes down to 2. Yeah. But you felt like there were 2 contenders, legitimate national championship contenders. It wasn't until the last couple of years where you felt like, oh, maybe there's 3, maybe there's 4. And then obviously we had the Florida State, issue.
It was always designed, though, with 5 power conferences and 4 spots where you were going to have somebody
left out.
Right. And that felt like a dumb way to set up your sport. Now, expanding to 16 feels silly, which is why I ended up with 12, warts and all. I don't love the inconsistency with the rosters and the portal and NIL and all that stuff, right? But I like that we weren't leaving out deserving teams and we were just playing the games and we get these home sites and you still got to win your conference to get your bye week. But that was actually the least popular answer. People don't like the current model.
Right. But I also think that it's not just the current model. It's all that has changed in college football. It's conference expansion. It's guys opting out. It's NIL. It's the transfer portal. There's a lot going on other than just the college football playoffs.
Some ticket text. Cookies, you got it wrong. Before the BCS, every game was a playoff. Losses matter. Now they don't. For example, Michigan, Ohio State last year. The regular season's just not important anymore. The old system was way better. Yeah, but the issue with the old system where every game mattered, we didn't determine a champion on the field. We let sports writers give John a half national title. I don't like that system.
Well, again, but that's the point is that there's no perfect system at this point. And maybe in terms of determining a national champ, the 4-team was good and the 12-team should, in theory, be better. But there's all of these other things that are going on around college football that is not just determining who is. If the question was, what's the best way to determine a national title? That's a completely different question. But what's the best era of college football? You're going to have, like for me, a lot of it just happens to be that's the era that I grew up in. That's what I cut my teeth on, and I miss all the games being important, and I miss all the players playing in all the games. Like that's just part of me and my age group, of my experience, a young experience of college football.
So is it nostalgia? Is that part of it?
That's part of it.
Okay.
It's always going to be. That's part of college football is nostalgia, history, traditions.
Texter says, I would argue the New Year's Six bowl games mean more now than they did even then, John. He said, now you have teams playing for a national title in the Rose Bowl as opposed to what could be a 2-loss team in a Sugar Bowl or something like that from yesteryear.
Yeah, but and again, so there's no wrong answer in this. It is very much, it could be your age, it could be your experience, it could be, if you're thinking logically, it could just be how do you determine a national title? For me, there's a lot of emotion involved in college football.
Yes.
There's a lot of history, tradition, and the more everything changes, it starts to whittle away at some of those. And some of those are just simply traditions that I like. There might not be a whole lot of people that like them.
Jim is such a juvenile punk. Can't understand what college football used to be. Go back to the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, but you weren't even born. Like
born in 93,
you didn't have that experience.
Yeah, I don't really have memories of Penn State as
an independent.
No. John, you saying pre-BCS, is it your way of saying you would have lost to Nebraska? LOL.
Haha.
No, it's not you saying that?
No.
That's what surprised me. It's just that you would have loved to play them. And in any other iteration of college football since, You would have.
More than likely.
Yeah, more than likely. Texter says...
If they had been able to win in a 14 playoff to set up a national championship game.
Who would the 4 have been?
Oh, God. I don't know.
I don't know if you remember. Greg, you're an encyclopedia. I know we can Google
Tennessee
it.
would have been 1.
Okay.
They would have been 1 of the 4 teams.
Yes.
Probably been 3.
So this would have been pre-bowl.
Gosh, I closed my computer. I don't
okay.
have Greg
Okay,
Palm up,
fine.
man. I'm sorry.
You know, Greg Palm going back to 97?
Woo-hoo, we got further than that, man.
That's terrifying.
We finished 1967 today.
Okay. Taking it back to Bo. Early Bo. Pre-Bo.
Pre-Bo, 1967.
Be curious where Doug ends up landing on this. College football frozen in time.
So going into the bowl games, it was Michigan was 1, Nebraska was 2, Tennessee was 3, Florida State was 4.
So that would have been your 14 playoff. Mm-hmm. And who would you guys have played?
But we would have played Florida State.
Okay. And Nebraska would have faced Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Peyton Manning.
If we didn't get Nebraska against Michigan, you would have had Peyton Manning against Charles Woodson.
Yeah. I mean,
that sounds like a better version of
winner
college football.
And Heisman Trophy runner-up.
See, that's better. Doug, we gave people 4 different eras of college football. We said pre-BCS, BCS, 4-team, and this current 12-team. Which era would you freeze in time forever?
I'd probably go the 2-team, and I think you can make a case for the 4-team, but what did we let it happen 1 year? Like this is, the one we just did, the 12-team. We let it happen 1 year. 1 year. Like what the hell? 1 year.
Yeah.
Didn't let it breathe. Didn't see if we like it. Saw one scenario. Bama got left out. Oh, expand it. Like I don't know.
We're going to see 2 years of it.
This year will be 12. That's true. But I hate to Doug's point.
And I like the
most of these
tweak. I
eras at
like
least are 8
the
to
fact
10
that
years.
they're going to change the seating. So I'm okay with tweaks. But I'm with you. I think we had 10 years with the 14 playoff before we finally made a change. And now part of that was just limited by the contract.
I probably would just say the 4-team, but I feel
That's
like
your favorite era or your favorite way to crown a national champ?
Favorite era.
Both.
And I think it's as time goes by, college football is asking us to like it less. Every single time they make changes, they're asking us to like it less. And as far as the players getting paid, it doesn't bother me, but I think it's the portal has changed, I think, the relationship fans have with teams. Mm-hmm. It used to, one of the great charms was your guys that you watched develop together, and there's none of that anymore. So I don't know.
Gator, how would you answer with 4 eras of college football?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because I think for me it was when you got just down to the Final Four, but and I feel that way probably because I think Michigan State got screwed by that being the last team.
Right.
2013.
I mean, it was probably the best team in the country, and they didn't get a chance to play for a national championship, so that kind of hurts. But my favorite era is going to be pre-BCS because of everybody played.
Yep.
You didn't opt out. You weren't transferring. You stayed at the school you were at. Every bowl game, I heard somebody say, "Oh, bowl games they were meaningless bowl games." No, bowl
Didn't
games
feel like it.
Yeah.
Those bowl games meant. If you went to the game,
Well, now they're playoff games, though.
Yeah.
Now they mean more. You can still win a national title.
I understand what you're asking me, so I'm telling you because there's not one.
There's not one right answer. Yeah, but Jim is going to jump down to your throat and tell you you're wrong.
My answer's the right answer, damn it.
I mean, there's flaws in everything. So it's
that was
that
was the whole point.
That's the biggest flaw in that system, and even is that you're not playing for a championship.
Yeah.
But the biggest flaw with the BCS is that you're letting computers decide.
Yeah.
The biggest flaw with the 4 teams is that you're not getting the best. You may not be getting the best 4 teams, and 12 is probably the best way to determine it. But now you've got the power brokers that are going to try to determine who the field has to be, and I think that's crap. Trying to legislate if you're going to have, well, the Big Ten is going to have 4, and the SEC is going to have 4, at least 4, and then we'll decide. No. What if it's a down year? Because it could very well be a down year. You don't deserve to have 4 unless you deserve to have 4. You can't just mandate it. So it's a work in progress. I agree with you, Jim, that I hope they don't expand beyond 12.
It's going to, though.
It sounds like they will because it's money. So,
anyway, what do you guys got coming up?
Well, we got some Tiger talk, trade deadline talk. We'll react to what Zidarius had to say. Got a question about that. But Gator had a shift last night. He changed last night.
Oh.
We'll get into that right out of the gate.
Intrigued. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Sun's out and shining on a Tuesday. I am Doug Harsh. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Scott, how are you today?
I'm fine.
Yeah.
Fine. Happy that we get to start a day with sun. That's kind of nice.
Yeah, different. A little different.
Who knew?
Yeah.
Sun.
Yeah.
Yay.
How about it?
So I'm happy with that.
Yeah. We are owed a summer of good weather after that terrible spring. But anyway, so what's new? Well, I know something's new, and we'll get to that in a second. Anything exciting last night in the Gator household?
Well, kind of. I mean, but I'm not sure which you want to address.
Well, let's get to right out of the gate. You had he had a change last night, people. You went. Is it true you went from liking and rooting for a team to not?
Yeah.
One fell swoop, one game changed it.
Yeah, it was the Stanley Cup Finals last night. Watching Game 3 in Florida, and I didn't see the whole game. I was following on Twitter, and I was also watching something else that we'll get into later on. But when I saw that there was this big collision with Connor McDavid and knocked him briefly out of the game, and he came back in. But the hit it was an open ice hit. I don't know if it was terribly dirty, but a hit on the best player in the world nonetheless. So I get that there's going to be some sour feelings about that. And then obviously Florida was up to a bigger lead. But then Edmonton just didn't stop. Like the dirty tactics, they kept doing it. And it really bummed me out because I want Edmonton to win. I like Edmonton, and particularly because of Connor McDavid. And it feels like McDavid is even exempt from this because he's not playing, like he's not taking cheap shots at guys. But Edmonton sure was. You know, Corey Perry's out the head hunting, and you got Jake Wallman is just playing like a complete ass. And then the whole water squirting thing. Oh, they took my glove. I'm squirting the water. I didn't know cameras were on me. Whatever. That stuff's just childlike. But what I didn't like is that, you know, Jake Wallman going over and slugging some guy who's already squared off with somebody. You know, it's like third man in stuff, which is crap. And it was just, you know, nonstop bullying that was going on in the third period. And it turned me off so much. And I was so disappointed that Edmonton resorted to that stuff that, yeah, for right now, my allegiance has switched over to I'm fine if Florida wins.
Wow.
With that group of players.
It can't just be a one-off bad night. They reacted poorly. You're done with them.
It might be. And look, it might be. I won't really know until Game 4 and start watching it and see how I feel.
Okay.
But because you know how it works.
Dude, I know.
Sometimes you start watching it.
If you really don't
care.
Like, you're right. If you really don't have a vested interest and your team's not in it and you start watching a game, sometimes you gravitate towards an opponent or you gravitate towards one team or another through just sort of the natural hubris. It happens organically, right? It just, okay, I'm rooting for them or I'm not rooting for them. But right now you think you're turning on Edmonton.
Yeah, I was not happy with what I saw. I was downright pissed. And I was shaking my head at the TV, Doug. I just thought
you're
you guys
disappointed. Are you doing the father thing?
Yeah,
I'm disappointed.
I'm not
in
mad at you. I'm disappointed, which was worse. So it was very disappointing to see them resort to that. And I know it's one game. Let one game get out of hand. Get back for the next game. But for right now, I'm still going to be disappointed until you prove otherwise.
He's holding a grudge.
Yes, a little bit. I mean, it's not a Jim Belushi grudge, but it's. And I don't even know if it's a grudge just yet. It's just a massive disappointment.
Wow. All right. Well, perhaps he will overcome it, but so you're rooting for Brad Marchand.
I'm rooting for Brad Marchand's team at this point. Well, today I am. Like I said, they could drop the puck whenever the next game is, tomorrow night or whenever it is, and I could have completely different feelings about it.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm still sour about it. I'm not happy about it.
There's a good chance he'll do something that you think is low life and cheap and
Marchand?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but he's just one guy.
I was pissed at Edmonton because the game sucked.
Well, yeah, I mean, their best players didn't really show up. Florida plays an agitating style. And then I thought, I forget who it was that said afterwards, it's not that they got under our skin. Yeah, they did. Because you guys lost your stuff for half the game. You just were out there, trying to pick fights and trying to do stuff without really trying to score. So,
Kenny, you're a hockey guy. Do you echo Gator's thoughts? Disappointed in Edmonton?
I couldn't be more, and I'm sorry, Gator, but I couldn't be more the opposite. I feel like this is what you have to do to win a Stanley Cup final series is just be a jerk. And that's how Florida won last year. That's the formula to win playoff series is to be a jerk. And Florida's the king of that. Florida does that frequently. They have Sam Bennett, they have Tkachuk, they have Marchand. They pick these players not just because they are skilled players, but they're also gigantic. Pain in the asses.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being a pain in the ass and just flat out doing dirty stuff that there's no room for. Face washing behind the net, constantly pushing or tugging at somebody is one thing. But when a player is you've already skewered him literally with your stick, and now he's lying on the ice, and then it was Evander Kane that came by and goes and slashes a player, misses his head by inches. That's dirty stuff, and he gets a 10-minute misconduct at the end of the game for it. And very well, if he hits him in the head, that's a game, not only a game misconduct, but it's a match penalty for something like that. That's beyond. That's what bothered me, is that the stuff they were doing was beyond just normal agitation. I get the playoffs are all about your grittiness, your toughness, and what you can withstand mentally with things like that. But this was different. This was we have no shot. Now we're just going to resort to fighting, and we're going to goon it up. And I'm like, come on, you're better than that. You guys are literally better than that. End this game, regroup, come back for game 4, and be better.
No, and I totally understand that. And by the way, I'm not saying it's clean. I'm not saying it's above board. I'm not saying that I agree with the tactics. I just understand where it comes from. Because, look at a guy like Sam Bennett. Guy's a rat. That dude, he's a talented rat, but oftentimes, what were what game 1 and 2? He landed on Stuart Skinner twice, just trying to land on the guy. That to me is completely unacceptable. Yeah, both teams are guilty, is my point.
Yeah, I get that, but I think what I saw from Edmonton last night was taking it a step beyond. It was beyond the normal agitation stuff, which really pissed me off. Evander Kane thing with a slash really pissed me off. I did not like that at all.
Well, we'll see how you feel when game. What I got? Game four. Game 4 coming up. So,
I could completely flip as soon as the puck drops. I mean, because I do want Connor McDavid to hoist the Stanley Cup.
All right, so Tigers open a series at Baltimore. We'll get into that. Coming up as best team in baseball, best record in baseball, back on the field tonight. You'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Let's talk about it straight ahead here on 97.1. Hey, FanDuel is giving you even more reason to love home runs every Tuesday during MLB season, because with Dinger Tuesday, all FanDuel customers get a home run profit boost. That means when you bet on moonshots, you get to take your winnings to new heights. Hitter-friendly park tonight in Baltimore. So whether it's a big blast or an Oppo Taco, FanDuel is your home for betting home runs. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to gear up all season long to go yard. FanDuel.com/Doug. You look at matchups. Lefty, right? It's a lefty pitching for Baltimore. Hitter-friendly park. Is it a torque night? Maybe a torque night. Anyway, we'll see if I do that. America's #1 sportsbook is FanDuel, and it's the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Don't forget to do that. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. still in awe of what's happened with the Tigers and the Orioles. I think we did like probably 10 shows in a row leading up to the trade deadline where all we did was talk about 1 year ago, who from the Orioles could the Tigers get and how could we help them?
Yep.
And it was mostly Flaherty talk. There was some Scooble fantasy mixed in, but that was kind of an extreme. Seemed like it was highly unlikely. But we did all those shows, and 1 year later, Baltimore's terrible. Detroit's has the best record in baseball, and Baltimore's system doesn't rank as high, and Detroit's ranks tops in baseball. How did this happen? And if I were in Baltimore, I'd be going, how the hell did this happen? Now, given they're having a bad year, they might have smoked and mirrored it a little bit with a guy like Santander, who's went and signed a big contract in Toronto, who's done very little. But the bottom line is it's an amazing turnaround, and Detroit heads to a place that I've never been. Have you ever been to Camden Yards?
Yes. It's spectacular.
That's the first time in a long time I've asked you a question that I knew the answer to. But
I went there. It's been a while. It's probably been 20 years.
Yeah.
But it was amazing. We stayed at the Inner Harbor. And it's just a great, that's a whole, that area of Baltimore is great.
Is it?
And you're right there at the waterfront area where we stayed. At the time, they had one of those ESPN zones.
Yeah, I like those places.
It was like a restaurant bar with all the interactive games and stuff. That was fun. Yeah, everything was great. And then you could take a ferry across the water to Fells Point. And that's where they had all these bars and restaurants and stuff like that, and late night pizza, and it was great. And if you stay in the Inner Harbor, it's walking distance to Camden Yards. It's like maybe a total of a mile walk, but it's wonderful. And the ballpark is fantastic. The sight lines are great. You walk down Utah Street, which it's a closed-in street. It's the street that runs in. It's basically behind the outfield wall, and up in front of the warehouse.
In honor of Johnny Utah.
That's right.
Yep.
Which is strange. They're going to honor a guy that played at Ohio State, but they do what they do.
But he was a great, great cop.
He really was. Got his man.
DEA? Was he DEA? Or whatever.
Yeah,
whatever.
FBI thing. Yeah. But there, you walk down that street, and you got the warehouse on one side and the ballpark on the other side. And then as you're looking on the ground, that's where they have all the little plaques set up for any home runs that went over the stands and landed there. And you can walk down there and check them out. There's a Mickey Tettleton one. When he played with the Tigers, he hit a bomb out there. The whole atmosphere was just absolutely fantastic. And it was perfect timing when it went. It was about this time of the year, because I remember it was, so this had to be made, this was a longer time ago. I think this would have been like 1996 maybe, because it was, I believe, the Avalanche were playing in the finals against Florida, actually, with Ed Jovanovski and that team. So it was that
was the Rat team, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, they've all been Rat teams since then, but yeah.
Right.
The Scott Mellenby thing, killing the rat in the dressing room. But it was that 96 season after the Avalanche eliminated the Red Wings, the whole Draper incident and stuff, and to be having all these sports going on was pretty cool. And it was just a great. I think we were there for two or three nights.
Two stadiums I want to get to, and that is that might be number one on the list. I want to get to Seattle because I want to see my nephew pitch.
I want to see that stadium too.
I do. The stadium looks great, and then the other one is I feel like I need to get to Dodger Stadium. Never been to Dodger Stadium. But looking back, it's weird because I don't think of myself as the guy that makes the effort to travel around the country and go to games at every stadium.
Mm-hmm.
But then I start adding them up, and I'm like, God, I've been to a lot of stadiums: San Diego, San Francisco. Been to St. Louis, been to Milwaukee, been to out East Yankee Stadium, been to Fenway Stadium, Fenway Park. I'm just.
You almost went to Miami.
Well, I tried. Kids weren't interested, so we didn't pull the trigger. Been to Arizona Diamondbacks. Thing about Texas is you better go see it quickly because how many years ago did it open? And they'll build another one in the next decade or two because that's what they do in Texas.
I want to see Texas. I wanted to see the old one. I heard that park was great. The ballpark at Arlington.
Yeah.
And then they built the new one right by it. But yeah, there's a bunch of stadiums I'd like to see. Cincinnati is one. I hear that they did a nice job there. I've been to Pittsburgh. PNC Park is great.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't mind seeing Philadelphia's new ballpark, newer ballpark. There's a lot of them out there that I'd like to see.
Pittsburgh. The people that have been to Pittsburgh, I ask you, if you haven't been, it was built in the same era as Comerica by the same architecture firm. And I swear you can tell. It feels now that obviously the skyline, what you're seeing is different.
Yeah.
Yellow bridges, and we got a whale building, but
well, that's the thing, right? That's the scenery.
Yeah. But anyway, the point is,
but they're on the waterfront.
Yeah, it feels like it's Comerica Park. It really does feel like it's Comerica Park. But anyway, we'll see. So anyway, Gibson Long going tonight. If you had said to me that the Tigers were going to have the best team in baseball and would be middle of the season counting on Sawyer Gibson Long, I would say the percent chance of this scenario being real, being the real world, were not high. But sure enough, here's Sawyer Gibson Long, who was, it wasn't a long appearance. It wasn't all great, but there was enough there to think, MJM, right? It's too early to make that call, but I'm intrigued at what Sawyer Gibson Long's bringing to the table.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's until Alex Cobb gets back to pitch, which I don't know if it's going to happen or not. Mm-hmm. Sounds like he's got no arm issues, but it's a hip issue. He's battling through the pain that he's got in his hip, and I don't know when we're going to see him pitch. But in the meantime, here's Gibson Long until somebody else decides to step up in Toledo that they think that they deserve a shot. So, yeah. Let's build off what he did. He only went 3 2/3 his first outing with the Tigers here this year, last week. So, certainly has more.
It'd be intriguing to see if he builds on that. They kept him around for a reason, right? I mean, it's a guy who's basically been shelved for 2 years. They kept him around and they gave him this opportunity for a reason. We'll see if it pays dividends, but I don't have high expectations. I would describe myself as I'm moderately intrigued.
Okay.
Which is far greater than I was 2 weeks ago. I was making fun of the guy in kind of a friendly way. Like, does he even really exist? But so you got him going tonight. You got Casey Mize, and then you got Skubal. Got to love having a Skubal start. Mize needs to get his control back together after his last couple of outings. And they're facing a lefty tonight and then righty. So they'll get probably their preferred outfield for Saturday and Sunday, or I guess not Saturday and Sunday, it's Wednesday and Thursday, where they can go Green, Meadows, Carpenter. So tonight's going to be challenging. I think facing a lefty with Sawyer Gibson Long on the hill, kind of a challenge for this Tiger team. But we'll see. We'll see. What are your overall thoughts on the pitching matchups and the trip to Baltimore?
Anytime you're going to throw Skubal and Mize in a series, I feel like that's an advantage for the Tigers. I would feel better if it was even Flaherty. But, Casey Mize had a little hiccup, but I think I still like what he's done this year. It's hard not to. And Skubal is Skubal. Baltimore still has names on that roster that you're like, oh, I've heard of this guy. These guys are great. They're just not having great years. But they are starting to wake up a little bit. 10-4 in the last 14 games. Is this a team that's all of a sudden they're going to get right? Are they getting right now? And it could be trouble for the Tigers. We'll find out. I still think the Tigers had the advantage. I'd be surprised if they didn't win the series. But that ballpark plays into the Tigers' hands. Playing at Comerica Park, everybody makes such a big deal about the dimensions and stuff. It's a deep ballpark if you hit the ball straight away to center field. But it's fair, I think, in left and right field. Maybe a little less fair as you get to the alleys, but they've lowered that fence, and they tried to make it more fair, and teams are hitting the ball over the fence just fine. When you get to Camden, and it's humid out there, and the ball travels and all that, I think we're going to see a number of home runs by the Tiger hitters in this series.
Just a correction here real quick. On ESPN, I don't actually know what's right. ESPN's website says probable pitchers, Brant Herter. You click on the story, and it says pitching probables, Sawyer Gibson Long. So I'm going to assume... Are they opening with Herter and then coming back with Sawyer Gibson Long? Is that the plan?
Maybe that's the plan. I guess is that maybe just broke soon or lately. Last night I checked it was Gibson Long. So
ESPN lists them both as starters.
So expect to see both players.
Yeah, McCoskey, Detroit News says Herter is going to be the opener, and then Gibson Long is going to come in after that.
All right, well there you go. 248-539-9797. Okay, somebody writing about the Tigers trade deadline needs makes a bold proclamation about this team. Do you agree? We will get to that at 10:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door kind of sluggish? Is it making weird noises? You don't want the weird noise, man. You get weird noises, you better call the right people. That's Precision Garage Door Service. They know exactly what they're going to do. They're going to send out technicians that are experts in their field. They've got a truck all full of tools that they'll need to get the job done. I know this firsthand. They came to my house years ago when I was having problems with my garage doors. They diagnosed the problem, and they fixed it right there on the spot. It was awesome. They were incredibly professional. Gotta love what they do. Give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment at their website at precisiondoormi.com. This way, you schedule the appointment for a time that works for you. That's right. Precision Garage Door Service, they want to work with you. You're not going to just be beholden to a 6-hour window that's at their behest. Oh, no. No, sir. They'll work with you. Give them a call today. Get that garage door fixed right. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule the appointment at precisiondoormi.com.
Okay, so ESPN put together a story today. What all 30 MLB teams must do before the trade deadline. And, I saw this and I'm thinking, okay, I mean, we still got a ways to go. But I'm getting into it a little bit and starting to do a little research and trying to mine. We're doing some mining for potentially available players a month and a half from now. And look, the Tigers, I think that, justifiably should be aggressive. And I think I think they will be aggressive. One of my favorite things is not getting Alex Bregman. It's the pursuit of Alex Bregman. So let's go. That says they're willing to take on some salary. They're looking for a veteran bat. And, as we get closer, well, we'll get into some of the things we've been thinking about. But you put on your show sheet. Sorry, I accidentally turned off my mic. I'm new here. Hi. You put on your show sheet something about buy-in. Fans that haven't bought in yet, is there something you're looking for? Okay? And something that will sell you. So anyway, I read this. The Tigers are listed first in the teams that are arming for October. What they need to do before the deadline. Here's what they write. You tell me if you agree with this. With the Tigers a near cinch to return to the postseason, we're way past wondering if their breakout is real. The Tigers are a better than 50-50 proposition to land the American League's top seed. Do you think of them as a cinch for the postseason? Because I think we're pretty chesty over here from 10 to 2. Do you think of them as a cinch for the postseason? Do you think of them as a better than 50-50 team to land the American League's top seed?
I think they are a cinch. And, as it stands right now, I always get nervous when we're not even halfway through the season.
Right, sure.
A cinch to be the top seed. But I feel like they are the best team in baseball right now, just the way they play overall. But a team like the Yankees has star power that can really change things in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
So I feel way less chesty about that. My 51 would say, okay, 50-50 shot, better 50-50 shot to win it. Yeah, I'll agree with that, but I don't feel great about it. And I'm not comfortable with that question. Am I comfortable with the question, are they going to make the playoffs? Absolutely.
Yeah. So what you wrote on your show sheet today was, will the Tiger doubters only change after a postseason run, or will something allow yourself to buy in at some point? And what would that be? I think that's an interesting question. I don't mind. We'd like to say this is a friendly space, an exchange of ideas. And if you think we're way too confident and way too chesty in this team, that's okay. Is there something that would make you buy in? Is there at some point you go, okay, I surrender to the Tigers potentially, living up to what the most optimistic fans think they are. And that's, it's not to say you're expecting to be wrong. You can say, hey, here's why I haven't gotten there yet. And, this kind of, people talk about, this team and their credibility all over the place. I think that there's nothing wrong with having still concerns, because there's no such thing as a perfect team. You can pick apart any team. You really can. And, as we look at it, there's a reason why we're interested in the trade deadline. It's because, there's stuff that can, and you hope and you think should get better. So anyway, the story goes on to say, by the way, that it's not too early for Detroit to be thinking about an October bullpen that could use a big strikeout arm or two for the high leverage mix. Detroit's bullpen has been very good, but ranks in the bottom 5 in strikeouts, swing and miss, and chase rates. Every team wants that for their bullpen, so the sooner the Tigers jump into the trade mix, the better. Ideally, they'd hit July 31st with as much of their heavy deadline lifting already done as the market will allow. What do you think of that analysis?
Yeah, I think it's wise. I think they're going to go and get bullpen arm or arms. And yes, you want guys that can get the swing and miss, guys that can get out of a jam. And we've seen the Tigers be able to do that. Situationally, they've been very good. And, some pitchers are way better at it than others are. But you absolutely want that guy that can get the swing and miss, get him off balance, and either roll over on a pitch to get the ground ball or just miss it altogether. Everybody wants those guys. And the Tigers have room on their roster and their pitching roster for the improvement. So it's not going to take like getting the next Mariano Rivera on this team. Like, you have guys that are at the last 2 or 3 spots on the pitching roster right now that you can find improvements for. But if you want to make a bigger splash, I'm all about it. Go ahead. Find that closer that's on a bad team that that needs to be moved or whatever, or that special arm that's over there, and make an offer.
In ESPN's projections, their average win total is 99.6. They're in the playoffs on 99.3% of their scenarios, and they win the World Series 15.6% of the time.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, they are very well liked by the folks at the Worldwide Leader. 248-539-9797. So, but they prioritize a bullpen arm. And I, just kind of doing a little digging because I'm like, okay, whatever happened to Alex Lang? He's coming off lat surgery. And he just threw a bullpen session down in Florida. Could he somehow, some way be an answer that is kind of a forgotten man?
Yeah, is he in the mix again in the next month? Mm-hmm. If he's throwing bullpens, I mean, he's probably not too far away from a rehab stint, and you get a couple weeks of the rehab stint, or maybe 3 weeks because bullpen arm. We'll see. But he was obviously a big piece of this team. He has been in the past. But coming off an arm event, although it's not an arm event, it's a lat, but connected to the arm, I guess, adjacent. I think you're always looking to improve. That's something that Scott Harris has said. I'm always looking to improve this roster. And whether it comes from within or if it comes from outside the organization, they do have some options. They do have some swing and miss guys that they've got in their system, but are they ready to come up? I mean, you feel better about it if they went and got somebody from a major league roster that's been here and done that, rather than taking another chance.
Yeah. Another guy people probably forgot, but the Tigers in the offseason did sign a reliever by the name of Jose Urquidy, who was coming off Tommy John with the Houston Astros, and he is a guy that could possibly be in the mix here later in the season. So there are some guys in-house that could basically that are not counted on, probably out of sight, out of mind, forgotten, that could help this team down the stretch. But we'll see. It is Detroit and Baltimore starting tonight in a game you'll hear here on 97.1 The Ticket. They might be looking for more, and as we see that, we will. As I put together a list of some things, some guys they might be going after, or they could be going after a little bit later in the year. Okay. So, Gator, have you noticed of late the cottonwoods?
Yes.
Is it everywhere in Metro Detroit? Because our lawn looks almost like a snowfall right now.
It fortunately it hasn't adhered to my grass, but I noticed it in full force yesterday driving home.
Worse than normal?
Yes, it seemed like worse than normal, and maybe it's just that yesterday was the bad day. I don't know, but I mean, driving home, I love driving with the windows down, sunroof open, the whole bit.
Yep.
Nope, not with that stuff coming in. I put the windows up, turned the air conditioning on, and went home. But it was out there last night.
Kang, have you noticed it on the on northern suburbs?
Absolutely. I don't know how you can live in Metro Detroit or Michigan and not notice it. And to Gator, when you say, is it worse this year? We say that every year because it's terrible every single year. If you go into, let's say, a plaza and there's a corner, you go in the store, they're all gathered into the one corner of the plaza or right in front of the door. You mentioned your grass. They all right to the edge of the grass. They all collect. It's disgusting. They're annoying. And they somehow, if you even have your window cracked a little bit, Gator, I know you like to roll them down a little bit, just a little bit, it will find a way into your car and into your nostril. I don't get it. These things are ridiculous.
Don't want to deal with it.
Okay, we're going to do a 10-text thing right now at 248-539-9797. The question is, this past weekend, what bothered you more, the cottonwoods or the wildfire smoke? There's a lot of complaining about the smoke rolling in from Canada. In our environment, what was worse this past weekend? Cottonwoods floating around, allergies kicking up, or was it the wildfire smoke, which we really started getting calls on Friday, people worried that they'd even play the Tiger game. You tell us which one bothered you more. We'll read the first 10 texts. If you want to give us a reason why, make sure you sign your text. Or apparently the Lord will rain down thunder
There he
upon
goes.
thee. So sign your text, 248-539-9797. We'll get to those answers coming up. It is Carson Anderson. We got to talk about what Zidarius Smith said at the BET Awards last night. Very interesting as it pertains to the Lions. We'll get to that at the 11 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has summer savings, and they're in full swing. Right now, you can lease a new 2026 model year Equinox 2LT for just $349 per month with zero money down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount. Finance through Alley Financial or Dort, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Champ and Chump are posted on our website, 971 The Ticket. And you can check it out by going to that website. It's the top stories on the right side of the page. Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump of the weekend. Go see who the people selected as Champ and Chump. Doug Carson, Scott Anderson. We asked the question before the break with 10 texts, which was worse, the wildfire smoke or the cottonwoods? And here we go. Gene from Shelby says wildfire smoke, headaches, burning eyes. Ryan in Trenton says, holy hell, the cottonwoods are way worse. Cottonwood is outrageously bad over here in Hudsonville on West Michigan. Chase says cottonwood yesterday, wildfire over the weekend. Sarah in Farmington says cottonwood for sure. It's freaking everywhere. Looks worse this year. David Warren says cottonwoods, no problem with the smoke. Peter in a car says the smoke when it was here was definitely worse. Irritated my throat. Brandon in Shelby Township says the cottonwoods, it looked like it snowed in my backyard. From Brad, my buddies and I were golfing at Gateway last weekend. The cottonwoods was awful. Good luck finding your golf ball.
Ooh.
Dan in Westland says definitely the wildfire smoke. Cottonwoods, you're used to them. The wildfire smoke is real bad.
Well, the problem with both of them is that when it's happening, you don't want to be outside for either one of them, right?
Not really. No.
The smoke, with my experience with the smoke and the haze and all that, it does get to the eyes a little bit, and you can taste it in the air.
Mm-hmm.
But the cottonwood it's coming at you.
Yeah.
Like it's a barrage. And you can't really avoid it. Not that you can avoid the smoke, but it's just, do you want to be physically touched by something like that? Or do you want to have the reaction to something that you can't see touching you?
So, yeah, and I'm kind of wondering, I didn't mow Thursday. I'm probably not going to get around to it till this Thursday.
Oh, my.
Yeah. So does the cottonwoods does it disappear when I run over with the mower? Or are they going to fly all over the lawn? I don't know. Kang, you look pissed. You call cottonwoods disgusting.
Oh, yeah. I mean, do you like them? Does anyone like them?
I don't. I thought disgusting was it.
You might have to wear a mask or something, Doug.
Maybe I will.
And it's bad. These wildfires, bad for people with allergies and just are highly sensitive, breathing and things like that. That's not good.
No, I've never had bad allergies.
Really?
No.
You're the one?
But no, well, I will say I'm starting to develop them, I think, because I think it's the cottonwoods. I mean, I'm just like, I'm not happy about this recent development in my life. Been mostly allergy free, but anyway, 248-539-9797. The Major League Baseball put out their 4th of July caps. Have you seen them?
No, I have not.
Okay. They've been tweeted out from our Twitter account at DougAndGator971 if you want to check them out. I'm always intrigued by these things because they basically are one-off, and I always wonder if people buy them. The Father's Day hats. Sometimes you see, the military hats, but the Father's Day caps, which are maybe I sent the wrong link.
No, you got it, but you're going to have to click on another. Once you get to the link, then you have to click another link.
All right, gotcha. Well, you have to search it out. Did you? What do you think of these ones?
I'm trying to see where the Tigers is. Okay, there I see it. These flat brims that we got going.
I'm sure
here.
you can get them a different way.
We're doing the flat brim thing. So
half the majors have red brims.
And half of them have blue.
The Tigers have blue. The hats are all a light blue. And then there is the American flag inside the hat logo.
I like it. I don't love it, but I do like it. I have a light blue Tigers hat for Father's Day that they had years ago. I bought one of those.
Yeah.
But I do like the logo. I used to have a white T-shirt that had that Stars and Stripes Old English D logo, but wore it too many times and it just got disgusting. But I'd love to find it. I love the logo is great. The Old English D with the Stars and Stripes is great. Against the light blue background, it's a good looking hat. I'm just concerned about the brim.
Yeah, we've now tweeted out the correct link So you can link to them. Kang, do you like these hats? You're a hat guy.
They're okay. I always buy the Father's Day hat though.
Do you?
Yeah, but the 4th of July I think is. I don't know if I have a 4th of July one. These are okay though. I mean,
neither of these are really resounding endorsements from you two.
for me, yeah. I mean, I never really buy the 4th of July
This
one.
hat has something I hate.
Let me guess.
Yeah, go for it.
Is it that strip between the brim and the hat portion?
The
little
rope.
roping?
Yeah, I do not like the roping. And what I've discovered is my kids, my college age son, I guess he's out of college now, him and his crew, all his boys, they love the roping. I'm not a fan of the roping, but so I'll probably pass on this cap, but the roping,
the rope's too much for you.
Rope's too much. Well, I mean, to get a fitted Major League Baseball new era cap is like a $50 investment, so you better love it, right?
Yeah. Well, I didn't realize it was 50. That's not happening.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, hats are expensive, man.
Yep.
It can be, and this is an expensive hat. I won't be purchasing this hat.
$47.99.
Yeah,
Come on, man. You got the money. You got that single life.
There are two things. I really don't love fitted hats. And
They are available in the non-flat brim.
And you can always
I can find a
bend the
normal
brim.
Well, I mean, yeah. If you go to the MLB website, they do have them available.
Is
with
there
the
anything
pre-bent brim?
Is there practicality to the rope, or is it just for?
I don't know what the
looks?
rope's even there for. I just think it.
The rope always reminds me of sailing.
Yeah.
Like I.
Right? That's a captain's hat.
Yes, like I just feel like
rolling around in a schooner.
Sailing, I feel like there's a lot of ropes.
Well, anyway, 248-539-9797. You can check out the new MLB 4th of July caps that the Tigers and all the teams in Major League Baseball will be wearing.
Oh, there's a much better looking hat. Now I see. Thank you.
What are you talking about?
Well, it's got the pre-bent rim. It says flat crap.
You can see it if you follow the link at DunGator971. Let's go to Dave. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
How are you guys doing today?
We're good, Dave.
All right, back to the cottonwood versus smoke. For me, it's definitely the cottonwood because I have a pool, and it just gets right on the surface and makes this disgusting slime, and you got to fish it out with a net, not to mention that it jams up the filter, too.
Yeah, I'm going to have that with the I have a pond in the backyard that has a filter in the waterfall, and it's going to get jammed up.
Yeah, good luck cleaning that out.
Yeah, well.
So how long does it take to clean it out, Dave?
Well, like the surface is the worst because you got that net like on the pole, and you got to go back and forth on the surface, and as you scoop it up, it's just this continuous big slime, disgusting. The filter's not so bad because you can backwash it and dump the basket out, but when it's on the surface, it's like just this big slimy. It's just a pain.
That sounds like a pain. You are correct. 248-539-9797.
All right, we're getting texts on the hats, guys.
Yeah.
All right, first of all, first text here. The rope hats are insanely popular amongst the under 30 crowd. There you go, Doug. You're right about that. This guy wrote this in. I have no idea if it's true. The rope is for golf tees?
No. What?
What, stick the tees in your hat?
Well, that's certainly what
Too lazy to put them in your pocket?
That's certainly what Tarek Skubal will need when he's wearing this hat getting the start. That's not. I've never seen anybody use that for that purpose. Have you?
No, I have not.
Dude, but the insanely popular with people under 30? Yep. I own 0 of them. I think my oldest son probably has like 4 or 5 with the rope. It's going to happen to you, under 30 crowd.
What about the, they have a 4th of July hat as well. Have you seen that one?
That's what this is.
Well, you're talking about the blue one. I'm talking, like I said, they're both 4th of July hat. They have a 4th of July that's khaki and black.
Is it a previous year?
Are you talking about it is. I'm sorry, it is. Yeah, 2024. I'm looking at the
that was the one they had last year. Because they have, like, the if you follow the link to MLB, if you go to MLB.com.
2023 one's interesting. It's
yeah,
all
you
red.
can get all the old,
every year they have a new one.
Yep. 248-539-9797. All right, check it out at DunGator971. In the meantime, Zidarius Smith speaking out about Detroit last night. Really interesting. We'll get to that today at 11:08 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Tigers hit the field tonight against the Baltimore Orioles. Kate Povich heads to the mound for Baltimore, who has a 5.11 ERA. He did earn a win in his last start versus the Mariners, allowing just 4 hits. In 5 1/3 innings as well, Tigers voice Dan Dickerson weighs in on Brant Herter getting the opener start tonight. First pitch tonight at 6:35 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Popular sports content creators John Boy Media has formed a partnership with Major League Baseball that will allow the league to integrate their work into the league's digital channels. MLB has purchased a stake in the company as well. According to Jeremy Fowler, Pro Bowl wide receiver Terry McLaurin does not plan to attend minicamp due to a contract dispute. He's not been at OTAs this week either. FanDuel has announced that bettors in Illinois will be charged a 50-cent tax per wager due to the significant increase in the cost of operating in the state. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Okay, we'll get to Zidarius Smith comments in a moment. Let's go to John next on 97.1. Hello, John.
Hello.
Hey.
I'm just calling in. I think the Tigers, they've got a great team, and A.J. Hinch has been doing a great job with what he has. Could you add in more starting pitchers or relievers? Yeah. But then I feel like you had teams of superstars in football and basketball, and they don't pan out. It's a lot of it's got to do with the coaching, and Hinch is doing a great job.
Well, the teams that win the World Series typically have superstar players, more than one, and I'm talking more about position players than I am about pitchers, because the Tigers have one superstar player, and it's Tarek Skubal. But they don't have a superstar player that is in the everyday lineup like some of these other teams would have.
I think people are reading too much into that one.
So hold on. We were just talking about trade deadline stuff. Just to make sure I'm understanding. Is this because you're thinking that they don't need to make a trade, or it's not necessary for them to make a trade?
I'm saying I would like to see a trade to get a bigger bat in there, an everyday bat for third or second or shortstop. But as far as do they have to? I don't think so.
So, we did a Twitter poll. Thank you for the phone call. We did a Twitter poll last week about do they have to make a big move? And at the time, I think it was like 58% of the people said that they had to make a big move. And everybody else, like the other response was, a smaller move or moves is enough. Saying big move is, we got the best team in baseball right now. And best record in baseball. We can debate whether or not they're the best team in baseball. They certainly are getting a lot out of what they have. I wouldn't shy away from a big move, but I don't want them to act desperate either. This isn't hey, we got to keep up with the Joneses. Now, what could happen is somebody else could make a massive move and supplant. We just read the story on ESPN about how they're better than 50-50 to be the favorite to get out of the American, to be the 1 seed. And somebody else could supplant that if they make a big move, right?
They were also less than 1% to make the playoffs last year in I think, early August. So,
yeah.
Numbers are what numbers are. They're just projections. But I do feel very confident this is a playoff team and feel pretty chesty that it's a team that's going to advance far in the playoffs.
Yeah. Like we said.
But I'd like to enhance those chances.
Sure.
By adding to the roster. And this is a team at this point that has plenty to offer. If they wanted to go after a massive fish, they've got all the prospects they need and the prospect capital to give to another team to land a superstar. Or if they just wanted to make a splash, they can do that as well.
Here's what they do have. By continuing to win and continuing to have the best record in the American League and continuing to have this big lead in the division, what they're probably doing is it's solidifying their list of untouchables, right? They could say, no, you can't have Max Clark. No, you can't have McGonigal. Rayner's hurt, but you can't have him.
Right.
You can expand that list maybe even and just say, look, we're so happy with where we are. We're not even thinking about moving these guys. And as long as you keep playing that way, you're less likely to trade one of those guys.
Well, and think about what it would take to get one of those guys. You know, if Arizona says Corbin Carroll's on the trade market, okay, well, then you start thinking about take your pick of one of those guys, but you can't have two or whatever it is that you want to do because Corbin Carroll is an all-star. He's a borderline superstar player, and it would take something like that to get one of those players. But you'd be improving your team significantly for the right now while giving up something for the future.
You're just using that as an example.
I'm just using it as an example because I don't think that they're I don't think Arizona's in the market to trade Corbin Carroll. Yet they're not a very good baseball team, and would they have to think about it? They'd have to think about it because he's already signed to a contract. It's a long contract, and he's an outstanding player. But at the same time, if you could trade that outstanding player and land 3 or 4 players that'll infiltrate your roster in the next couple of years and have a chance at a couple of superstars there, then you think about it. But I don't think they are.
248-539-9797. Chris is in Wixom and on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
What's up?
I would add, I mean, we're talking World Series here. We're going all for, we're going in for it. So I would try to get a heavy reliever that we can bring in at the end of the game, someone that just shocks people, heavy arm. I'd love to see a guy that has a little speed, with someone that can maybe hit 300. I know Hinch isn't huge on running, but, we get in these late innings, when we get in these tie games, it's nice to have someone that we can just bring out of the dugout with some speed, put him on second, maybe throw in a bunt, We're going to lose simple games, but, simple things like that can add to it. I don't think we need a, superstar, but I like the way things are going. I mean, just keep it simple.
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about, it's not like, when you're talking about a 300 hitter who steals bases and a closer, those are going to be probably pretty costly. That fit the criteria that you laid out. I don't think of those as subtle moves. I think of those as pretty big moves.
Yeah, but all in, right? If we got it and we can do it, I mean, this is the year.
I have no issue with wanting to go all in, but you made it sound like you didn't. Maybe I misinterpreted. You sound like, hey, they don't really need to do anything, and then you suggested 2 major moves and said go all in.
Well, they're not huge moves, I wouldn't say, because, I mean, we don't have to sign them to a big contract. If we can pick someone up and just, get it through the rest of the year. We're looking at that shortstop. I guess we could do that too.
Are you talking about Bo Bichette?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was looking for the name there.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's okay.
For sure. And that would be great. I think he'd be the perfect fit, to be honest.
The problem is that Toronto's in a playoff spot. And even if he is in the last year of a contract, do we really think that they would move a player, an everyday player, from a team that's challenging for a postseason spot, that's in a playoff spot?
Well, you could see them doing it for a player that's ready to play right now, for a swap of a guy who's got years left on a contract, who's not a free agent at the end of the season.
Okay, maybe. But does Detroit have that guy that would make sense?
Well, this is where you have to ask yourself: would you trade? It's just
because are you creating another hole? Or?
Well, right, but it would be a rental type thing. But would you move Kerry Carpenter for Bo Bichette?
Probably not.
But that's the type of thing that you'd have to look at.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Feedback can be sent in via ticket text to the same number. Also, you can respond to us on Twitter at DougGator971. Did you see what I meant with that guy? Didn't he basically say they don't need to do anything and then suggested two pretty big moves. You know? I mean, he wants a heavy closer that wipes people out at the end of games. That's not going to come cheap.
No.
And he wants a 300 hitter that steals bases.
Well, 300, it's a lot to ask.
Mm-hmm.
A 300 hitter. First of all, there aren't many of those. And
really
secondly,
weird.
you're going to ask for one that steals bases. Well, I mean, we don't have too many base stealing threats either.
Right. So, anyway, 248-539-9797. We got sidetracked. Let's get to Cedarius Smith, what he said about Detroit. That at 11:15 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you are ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They have auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy online or at a branch, and their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, same great rate applies to both new and used vehicles, which is why we are looking at taking advantage of this great deal. Don't wait. It's a limited time offer. Become a member by visiting umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. All right, so Cedarius Smith at the BET Awards with his girlfriend, who is a rapper from Detroit. The topic of the Lions came up, and here's what he had to say about the Lions. Quote, "We both know where I want to be. Hopefully, I can get back to Detroit because the coaching staff and everybody in the front office are great. When I'm there, I feel like a leader and like I can influence the young guys and do great things. Hopefully, I can get back to where I want to be in Detroit." That is courtesy of USA Today. This has been hinted at. This has been implied. This sounds to me almost like a recruiting pitch by Zidarius Smith to the Lions of how much he wants to be here. Scott, what do you make of this from Zidarius Smith?
Well, I think it's interesting because you see the I don't know if you saw the odds came out from Vegas, the Vegas odds as to what the next team will be to sign him. Although they say it's a 50% chance that Zidarius Smith and also that Von Miller could return to their 20when
Okay.
So the Lions are not among this list because I guess
this is
it's
if they
50-50
don't.
shot.
Okay,
yeah. So when I first looked at this, I didn't see the Lions on there. But there has to be a reason why the Lions aren't on Zidarius Smith's list there. But to hear him say it publicly, anytime you hear somebody say it publicly, it puts more pressure on the organization to get it done.
Yeah.
And I think that this is going to get done. Look, the Lions don't have any workouts until training camp starts. That's how things set up because of the Hall of Fame game, that they don't have to do the mini camps and all that. So they have still some time to get things done. I'm sure he's in shape, getting in as great a shape as he can be in. And he will not be at any kind of disadvantage if he joins the team right in time for training camp because everybody's in the same boat. Nobody's really had much of an advantage. They had these OTAs, and it seems like half the team practiced at the OTAs
right,
because of the laundry list of injuries. I think it would be awesome if they can get this deal done. I think they've got the cap space to do it. I still think they can get a deal done with him and give Alex Anzalone a little bump in pay as well that he's deserved of getting. And I think these are the obvious moves that they have to make because it's a pipe dream to think that they're going to go for Trey Hendrickson. Well, that's just not going to happen. So if you understand that that's not going to happen, then you have to do something with the cap space that they have for guys that are going to be here for the rest of the year.
Well, here's what I want to know from the people. Is this a no-brainer or is it not enough? Zidarius Smith wants to be here. The Lions have apparently, if he wants to be here and they cut him because he costs too much money, it means that the Lions are basically going to get to set the price to bring the player back. I don't know if you can think of a better business move from that perspective. We want you here, but we want you back at our price. It hasn't happened yet for whatever reason. Maybe they're working on something else, but that's a question. Is it enough? Is adding Zidarius Smith opposite Aiden Hutchinson enough? Or would you prefer they make an aggressive trade for a player? Or would you prefer that they wait for the Jair Alexander of defensive ends to get released? Or would you prefer one of the other free agents, Matthew Judon or Von Miller? Or is it Trey Hendrickson or bust? Like, I think that there's a number of directions this could go. But is this enough? Is Zidarius Smith, if he wants to be here and he seems to be willing to take Detroit's price, is this enough? Or do fans want more?
I think we've seen in the past the Lions have always saved a little cap space in case they get to the trade deadline, they want to make a move. But it seems like right now they've got a lot of cap space. And that tells me that maybe they were hoping to land somebody earlier in free agency that they weren't able to get, or that they've saved room here in case they want to make a trade. But those players, those impact players, they're just not there in the trade market unless you're willing to mortgage a lot to get Trey Hendrickson, which I don't think that they are willing to do that. So now they seem to have a little bit of a surplus of cash here, right? They got the Kirby Joseph deal done. They know they're going to have to get other deals done after the season for players down the road. Hutchinson's deal, when is that going to happen? Don't know. But is it really going to affect this year's cap? Probably not too much. So I think they just kind of let things blow over. And as they get into training camp, then they can reassess and say, okay, here's literally how much money we have left to spend. We get Zidarius Smith on a 1-year contract. and we'll give it to him, whatever that amount is. We'll bump up Anzalone, and we still have to save some money because I think they have over $20 million in cap space still.
Yeah, I mean, when the dust settles, we'll see how much that they do have. But, Kang, do you think bringing back Cedarius Smith is enough?
Do I think it's enough?
Yeah.
I think this team is talented enough to win the Super Bowl. So, yes, adding a Zidarius Smith would help that. I know a lot of people feel like they need more. I don't necessarily fall in that camp. Things have to fall into place, of course. You got to stay healthy, all that stuff. But, yeah, I think he can only help your cause. I think at this point in Zidarius Smith's career, unfortunately, he's probably more of a kind of a one-trick pony, get to the quarterback, And what the Lions value a lot is versatility. A guy who can play the run and rush the passer. That doesn't mean they won't bring him back. Obviously, they brought him last year, but last year was kind of a desperate situation where guys, they were looking for anybody at that point. And he can still play the run a little bit, but just not nearly probably as enough as they'd like him to. With that being said, you got to get somebody opposite Aiden to that can get to the quarterback, and that's what he does.
Yeah, look, it's. If you look at what he did last year, and he's at a point in his career where I don't expect him as a player to get better. But I think playing opposite Aiden Hutchinson, even as a one-trick pony, could be really, really good. He could be really, really good. And by that, I guess I just mean I think he can make a real impact for this team. He had 4 sacks in half a season last year, a couple of them where guys got pushed into his lap, right? It was somebody else that really did the heavy lifting, and he, just brought him to the ground. But bottom line here is there something about a player that wants to be here?
Yeah.
And actually emphasizes that he wants to be a leader, that he wants to help the young guys, that he understands that he's going to impact the game when he's not on the field because he's that veteran that can help along the Josh Paschals of the world, or the Hassanins of the world, or any other young edge rusher that they're trying to squeeze whatever they can out of him. So I don't know. And the other part about this is I've kind of changed a little bit from a standpoint of, okay, you might want more, and I'd pay more for Von Miller, or I'd try to make it work with Trey Hendrickson. They just had something pop out of the blue that is a screaming need. Right? In Ragnau.
At center.
And if it's not working with who they have in house, it's something they may have to address at the trade deadline, and it may not be cheap.
That's true. I think it's also something that they've known for a while, and I think that there are lots of reports that say that the Lions have known for a bit that this was a possibility that Frank was going to retire.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think they've been preparing for this with all the offensive linemen that they've drafted the last couple of years anyway. So, but that process just got sped up because now it's official. Frank's out. He's retired, or he's retiring. So now if you're going to take a look at Tate Ratledge at center, okay, it's learning curve is awfully quick right now. This is baptism by fire for this team when it comes to that offensive line. The interior of the offensive line that's changed over in a heartbeat.
Sure has. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, do you think it would be enough? Here's another quote from Zidarius Smith from the same story, USA Today, from the BET Awards last night. I'm going into year 11. As a veteran, a championship is the only thing that I'm missing. I did the sacks, All-Pro, Pro Bowl, so it's really just me getting a ring now and winning a championship. Wow. We're sort of even glossing over maybe something that we're getting accustomed to, and that's just players want to be here.
Well, the good thing is he's been here, knows what it's like, and wants to come back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So he fits in with the culture. He's a good locker room guy. The guys like him. Coaching staff seem to like him. And so he knows what is expected of him. It's not a new guy to know how it is, where like, hey, this is a lot more intense than I expected, whatever. No, he knows how it is, and he still wants to come back. And the best part is, if he comes back, this is going to be on a Lions, incentive-laden type deal, I think, and it's going to be in the Lions' favor.
Yep. All right, Lions fans, would that be enough? 248-539-9797. Cedarius Smith outspoken again that he wants to be back in Detroit. Just a reminder, you can listen to the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. There's going to come a time this summer you're on vacation and the Lions are going to do something or the Tigers are going to do something, trade deadline. You're like, oh, my God, that's huge. I got a long drive ahead of me today, going from Flagstaff to the Grand Canyon. How am I going to hear what's being said in Detroit?
How do you do that, Doug?
Actually, Flagstaff to the Grand Canyon isn't that far. But anyway, you tune in with the Odyssey app. So get it today, AUDACY. Then you can stream this show and any of the shows here at 97.1 The Ticket. Also streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, where Champ and Chump are posted. You can also stream with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com.
What about Mesa to Yuma?
Mesa to Yuma, you could listen then too. I think you might need cell service though. So make sure, hopefully you have a good, strong signal.
Well, to get an app,
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. So we were just talking about the Zidarius Smith comments. If you just flipped your radio on, I mean, very publicly almost recruiting the Lions by name. We both know where I want to be. Hopefully I can get back to Detroit because the coaching staff and everybody in the front office are great. When I'm there, I feel like a leader and I can influence the young guys and do great things. Hopefully I can get back to where I want to be in Detroit. Another quote, same story, USA Today. I'm going into year 11. As a veteran, a championship is the only thing that I'm missing. I did the sacks, All-Pro, Pro Bowl, so it's really just me getting a ring now and winning a championship. The question is Zidarius Smith enough? This is a fan base that we've talked to really probably since Aiden got hurt. And the want to get another edge rusher into this organization that is pretty damn good it's there, man. It's definitely there. We know this. Look, none of us really particularly think that this is the most realistic thing that we have ever seen. The Trey Hendrickson possibility. Cedarius Smith is realistic. It's in front of you. He's available. He's cost effective. Is it enough? And I keep saying, look, because of the Ragnau injury, we don't know if what they have in-house and what they've done already is going to be enough. And so, that might be what takes up any spare cap space they have is trying to make up for the loss of Frank Ragnau. But
that's a tough part there because those players might be great long-term, but the window is here.
Yeah.
So the question is, can Tate Ratledge and Christian Mahogany get up to speed enough where
they'll be good?
What you've lost isn't anywhere near as much. It's not going to be as debilitating as what you think it is.
Anthony and Troy says, I do not understand why we haven't signed him. He's not crazy expensive, and he improves the team. Just make it happen. I would sign Zidarius before Trey. Zidarius is not a crybaby like Trey. He's way more of a culture fit than Trey. Sign Z. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'd call Trey Hendrickson a crybaby. I think he's somebody who's trying to get what he's worth. I mean, he's led the NFL in sacks the last 2 years with 35 of them, and he's getting paid how many millions less than the guys that just got their big deals.
Yeah.
He's at the end of his contract. He wants a new contract. He wants to stay in Cincinnati. Cincinnati clearly they don't want to pay him. Cincinnati made their bed. Now they got to sleep in it with the contracts they gave to the wide receivers and the contract they gave to Joe Burrow. So they don't have cap space. I don't think it's crying. I think it's being a little unfair to Trey Hendrickson.
It's kind of how negotiations work in 2025. Some of that stuff gets out and gets public, but let me see here. Next text. How much do you guys want the Lions to pay Smith? They clearly only view him as a third down or pass rush specialist. He only plays 80-ish run snaps and over 300 pass rush snaps when he was here. Well, here's the thing you got to remember. How much do we want to pay him? Well, they released him, so they didn't have to pay him $5.75 million last year. So you assume that there is a price less than that they would pay him. How much less than that? How low would he be willing to go? Can they meet somewhere? Is probably like to the guy that said, why hasn't it happened? Because Zidarius Smith might be sitting there going, okay, fine. I won't, 5.75 was too much for you. I want 3.5. And the Lions might be saying, we're thinking more like 1.5.
I really hope that's not the case because when you think about it, with NFL and your salary cap, that's not a lot of money. And when you go and do a quick Google search of how much cap space the Lions have, I mean, you see up to $40 million they have in cap space.
Yeah.
So what are they waiting for? I mean, I understand you got to sign the rookies, and that's going to take up some of it, but it's not going to take up a ton of it.
It might be a signing bonus or money that they're going to lose in an Aiden Hutchinson deal. It could be a bump for Anzalone. It could be other plans. Like Dalton Reisner's still out there. And I think he'd be a great fit in the interior of the Lions offensive line. I'd love to see him brought in. And they did the lesser-known move with Cologne.
Mm-hmm.
With Tristan Cologne.
Tristan Cologne, the offensive lineman.
But Reisner, to me, is a veteran who's been there, done that. He's had some injury issues, but that was last year. He missed the first half of the season with Minnesota. He's been on the market for a while here, which any player that's been on the market for a while, you're like, But it makes you wonder what's wrong with him.
But having that much cap space also tells me that maybe they're still kicking the tires on some other players in terms of a trade. Yeah.
Things are afoot. I think going with Zidarius Smith opposite of Hutch is a no-brainer move. We've never seen Cedarius Smith operate with Hutch on the line. No, but we somewhat have a comp. Because last year, Cedarius Smith played in Cleveland opposite of Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
And what do you have, 4.5 sacks in half a season, and then he had 4 in Detroit without? I mean, that would imply that there wasn't too much of a difference. But let me just double-check the numbers in Cleveland. He had 5 sacks in 9 games in Cleveland. If he, next year, playing opposite of Hutch, is going to play 16, 17 games and get 9, 10 sacks, that's more than adequate.
Yeah, you'll take it.
There are other things that measure your defensive lineman's effectiveness. Tackles for loss, ability to set an edge. Like, it's not all measured by bringing down the quarterback. It's a big part of it. But
no, but I mean, people say, well, he's only a pass rusher. And you need pass rushers.
Right.
If it's in the NFL is all about throwing the football, and you get this, and the Lions have been very good against the run. You get a big stop on first down. If first and 10 turns into 2nd and 9, here comes Zidarius Smith on the edge.
Yes, it is enough to add Smith. Always thought he would be back. Now I'm almost certain he will be. Thanks. That's from Dave at work. So, I mean, look, I wouldn't think that $1 million or $1.5 million would keep them from bringing in Zidarius Smith. That doesn't seem like that would be a deal breaker. But as you said, they probably have some other things afoot, whether it be trades, or because I personally, as time goes by, I find I'm slightly more rattled about the interior of the offensive line than I was when the news first broke. Slightly more rattled. I never thought the offensive line was in any way going to be as good once Ragnau was gone, but how can the football team get better somewhere else to make them as good as a team?
The only thing I'm rattled about, if that's even the right word, with the offensive line is, can Tate Ratledge play center right away? Is that what's going to happen, and can he handle it right away? Because I think the way he played, I mean, he started a guard for 4 years at Georgia. But if you're going to switch him to a different position, there's less of, I know what he's going to be. If he's going to play right guard, you know what, you've got a pretty good track record playing the SEC at that high level against that high level of competition. You feel confident that this is the guy that you can plug and play at guard, but can you plug and play at center? That remains to be seen.
Feedback coming in. No, I don't feel like bringing back Cedarius Smith is enough. The team failed and choked when it mattered most, and they decided to run it back instead of actually improving. They need to get better than him and just bringing him back. I'm highly disappointed with this team's approach.
Where was the choke? Choking because they lost in the playoffs to Washington on a roster that after 2 plays on defense, let's count the players you didn't have. Right. You know, with Hutchinson and McNeil and Amik Robertson and Carlton Davis, among others. That's just off the top of my head. Let alone the guys that were, Derek Barnes and Wingo and others that weren't playing.
They're running it back with the assumption that they will have Aiden Hutchinson, Derek Barnes, Lee McNeil eventually, Marcus Davenport, which might be a risk, Malcolm Rodriguez eventually, I'm blanking on the defensive back you just mentioned.
Mick Robertson.
Yes, and then they added DJ Reed, which might be an upgrade. I don't know. I don't think running it back, saying, okay, we think we're good at, because I thought they were good enough to win the Super Bowl last year with even just an average amount of injuries.
I would take great offense to the word choke in that text. That's just not the way to word it. Don't do that.
It's Trey Hendrickson or bust. Cap will continue to grow, and Brad can draft replacements for potential losses. That's from an unnamed texter. If this guy's still available, why don't we want him if no one else wants him? He is not a difference maker at this point in his career.
Who's that?
I think he means Trey Hendrickson.
Do you think that means Zidarius Smith?
I'm sorry. Yes, Zidarius Smith, not Trey Hendrickson. Jeez.
Well, I don't know if he's turned down teams. If what he's chasing now is a championship to get that ring, and also that he has the ties here to the city and he wants to be here, that maybe teams have inquired, and he's like, I'm still waiting to hear what Detroit's going to do.
Yeah.
And Detroit, I don't know if Detroit's slow playing them or if they've got some sort of deal worked out and they won't announce it until later. Like, all right, look, we want you back. Let's just let the dust settle on and where we're at heading into training camp, and then we'll talk it over again.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Cedarius Smith, outwardly, publicly recruiting the Lions. They know where I want to be. I want to be back in Detroit. I'm going into year 11. It's about a ring now. It's about winning a championship. Also says he thinks he'd be a leader to the young guys and influence them. Is this a no-brainer? Bring him back, or is it not enough? They need to do more up front defensively. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson here on The Ticket.
Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands you trust, like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
It's almost lunchtime, and you had a food reveal in your show sheet today. Because today is National Egg Roll Day. Kang, did you see this? His proclamation about egg rolls?
Oh, yeah, I did. This is in your show sheet, huh, Gator?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Gator proclaims, I can't have Chinese food without 2 egg rolls.
That's right.
It doesn't matter what you're getting.
It's got to come with 2 egg rolls.
Got to get 2 egg rolls.
Got to have 2. I love egg rolls.
Yeah, well, they're good.
Love them.
They're really good.
Crispy sons of bitches. I love them. Plum sauce.
Well, when you have to have 2 per order, you better damn love them.
Yeah. Yeah. And then there's the rare occasion that you get disappointed by an egg roll. Like that was just not satisfying. That wasn't good. You know, in some places they have their version of an egg roll. I'm like, that's not, come on. Give me something of substance here. Don't give me, I mean, well, this is what you wanted. Well, that's more like a spring roll. That's not an egg roll. Come on. I mean, I like spring rolls too, but they're not egg rolls. They're different. Got to have the egg roll.
Would you ever order a spring roll?
Yes.
You would.
If there was no egg roll.
But if the choice is there.
Oh, it's egg roll every time.
And it's got to be 2.
Got to be 2.
Would you ever just go straight egg rolls? I'll have 5 egg rolls for dinner.
That's too many egg rolls to have for dinner. But I've thought of it. You know? And with an air fryer, they're great left over now too. You know, you're no longer just beholden to the microwave oven. I mean, with the air fryer, everything's better.
Do you think Doug's an egg roll guy, Gator?
No, because it's deep well, but the inside is fine. The inside's like sprouts, you know?
I don't think he is. I haven't asked him this, so I don't know.
He's not a big, he might say they're too heavy.
It's
with
the fried part.
Fry part.
He doesn't need that. Even if the inside's all vegetables, like it's all bean sprouts and cabbage. I think he eats shrimp, so like if it was shrimp egg roll, I think he'd say no because the outside's all deep fried. And
I think he's spring roll over egg roll every time.
All right, should we ask him?
But I think he likes egg rolls. I think he
all right, I'm saying no.
All right. Doug Karsh.
This is going to be a weird answer.
We expected nothing less.
I love egg rolls.
Oh, see, I was wrong.
But I can't remember the last time I had one.
What? Come on.
How often do you get Chinese food?
Never, apparently.
Probably about 3 or 4 times a year. And I cannot remember the last time I had an egg roll.
Well, why would
How do you order Chinese food and not get an egg roll?
Especially when you love them.
Right.
Self-proclaimed.
I don't know.
Like you get your mushu pork. Well, you're not getting mushu pork. But
he's definitely not getting that.
Do you know me?
You get your kale, your chicken kale or whatever it is. And
I got steamed broccoli with rice. No, steamed chicken and broccoli with rice. Or I can't resist General Tso's chicken.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow, Doug, living on the edge.
General Tso's chicken, and you don't get. There's no egg roll that comes with it.
No, because it's one serving of a General Tso's chicken's enough.
So if the dinner comes with rice and an egg roll, you don't get the egg roll?
Usually it's too much. Usually I'm bringing in leftovers for lunch the next day.
Doug's big on portion control.
I get that, but I mean that's again, you can control the General Tso's part and say, oh, I've had enough General Tso's, but now I get the delicious treat that is the egg roll. I'll have that while it's fresh. And keep the leftovers the next day.
So here's my thinking. I'm getting ready to order, and I'm going to get the General Tso's chicken, and I know I'm going to have half of it for lunch the next day. I'm not adding more to the order. I know I'm already not going to finish what I'm going to
roll, and you like egg rolls.
Yep.
This doesn't. That is a weird answer.
Well, I told you, and
no, you're
none
right.
of this should
You
surprise
deliver every time you deliver. But this is a strange delivery here because your first thing that you said was, "I love egg rolls."
I do. I really do. They're really, really
good. You can't
good.
remember the last time you had it. Okay. When was the last time you had Chinese food?
Here's,
we get it 3 or 4 times a year.
Here's
and
where
you don't
it could
get egg
work.
roll? No.
It could work if the whole family's over and we get like 3 orders and then we get egg rolls on top of it, right? Where I might not get a full serving for dinner, you know. But leaders eat last, Gator, and sometimes there's not enough food.
But when you order the dinner, isn't it typically part of the dinner is the egg roll?
No, you have to order a combo for that. You can just order a quart.
I guess I was assuming he was ordering a combo.
No, because that's what you order.
This was supposed to be about you, not about me. The fact that I don't order egg rolls is the least surprising thing ever.
No, but it offends Gator.
But it is when you quote unquote love them.
I do love them. They're really good. I haven't had one in forever. But there was a time in my life, if I ordered like 3, I could get like cashew chicken, kung pao chicken, and 2 egg rolls, and I'd eat the whole thing.
That seems like gluttonous, but I'm not asking you to do that.
Yeah, there was a time. That's probably the last time when I would eat the entire serving, just because it was good, even if I wasn't hungry anymore.
So when you order dinner for the family,
yeah,
the Chinese food that you've gotten 3 or 4 times a year, do they get egg rolls?
Sometimes one of them asks for an egg roll, yeah. But
okay.
I'm telling you, offended Gator, man.
I gotta tell you,
he's a 2 egg roll guy.
The funniest thing about this is
I might be more disappointed with Doug than I am in Edmonton.
He's offended. He seems borderline hurt, and I'm like, dude, we've been working together for almost 20 years, and none of this should surprise you ever. You know what you're getting into.
That was such a Doug answer.
I was prepared for you saying, they're too heavy.
Yeah, me too.
It's just too much of the fried.
No, he loves them.
Really
Can't
good.
do it.
There's certain
I was
things-
not expecting you to say, I love egg rolls.
Well, you know that I always talk about how I have kind of made up my mind on what I've locked in on, and when I'm gonna venture outside my comfort zone, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm having the Reese's Peanut Butter Big Now Jumbo Cup, right? I'm going to Dairy Queen for a Blizzard. I'm getting an extra. I'm getting 24 chicken wings. I'm having that 4th and 5th Miller Lite, right? I know where I'm.
But
I'm going out of bounds.
But apparently you're not going to get that egg roll.
Apparently not egg rolls.
Even though you love them.
Even though I do love them.
You understand? It sounds weird, right?
I mean, it might sound weird to you.
When you say it out, okay, let me ask you this.
It might sound weird to you and everybody else. To me, it makes perfect sense.
When you say it out loud,
yes,
I love egg rolls, but I can't tell you the last time I've had them, even though I get Chinese food 3 or 4 times a year.
Yeah.
That doesn't strike you as...
I love like the chili cheese fries or the honey twist Fritos, but I can't remember the last time I had those. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I really, really like, but you're talking to a person that uses food more as fuel.
Well, that's true, but sprouts are fuel.
Yeah, and they're good. Yeah,
Shrimp is fuel.
Yep. All right, so 2 every time.
Every time.
Every time.
And none every time for Doug. Even though he loves
all right, now I'll go back. Next time we get Chinese food, I'll get an egg roll. This isn't a hill I'm gonna die on.
Right.
It's just basically kind of how I've approached this forever. Kang, what about you? I mean, where are you with the egg roll?
So it just depends on the Chinese place. Okay, because not all egg rolls are created the same, and not all Chinese food is created the same. I go by this. I've always said this. I feel like Chinese food and Chinese restaurants are like your mom's cooking. Everyone prefers what they had growing up. So whatever your local Chinese place was growing up, you're like, Jade's was the best, all right? Or the Great Wall was the best, or Walk-In was the best, whatever. Whatever you grew up was the best, just like you like your own mother's cooking. Mm-hmm. So I've had egg rolls at a lot of different Chinese places, like most people have. I don't like them all the same. Gator, it sounds like you like most of them. I don't. Some of them are way too bean sprout heavy, where it's just,
I hear you.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like there's no substance
I've said sometimes
inside.
they're just not like you get some that are more like a spring roll, or some that are just like the size just doesn't look right.
Yeah. I like a pork egg roll better than like the vegetable ones, and then also plum sauce matters.
Yes,
big time.
But
overall, Doug, I like the egg roll. I prefer an egg roll with my Chinese meat.
What about the Chinese mustard on the egg roll?
Oh yeah,
I just like plum sauce.
All right.
I like plum sauce. Once I get into that egg roll, adding some. I've loved the Chinese hot mustard.
Okay, is there anybody in particular that has elite egg roll? It is National Egg Roll Day, so who has the most elite egg rolls?
I think Cam's Express in Berkeley. It's a takeout place.
He was so ready for this.
Well, I mean, yeah, I was thinking King starts listening off Cam's Express. It's on 12 Mile. It's on the north side of 12 Mile. It's in Berkeley. They have excellent takeout Chinese food. It's delicious.
Gotcha.
That's my go-to.
All right, 248-539-9797. We'll just take some text on this if you want to tell us who in Metro Detroit has the best.
Start drilling a little bit.
Single best egg rolls. And who can get Gator 2 egg rolls here stat? All right, coming up next hour.
A little sweet and sour chicken.
Here. We got Tigers in Baltimore. We'll get into that. What to expect over the next 3 days, starting tonight. That right out of the gate. Look, trade deadline, we've talked a lot about possibilities here. A right-handed hitting outfielder with some pop would probably be on the shopping list. And there's a lot of guys out there, but the accessibility to said players, it might be a very short list of players you could go get. Well, we've put together a list, and we'll get to that today at 12:30. If you are a Tiger fan and you're wondering what they might do at the trade deadline, we'll give you some new names to think about. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks at the Tigers and Orioles. Tonight from Camden Yards here on The Ticket. Here, Brent Herter's opening start at 6:35. Michigan Panthers QB Bryce Perkins returned to the field after the weekend and led his team to a championship berth. Now today, he's earned UFL Offensive Player of the Year. Former Lions QB Dan Orlovsky is re-upped with ESPN, according to The Athletic. It's yet to be signed, but both sides have agreed to the deal. The Bills have inked linebacker Shaq Thompson to a one-year contract. He spent the first 10 years of his career with the Panthers. He's played in just 6 games the last couple of years, though, due to injury. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy lunchtime, everybody. Just had a spirited discussion about egg rolls. Gator wants 2 with every time he gets Chinese food. And look, I like them. I just can't remember last time I had one. But that's true of a lot of foods.
Kenny, thumbs up on egg rolls? Oh, yeah.
Resounding thumbs up back there. Enthusiastic thumbs up. Today's National Egg Roll Day. So we got a ton of texts, and we'll get to Tigers. Gator's absolutely correct. 2 or none per order. Sometimes I order 4 because I know there'll be leftovers, and the air fryer is clutch. That's from Max in Bath, Michigan. Dom in Livonia, Gator false egg rolls are pretty much always a la carte.
Not the way I've ordered.
If you like egg rolls, you need to go to China Jade in Waterford. Theirs are the best. Tina in Novi says a bean sprout egg roll is known nationwide as a Detroit egg roll. They are the best. Is that true?
I do know the almond boneless chicken thing.
It's
it's
Midwest
definitely
thing,
a Midwest, if not just Michigan thing. Like
Right.
if you go to California,
they have no idea what you're talking about.
No, they give you I think grilled chicken with sliced almonds.
Right, I was going to say with slivered almonds.
Yeah.
Like, that's not what I want. Grilled?
Ew, what
Where's
am I,
the
Doug?
breading?
Ew.
Where's
Doug?
the delicious breading? Where's
Good
that
food.
sauce?
Scott in Carlton says, hey, Gator, I love sex, but I'm celibate. Doug's logic.
Love it, but can't remember the last time you had it. Is that true about that too?
No, I got a pretty good idea.
Oh. Well, congratulations.
Canton's Gourmet in Grand Blanc has the best
booty
egg rolls.
lounge?
What's that?
I was waiting for King to throw out the Karen Drew's booty lounge.
Canton Gourmet in Grand Blanc has the best egg rolls / food in the state, period. It's from an unnamed texter. Lucky Walk in Garden City has some really good egg rolls. That's from Anthony in Marine City. Cam's Express is absolutely fantastic. I used to go there in my late 20s. I'm now in my mid 50s. So glad to hear it's still there.
Right in the corner.
Wing Hings in Pontiac has fantastic with excellent egg rolls. Had them in a truck. Never heard of it. Best egg roll in Michigan by far is Hunan House in Mount Pleasant. Must have every time I go back to CMU. So there you go.
Just get a sack of egg rolls. Just bust them out every day.
Yeah.
That's the way I should do it now.
Yeah,
I'd like 10 egg rolls, please. 10? Yeah. Anything else? Nope. What? Trust me, we're good.
Yeah. All right, feedback coming in regarding Zidarius Smith. If you missed it, we were talking about it last hour. He outwardly has basically recruited Detroit at the BET Awards last night. Quotes in USA Today, we both know where I want to be. Hopefully I can get back to Detroit because the coaching staff and everybody in the front office are great. When I'm there, I feel like a leader and like I can influence the young guys and do great things. Hopefully I can get back there to where I want to be in Detroit. Is this a no-brainer, or would you say you want something better or more than Cedarius Smith? Unnamed texter says, this is all assuming Hutch is going to be the same guy. I don't think Hutch is going to be the same guy. I think Hutch is going to be better. And I'm assuming Hutch is going to be there all season.
Tell me Hutch is the same guy that started the season. And
Yeah.
I'm great with that.
Here's the thing about Aiden Hutchinson. There is zero indication that this is going to impact his performance whatsoever. None. All along, they've said clean break. I think this has a lot to do with him saying Super Bowl. I want to be back for the Super Bowl. And then it looked like he wasn't going to be ready for the Super Bowl when some video of him surfaced. And so people think he's behind, maybe. But look, every indication is he's going to be fine.
I'm 95% sure he's going to be fine. The other 5% wants to see him play. But I feel pretty confident he'll be just fine.
From an unnamed texter, should have never let Smith go. Bringing back Marcus Davenport over Smith is damn near a war crime. History repeats itself, folks. Why do you think the GM would do that? Why do you think he'd do that? Why, if it's a war crime? Because isn't Davenport's contract is like almost all incentives?
It's lion friendly beyond belief. Yes.
He's only going to get paid if he makes a play.
He's only going to get played if he's able to play. If he's able to play.
Yeah.
It's basically a $100,000 bonus for every game he plays. So it's very Lions friendly. I still think they're going to end up with Zidarius Smith. They'll end up with both of these guys.
His contract is Marcus Davenport's contract is $1.65 million guaranteed. He gets $500,000 if he plays 40% of the snaps. He gets $1 million if he plays 65% of the snaps. He gets $500,000 more if he has 8 sacks. He gets $1.25 million if he has 11 sacks. But when you're making incentives based on playing 65% of the snaps, that tells me Marcus Davenport, they have expectations for his skill set to be a 3-down edge rusher. Zidarius Smith is a pass rush specialist. So if you're going to tell me Zidarius Smith will come back and sign a base salary of $1.65 million with the rest being incentives, then I would say that's a perfect use of letting him go and bringing him back. Davenport is probably going to play more downs. And Davenport, now, is he going to stay healthy? Big question. I get it. But that's why I think it falls short of being a quote-unquote war crime. Guys, I got to live. Okay, sorry. Guys, I got to live every golfer's dream last night. I'm in Petoskey and some heavy thunderstorms rolled through. I rolled the dice and I went to Chestnut Valley. They canceled leagues, so I had the back nine to myself. The only other golfers there were a twosome on the front nine. I played 3 balls on each hole and took my time enjoying that incredible course.
Yep. Oh, Chestnut Valley. I've been there when there's been hardly anybody on the course.
Yep.
And I got done with the round in like 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And I just kept going. kept playing.
I did it once last summer where I just pulled up and I said, hey, can I jump in on the back nine? And they said, if you go right now. And I went out. There was nobody ahead of me. I was by myself. I felt like I think I was done in like an hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's mostly because, on the green and regulation and tapping in. But
well, yeah.
Everyone who knows me knows that that's not true. All right, so Tigers and Orioles open tonight, Camden Yards. Speaking of open, it's going to be an opener tonight with Brant Herter and then Sawyer Gibson Long. That's the plan. Mine's in Scuba the next 2 days. This Gator feels to me like there's a lot of premium on tonight's game. The bullpen thing, the opener thing hasn't really worked. I'm not sure what to expect from Mize. I have huge expectations, and understandably so, for Scooble. I also think the next 2 days, excuse me, when you're going against a right-hander and you get to play your lefty outfield with Carpenter, Meadows, and Green, you feel much better. You feel much better about those games when you get to use that outfield out there. But anyway, I feel like tonight's kind of the swing game to win the series, the way I look at the matchups, the way they lay themselves out in front of us.
Yes. I think the Tigers are a superior team to Baltimore, but Baltimore can rear up and score some runs on you because the guys are in this lineup. They just haven't really performed just yet to those levels that they did last year. So I mean, you're waiting for Gunnar Henderson to explode, or Adley Rutschman to explode, or Holiday to start living up to that potential, and it can be an explosive lineup. Let's hope it's not tonight. The Tigers also, by the way, can be that lineup. With a left-hander on the mound for Baltimore tonight, that's where you got the let's see Torkelson and Dingler and Javi Baez. These guys, you just pull the ball towards left field, even if it goes to left center field. The ball carries there at Camden Yards. So the right-handed hitters have a real chance to make something happen here tonight.
Well, of course, we'll have it here on 97.1 The Ticket, and Tigers playing very, very well, coming off win at 2 of 3 against the Cubs.
And Gleyber Torres as well, because he's got that experience against Baltimore, having played with the Yankees for all those years.
Yeah. I feel like Baltimore, if I were a Baltimore fan, I'd be massively disappointed, but I also kind of feel like I wouldn't be giving up on this season just yet.
Not yet, but close at some point. You're going to have to. But no, like I said, 10-4 in the last 14 games, things are looking better for them. They're playing better baseball. So if they can continue to do that, fair enough.
All right, so trade deadline still a ways off, but we started working and putting together a list of players that might make sense that there could be accessibility to. We'll get to that today at 12:30. Some guys that could help out the lineup day in and day out. 248-539-9797. Last night, Gators soured on the Edmonton Oilers. You hated the way they played that game. You thought they were dirty. You thought they were cheap. You thought they were out of character.
Yep.
And now you don't know if you want them to win anymore.
I'm confused. I am confused. I mean, I ended up watching something else last night, too, because I was disgusted about it.
I want to get to that coming up here in a few minutes. It's Carson Anderson. We got open lines. Yeah, it sucks when your baseball team's good and they don't have games. It's like you look forward to it every night, and no, they didn't play last night. So Gator City got on to something else. We'll get into that next. Tiger trade deadline talk at 12:30. Analyst Talks about a player coming to Detroit in the 1 o'clock hour. All that coming up here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Woo. Ready for some baseball again tonight. I hate days off. The Tigers, I was looking at the schedule. Have you looked at their schedule? It's kind of quirky. They don't play. They obviously didn't play last night, so they had a Monday off. Next week, they wrap up a series with Cincinnati at home on Sunday. They play Pittsburgh on Tuesday. Monday off. Then they got a road trip in Tampa over the weekend. They finish it on a Sunday. They play the A's at home on Tuesday. Monday off. Following week, they play Minnesota on a Sunday. Then they're in Washington on a Tuesday. Monday off. Are you seeing a trend here? A lot of Mondays off.
Well, I mean, they played a lot of games up to this point. Yep. So I guess this is where they're finally getting that.
It means Tuesday on Carson Anderson. We might be talking about egg rolls, just to be clear.
So we were talking about the Tigers and the Orioles tonight. One other, just a statistical little tidbit here.
All right.
Gleyber Torres, remember, he played all those years with the Yankees, so he had a bunch of games against Baltimore at Camden Yards. He's played in 48 games at Camden Yards.
Okay.
Starting 46 of them. A 277 batting average, a 506 slugging percentage, 889 OPS.
Strong.
And here's a statistical anomaly within that.
All right.
He has 4 stolen bases in his career at Camden Yards. He's been caught 5 times.
Wow.
Which is weird. It's weird to see somebody who's caught stealing more often than he actually steals. But this is just in relation to this one park.
Must be something about the park.
That or the catcher. Thank you.
It's
Thank
like
you very much.
in baseball, dimensions aren't always the same. There, it's strange between first and second. No, it's not the case. Weird.
Kind of weird.
What's his stolen base rate for his career?
He I had to go back and find that somewhere else. He has stolen a total of, it's not many.
No.
57 steals in his career, but he's only been caught 25 times.
And 5 of them have been in Baltimore?
5 of them were at Baltimore.
Weird. Okay. So you said with no game last night, you watched something different. So can I guess?
Yeah.
Was it Murray State Duke in the game 3 of the Super Regional College Baseball?
It was not.
Okay.
It was not, but I was happy to read that Murray State knocked off Duke to become one of the 8.
Yeah. Murray
teams
State's going to be the people's team here because it's Murray State.
Right. First
so
ever
that
appearance.
game, just real quick here, the way that game ended, it ended and then it ended again. Duke had a runner. It was a 1-run game. I think it was 5-4. Duke had a runner on first with 1 out in the 9th inning. Ground ball to short was going to be a tough double play. It was a long flip to second. The second baseman caught it, went to throw to first. The guy slid in. Second baseman got toppled over. They called him out. They said he interfered.
Oh.
So he was out. He was forced out. They called the batter out. The throw wasn't in time. They called the batter out because they say the base runner interfered to end the game. Murray State charged out and dogpiled, as a team would do. They just won Super
First
Regionals.
ever appearance in the College World Series.
You're going to Omaha, right? Which is everybody in college baseball. That's oh my God, we're going to Omaha, and we're Murray State. They're
Which
massive
is the only
dog.
time you say, we're going to Omaha.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yep. And Duke's coach came out and said, let's challenge it. And they challenged it, and they overturned it.
Oh, my.
So Murray State had gone through the celebration.
Oh,
They had
no.
Now the coach had reeled them in pretty quick, but now you got to refocus. The runner's back. The batter now is on first.
Right. But there's 2 outs and a runner.
There's
on first.
2 outs, runner on first, and the go-ahead run's at the plate. It's the bottom of the 9th. And I'm like, oh, my God, if they lose this now, after you dogpiled, and maybe 15, 20 seconds after you've started celebrating, somebody's going, hey, this game might not be over. And but you have to ramp back up to peak intensity. They got to ground out to first to end it.
Didn't they hit a home run to go up 5-4?
They hit a home run to go up 4-3, and then might have been a triple. I don't know if it was a home run, but there were a lot
hit
of
a home run
runs.
late, I guess. That was, but no, that's not what it was.
Yep, it wasn't that.
No.
Was it like a sport?
No.
Was it a show?
Yeah.
You didn't start watching Severance, did you?
I started watching Severance.
Wow.
I took time out last night. Said, all right, there's no Tigers on. I'm going to take a little break here. I'll try to catch a full episode, and I'll miss some of the hockey game. So I turned it on.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, the first episode was tough for me to get through. Really tough. Because it's like they repeat something. You see the same scene from two different angles, and I was like, all right, do I even care about this right now? But then the end happens, and the first episode, it wasn't any kind of great. Oh my God, I watched the second, but I'm like, I'm gonna give this a chance. We'll see. I get to the second episode, and I'm watching it, and I get through the second episode, and I stopped after 2. And because it was getting late, I'm like, maybe I'll pick it back up. Episode 3, maybe I'll start watching the rest of it today. I'm not sure I care about it enough.
Okay, yeah, I'm all right with that.
I see where this is going. I see what the premise of this thing is, and there are questions to be asked about the Lumen Enterprises or whatever it's called. I get it. I understand the concept is interesting about, you sever your ties to. It's a complete separation between work life and home life.
Complete
with, by altering your brain to do so. I get that. It's interesting. And of course it's going to lead to quirks, but I don't know if the quirks are going to be enough for me to get, I got to watch this. I have to see what happens next. What's up with Mrs. Zerberg next door, or whatever the hell her name is. But
Mrs. Selvig.
Selvig, yes. Patricia Arquette, which is interesting to see Patricia Arquette nowadays. But so we'll see. We'll see if I get there.
Okay. Well,
but I watched 2 episodes.
First of all, bravo. This is I got obsessed with Severance, and I'm not you got to watch this show guy. I'm excited that you're interested because now you and I might have something more to talk about in general, but I found it to be a fascinating show.
I did Google after the second episode. I was curious to see if there was any tie-ins whatsoever with creators of the show to Westworld.
Okay.
Because it has a similar feel to it.
Okay.
And also the introduction to the show, where they're going through the credits and stuff like that, it has a similar feel to what Westworld did, which is also similar to what Game of Thrones was doing, all this kind of animation stuff, which maybe that's just the way that all shows are doing stuff nowadays.
Yeah.
With the kind of crazy intros. So we'll see where I go. I'll try watching a third episode, and I can't guarantee that one's going to keep me hooked.
So I'm just trying to remember what happened in the first couple episodes, and just real quick, did they introduce Mark Scout's sister?
Yeah, she's the pregnant one.
Devin, yeah.
Yeah.
Have they introduced her husband?
Yes.
Rickon.
Yeah, I don't know if that was episode 2 or if that was episode 1, but yeah.
Rickon is one of my favorite television characters. He's not Cole Hauser.
He's no Rip.
No, he's not Rip. In a different way. I hope you stick with it. But if you don't, I kind of get it. It's a little slow moving at the beginning, but it's one that I call it a thinker. It really, when you get done with it, you're still thinking about it. My wife and I got to a point where we just rolled from one episode to the next, and we were done with the whole series. There's 9. If you make it through the first season, I think you're hooked. But there's 9 episodes. That's a big ask.
Well, right now I'm thinking, why am I going to watch the third episode?
Okay.
But I'll give it a shot. But like I said, the overall premise, I get it. You're going to try to figure out what is this company doing? What are they about? Why do they feel so protected that they need to block out everything in your work life and separate that from your home? I get all that. There's like the questions. I just don't know if I care about those questions.
Gators figured it out, Doug.
He's clearly not figured out what the best part about this is his honesty. I just don't care.
Yeah,
and,
that's the biggest part.
Yeah.
That's the biggest obstacle.
If you're not intrigued by Mark Scout and what's going on in Mark Scout's world,
really not that intrigued by Mark Scout, who's played by Adam Scott.
Yeah,
and the whole. Anyway, I could go into every little detail about why it's like annoying to me at this point.
You like Dylan?
I gotta think who Dylan is. Dylan is
short, overweight,
gotcha,
African American gentleman.
No, honestly, I don't really care about any of the characters at this point. And maybe that's the number one reason why I may not advance past episode 3 is because none of these characters matter to me.
All right, well,
at this point,
Helly,
it can change. Helly is somewhat interesting.
Okay.
She might be the most interesting of the characters at this point.
All right.
After 2 episodes.
I hope you can stick with it. If not, then I'll just unload and empty the clip someday off the air and tell you everything that happens.
It's kind of cool to see Christopher Walken, though. That was good.
Big part of the show.
Okay.
Bert. All right. Straight ahead. Here's some names that the Tigers could have accessibility to that could help them trade deadline. We'll get to that at 12:32 here on 97.1 The Ticket. strong prediction here. I don't think you're going to last very long with Severance.
No?
No. I mean, what I just said to you, and you really didn't like it. But I said, so Audi Mark, and you went, Audi Mark. Like, you're not even accepting sort of the bigger premises.
No, I'm accepting the premise. I think it's kind of ridiculous, but the character's name is Mark. There's two sides to it. There's work Mark and there's out of work Mark.
So they're known as Audi Mark and Any Mark.
Right, but I would never say that.
Okay, yeah, but see, this is the thing. You really don't like that. If you can't get past
there's
that.
a lot I don't like.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch episode 3.
And that'll probably be it.
I'll start episode 3. I mean, the fortunate thing is that they're only like 50 minutes long.
Well, no, I know you well enough to know that this is not trending in a great direction for you becoming a fan of Severance. So, all good. All right. So, trade deadline. Still ways to go. But, like, we keep hearing the same names, right? Bo Bichette, Alex Bregman. And these are coming from, like, ESPN guys are putting lists out there. And I think the Bregman thing is just fans like, well, we made a run from before. It doesn't feel like, I don't know how realistic either of those actually are. And they kind of get put out there and they just get repeated. And I really don't think either is particularly realistic. I really don't think a player with a no trade clause is going to choose to go to a place that he actively said no to. And then you've also got a player on a team that's in the playoffs that I just, sure, something could be worked out. But if I'm a Toronto fan and we're doing the show in Toronto, am I thinking about trading our starting shortstop when they're currently in a wild card spot? The answer is no. So I decided, all right, what do they need in terms of positional players? And one of the things, would we agree, corner outfielder with a right-handed bat would be helpful. Probably don't need anything, but that was one of the things that I would say would be on the shopping list. And I started looking at teams that were more than 5 games out of the postseason, teams with aging players, because I don't think they're going to, if you're bad, you're not wanting to trade your young guys that are doing something worthwhile. You're wanting to trade your older guys that are doing something worthwhile. And teams that might have somebody that they're looking to clear a path for to get to the majors. And when you start narrowing down that field, it really does narrow down the possibilities. So the third guy in this list, I started working on it, and I just wasn't particularly excited about him, and that's corner outfielder from Pittsburgh named Brian Reynolds, who's got some pop and can walk, but he's the third guy on the list and kind of a distant third behind the top 2. And these are guys I think there's actual accessibility to. One is Brent Rooker from the A's. He's DH'd a lot for them, but he's a corner outfielder. He has played in the corner spots. He's 30 years old. He's played in 68 games. He's got 13 home runs and an .802 on base. Plus, they got a guy at AAA, Colby.
OPS.
OPS, yes, I'm sorry. They got a guy at AAA in Colby Thomas, who is one of their top prospects, and he is tearing it up. Now, Rooker's problem is probably about the contract. He signed a long-term contract, and I'm not sure that the Tigers would want him long-term. But that is one player. I think the player, Gator, that makes a lot of sense for both teams, right-handed corner outfield back, Gold Glove finalist. He's got 10 home runs. He's getting paid $14 million this year. He's got a player option for next year. 3 of the outfielders in their system, in their top 7, they have 3 outfielders in their top 7 of prospects. His team's 5.5 games out of a wild card spot is Lourdes Gurriel from the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think that would be a good fit. And I think that's a team that would be motivated to move him. Scott, all these guys have their flaws, but bottom line here is I'm looking for sort of realistic, I don't know that you're going to get a complete player. These are kind of who I've come up with.
There's a player for the Athletics, another outfielder who has very similar numbers to the player you mentioned, to Rooker, and that's Lawrence Butler. The difference is he's a lot younger.
Yeah.
He's only 24 years old, but he's also signed to one of these contracts. He's signed to a deal like a Colt Keith type contract, and it's very similar to Rooker's contract. that escalates. So next year he makes almost $3.5 million, and it jumps to 5.5, then to 8.5, then to 10.5, then to 14.5, 16.5, and then it ends when he's 31 with a $20 million contract, but it's a team option. So it ends up you're paying the guy, but he's also good. He's young, plays the outfield, and
left-handed bat though, right?
He's left-handed bat, but his splits are pretty good against left-handed hitting. Not as much this year, but last year was like 291 hitting lefties, 238 in his career hitting lefties. But he's young, so I would expect that. And that the righty-lefty thing doesn't matter as much to me, but I know that's what you were singling out, so that's fine.
I think again, I'm not sure the A's would be as willing to move him.
Maybe not, but it's a contract nonetheless that they're paying, and who knows what. But if the A's are going to get somebody younger in return that they don't have to give a contract to, you can do that. And it's a guy who's also stolen 28 bases over the last 2 years and only been caught twice.
So you came up with a name that is more of a household name than any of these. And it's interesting. And the question is, his team's now 5 games out, right, of a wild card spot?
They're
4 games out. Yeah. But, okay. So I didn't even look at him. But go ahead.
So it's a player who's got 5 years left on the contract, a lot of money left on the contract. But because he hasn't played a ton the last few years, you wonder if that team would be willing to eat some of that salary to move him rather than, just kind of flounder here. The name is Mike Trout. Now, do I think the Tigers would be interested in Mike Trout? Probably not, because it's $37 million a year for each of the next 5 years. But like I said, if you can get the Angels to eat some of that, would that become more intriguing? Thank you. Would that be more intriguing? The problem is Mike Trout hasn't played in more than 120 games since 2019. He played in 119 games in 2022. Then it was 82 games. And last year only 29. And this year he's only played 39 games. And he's hitting 220 this year. However, he still gets on base at a good rate with 80 points better than his batting average. His OPS is still 763. He's got 10 home runs and 162 plate appearances, 141 at bats. He still has pop in the bat. He can still play a competent outfield if you need him to, or he could be your DH, whatever you want to do with him. It's just a thought. Now, do I think they'd really be interested in him? Am I terribly interested in him? Again, you'd have to knock off a ton of that money, and my biggest apprehension is, can he even get on the field? He's on the field now.
Is he playing? Is he DHing or is he playing in the field? I apologize, I haven't looked it
He's
up.
been DHing.
Okay. So you said $37 million?
Yep.
And it's $37 million from here on out?
The next 5 years.
So how does this
rest of this year and then 5 more.
How does this compare to the amount of money that they were going to commit to Alex Bregman?
It's more.
Yeah.
But that's why I say, can you get Angels to eat some?
I feel like,
but then even then, it's like I bring this name up just to bring up a name that people will know.
Yeah, because I'm sure most people.
If I'm the Angels and somebody called asking about Mike Trout, I'd pick up the phone. I would absolutely answer the phone. So, okay, what are we talking about here? Because if the Angels can get away from that albatross of a contract for a player who's been hurt for the last 4 years. 5 years.
I would think that to trade the face of your franchise, even if they're still only 4.5 games out, but their motivation would be to get out from under the contract.
Particularly after they didn't trade Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
And they lost him for nothing.
Well, they're not going to lose Trout for nothing.
They shouldn't lose Trout for nothing. But Trout's also not going to cost you as much as he would have because he's nowhere near his prime. And like I said, he hasn't played a ton of baseball since 2019.
All right. Well, look, I would say that these are some names to keep an eye on. We still have a lot of baseball to go between now and then. I'm kind of excited about Lourdes Gurriel, but less so Brent Rooker and then even less so Brian Reynolds. But those were some names from some teams that could be selling, that could be ready to call up some guys that they might move on from a good player. But Gurriel would be my number one target. Trout's interesting. I think the disconnect there is Angels like, you can have him. You take the money, and I'm not sure Tigers want to take the money. They were about to make a massive investment in Bregman, but
yeah, I was just trying to think of a bigger splash name. The guys you brought up are all decent players, but none of them scream like all-star. You know, they're just guys, right? And they're the guys that are maybe a little bit better than what you have. Is Gurriel better than Matt Vierling?
Or
Zach McKinstry? Might be, or is he on par with those guys? Might just be on par with those guys.
Well, I'll say this about what I think, the reason why I was looking at shooting at that level, because I sense that that's more of a kind of trade that's coming rather than a superstar trade.
Perhaps, but that's how it is on June 10th. Now you get to July 20th, and we're closer and closer to that trade deadline on July 31st. You've got a better picture of what teams are in it, what teams are out of it, and then you've got rumors of, hey, this guy's unhappy or this team wants to unload that guy. It's a whole different conversation. You're getting ahead of it, which I appreciate, because I want to know names as well. Like, what are realistic names that are out there at this point? Because I don't think Alex Bregman is a realistic option out there. I wonder if Devers is, because it just seems like they're unhappy with him in Boston for his unwillingness to move around, and they've just promoted their number one prospect. And, you know, they've got they got a mix of really young players, of really young, talented players, and some veteran players. But do they want Devers to be part of that? Now, there was a play the other night where he didn't really run out the play to first base. And that's not the kind of guy you want setting the example for the young players in Boston, but he just may want the hell out of Boston because he wants to get back to playing third base.
Okay, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Do you know your home's water score? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score needs to get better. Improve your water score by calling CGC Water at 855-339-4242. This month, get a free Kinetico reverse osmosis system with the purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Improve your water score. Contact CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer, and tell them Doug Karsch sent you. Doug Hire, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. All right, we threw some stuff out there. It's kind of early, but Tigers didn't play yesterday and still a month and a half to go. And you're looking at some possibilities of players that there might be accessibility to. And today we're kind of looking at some outfielders with right-handed bats that might make some sense here in Detroit. I'm a Lourdes Gurriel fan from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Gator brought up the possibility of getting Mike Trout, and where that team is in their organization currently, it's interesting to think about. Let's get to your open line calls. We go to Lenny in Farmington Hills. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Lenny?
Well, I have a couple guys for you. First, of course, he's an infielder, but he's still probably the outstanding defensive player in the major leagues, Nolan Arenado. And I know, like, prior to the season, Detroit wasn't on his list of teams he'd be willing to go to. But now that the Cardinals having a good season, but everyone knows they're not going anywhere. So what do you think of Arenado? He still hits about 250, and big hits. And McKinstry's had some big hits, but come on, McKinstry's not exactly Brooks Robinson out there.
I would not. Well, Brooks Robinson reset. I would think it would be hard to pry him off a team that's a game and a half out of a playoff spot. When you say everyone knows they're not going anywhere, I don't think that's how teams think. I think teams think, what do we need to add so that we are going somewhere?
All right, let me give you another name. How about Lewis Robert? I know he hasn't had much of a year, but he's leading the league, I think, in stolen bases, or he's right up there.
Well, the White Sox aren't going anywhere. So there is that.
Lewis Robert is an interesting name because he's been rumored to be traded for the last couple of years, and he hasn't been.
Right.
He's having a horrendous season. He's got 21 steals, which is great. His career high is 23, which was last year. They're going to surpass that. But he's hitting 177. His OPS is 546.
Yeah, but let me say this. There's no one to protect him, really, in that order. It's not like, in the past, I mean, Eloy Jimenez was halfway decent, Well,
there's one thing that would be protect. Like, he went from having an 857 OPS to the next year is 657, and now this year it's 546. So it dropped 200 points, and that dropped 100 points. It's dropped 300 points in 2 years. If you're unprotected, wouldn't you expect it to be like at least league average?
Well, last year, come on, Chicago was historically bad.
So what? It doesn't mean the player has to be historically bad.
Well, he's in the final year of a contract, I believe. Hold on,
there are team options for the next 2 years at $20 million.
Okay, so you could let him go. At the right price, he's an interesting change of scenery guy. I understand the kind of season he's having, but that's the kind of player that I feel like you could get relatively cheap in terms of what you're giving back, because his season's so horrific. It's the exact opposite of what the White Sox want with where he is in his career and where they are in a rebuild.
But they were trying to move him in the offseason last year.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen. Like, there have been thoughts that this is the guy who's going to land this huge haul of players in return, and maybe that's the problem is the White Sox, they'd like to move him, but they're asking too much.
248-539-9797. Dave in Clinton Township, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Hey, fellas, how about J.D. Martinez?
Where is he?
He'll get you 10-15. He's not anywhere. You can get him for absolutely nothing. And you wouldn't need him for the whole season. Pick him up after the All-Star break, let him get in shape, blah, blah, blah. And if you don't mind me throwing a pitcher in there, too, that you're not going to like.
Who's that?
I wouldn't mind. I hated this guy, but I wouldn't mind him on the team right now. Again, for a playoff push, Chris Sale. Let's let Federer have a shot at resurrecting this guy and have another left-handed arm that we have in the pen.
All right. Well, let's start with JD Martinez. When a guy's been out of the game, it feels like a real long shot, a real roll of the dice. So I mean, I wouldn't have high expectations, but it's absolutely zero risk. So here's a couple mil or whatever, but it seems like that ship has probably sailed.
It's a DH only player at this point, and it's a guy who's clearly at the end of his career. I don't know if that's what you want to bring in. I mean, what at bats is he going to take away from?
if it were basketball, you'd bring him in a heartbeat because you can use load management type of thing. You just need him for at the end of the season, just a right-handed hitter to pinch hit for Carpenter when they bring in a lefty type of thing. I think it would work. But
as far as Chris Sale, I don't hate that.
He's got a team option for next year at $18 million.
But is he still starting for the Braves?
He is. He last pitched on June 9th against Atlanta.
So yesterday.
And he pitched well. 7 innings.
Against who?
Against Milwaukee.
Okay.
He went 7 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 run, struck out 11. The previous game against Arizona, he went 6 innings, gave up 1 earned run, struck out 10. And struck out 8 the game before in 6 innings of shutout baseball.
9 games out, probably not a future for him in Atlanta.
I mean,
could be something.
That would intrigue me.
I mean, it's just like, yeah. Let's see if he shows up. What Fetter Industries does with him.
Yeah, JD Martinez does nothing for me at this point. I can appreciate bringing up the name and just looking at it, but I mean, the guy has not played this year, and last year was nothing special last year. So end of his career type thing.
Yeah.
Don't need that. Played 120 games last year at 235 with a 725 OPS.
I feel like the Luis Robert thing that the one caller brought up.
Same guy, yeah.
Probably the disconnect there is what you'd want him for. Teams would call to try and get him for nothing, which is what we went through last year with Torkelson. People were like, well, they need to trade Torkelson. And I'm like, okay, nobody's giving you anything for a struggling player. It's struggling as much as he was, and yet you'd be asking for something because of what you had invested in him.
Right. And Robert's 27. There's a lot to like with him. He's a very good center fielder. Plays a good outfield, and he's got all these tools, right? I mean, this is a guy who hit 38 home runs a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And maybe it is just a change of scenery would do him great. Like I said, I think the hang-up is what Chicago wants in return. Like, they view him as that guy that hit 38 home runs and had the 857 OPS, as opposed to the guy who the last 2 years has had an OPS hovering around 600, which is awful.
Yeah.
So, if there's that disconnect there, what they think he's worth and what teams are willing to give up, I mean, something's got to give there. But I'd be interested in him because he's still talented. I think he's just mired in Chicago.
248-539-9797. Dave in Swartz Creek. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great.
Hey, I got a former Tiger. Wouldn't cost you as much. Doesn't hit for average, but drives in runs and power. That's Eugenio Suarez. Plays a good third base, too.
He was in Arizona right now, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't hate that.
He's it's kind of like an all or nothing with him. He's 228 hitter this year, but he's got 18 home runs. He's driven in 48, and he's got an 809 OPS.
Yeah, I think it fits the need. The only thing is, again, Harris likes contact hitters, guys with eyes. He kind of goes against that.
Well, he's a free agent at the end of the season.
He does drive in runs.
And he's a free agent at the end of the season. So, it's
Wouldn't
a rental.
Cost you much.
Right. Well, you wouldn't think it would cost you too much. It's a rental player for a guy who is, 33 years old at this point. He'll be 34 in July. So, I mean, I wouldn't offer up too much.
No, and I wouldn't think you'd have to. I don't hate that idea.
And plays the left side of the infield.
248-539-9797. All right, speaking of guys coming to Detroit, a national analyst mentioned somebody coming to Detroit. We will get to that in the 1 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, you sent this note, and I want to know if you believe it's true. This feels like the kind of thing you'd scoff at, but you linked a story about using a British accent makes your kids more obedient.
I saw the story. I thought it was interesting.
Do you think it's true?
I have no idea if it's true. I thought it was really strange and wondered if maybe that was going to change your approach to try to get your kids to
Probably
clean
too
up the car.
late. Hay's out of the barn, but
But there's still hope
I will
for
tell
10.
you what, I think I will, because we're going to have all three kids home for a period this summer, and I'm going to have to try and figure out how to speak in a reasonably credible British accent. I don't know if I have a British accent.
I don't think you do, but it
I don't
could be
either.
fun. I mean, you did live in Australia for a little bit.
Yeah, it's an Australian accent.
Yeah, but
Fair
it's
income.
just that close.
It is. It feels like it's close. So maybe I'll work on it. And when I talk to them about cleaning out the car, I'll use a British accent and see if that's some sort of Jedi mind trick.
Well, maybe just use the word rubbish instead of trash.
Yes. Yes, that's a good
And
call.
just say there are chips everywhere instead of fries everywhere. You know.
Yep. Chips and rubbish. You're leaving chips and rubbish.
I mean, how many aluminum cans do we have in this car before, things like that?
Gang, you gonna try this with the girls?
Listen, you act like they listen to me. Like it's gonna be worse if I use an accent.
But they say it's better. They say they're more obedient.
Well, Bluey, they watch a lot of Bluey. You guys don't know about this, but Bluey is Australian. Maybe I do Australian.
Yes.
It's a form. Isn't that a form of British accent?
It's
right?
close enough. You're one step away.
It would feel like a miracle if I were able to get the kids to clean out the car after they leave the car. After this many years, I have so just given up. But the putting the trash in their bed, the rubbish.
There it is.
I removed the rubbish from the automobile.
Yeah.
And put it in their bed. They haven't changed anything. I'm kind of finding it's actually entertaining.
Tell them it's their turn to clean the loo.
Good. Interesting thought.
I just saw this article about it. I thought you guys, your parents, maybe this would interest you. I mean, I probably should have done this a long time ago. But Lois is an English setter. Maybe I should be speaking an English accent to see if she becomes more obedient too.
You completely blew
Does it work with dogs?
Yeah, that's a good point. Feedback coming in regarding the Tigers. We were just talking about some of the names that we'd throw out there. Lourdes Gurriel from the Arizona Diamondbacks, corner outfielder, right-handed back. Gator brought up Mike Trout, which is aggressive, but it's interesting because it might be a team that wants out from under the contract. I don't know if the Tigers would want the contract. They'd be committing more money to Mike Trout than they were willing to commit to Alex Bregman. And he hasn't been able to stay healthy. We've had some other names come up, interesting from the listeners. Gino Suarez, Chris Sale. If Atlanta's going to move on, get them fettered up. But here's some feedback from Pork Chop Jones in Brighton. How about just an above-average WAR player on the left side of the infield?
Well, I think they're about to get that when they have Veerling back. And McKinstry's already that. Javi Baez is that. I mean, they already have that on the left side of the infield. But I mean, the Arenado talk is always interesting, and because his name has been brought up in trade discussions before, that St. Louis is even willing to take some salary, even though that they're 36-30 on the season and playoff bound. But if you were talking about it, are you still talking about trading them?
Next text, Anthony Mail Truck. I would love to see what it would take to upgrade the shortstop spot with O'Neal Cruz. Isn't O'Neal Cruz an outfielder? Does he mean L.A. De La Cruz?
Well, if that's what he means, that's not happening.
No.
And I don't think it's happening with O'Neal Cruz either.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure who he's referencing here.
Yeah, he's the shortstop. He plays both. He's a shortstop and center fielder. He's
Okay.
the Javi Baez of the Pittsburgh Pirates. But again, it's a player. When you start talking about Pittsburgh, are they really going to be in the market for trading their good young players?
No.
He is arbitration eligible after this season. He's not even a free agent until 2029. So that's not the type of player they're going to be moving.
Then the next text is, what about the shortstop from the Cincinnati Reds? We're always trying to pluck somebody from Cincinnati teams. So why don't we trade with the Reds this time? That's from Pete in Waterford. Do you know what it would take to get L.A. De La Cruz? What would be the motivation of the Reds to move on from L.A. De La Cruz?
To help the Tigers?
Well, let's see.
We're 4 games out of a playoff spot. We got a bright future with this kid. Would you like him? Sure.
Yeah, what are you going to give me? Riley Green, Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, and Jackson Jobe?
Last year, it's not even worth talking about. You can't get him. Tigers had the best hitting second baseman in baseball. They need a couple bullpen arms and a right-handed bat. That feels like that's been the bulk of what we've actually talked about today, so we would agree. This is definitely a playoff team. However, it's not a World Series team. They need a big bat and a big arm either in the starting rotation or bullpen.
Chris Sale stuff's interesting.
Yeah.
You know, Atlanta is a sinking ship at this point, but Chris Sale is pitching really well over his last 3 starts. Does that start a bidding war for Chris Sale?
Yeah.
Who's got 1 year left on a deal, and I believe it's a team option, or was $18 million? So he's really intriguing.
Yeah.
But I imagine every team in baseball that's contending is going to look for someone like Chris Sale because of what he is, a starting pitcher. On a contract that if he continues to pitch as he has, that's totally doable.
All right, Gator. Before we get to ESPN Insider suggesting somebody comes to Detroit, saw this today, and I don't know that this is in your wheelhouse at all. It is something that I love, and that is barbecue sauce. And somebody ran an experiment where they took some chefs, and they had the chefs rank the best store-bought barbecue sauce.
Okay.
So they evaluated, taste tested, cooked with it, the best store-bought barbecue sauce, as rated by chefs. Do you have a particular favorite when it comes to barbecue sauce?
I guess the one that I've always bought is Sweet Baby Ray's.
Okay.
But no, I don't. Typically, I'll go into the grocery store if I'm in the mood for something barbecue sauce. If I know that I'm going to do something grill-wise, that I'll just go and kind of look and see what strikes me. But as far as mass-produced goes, I mean, Sweet Baby Ray's I think it's what I have in the house.
Well, these chefs came up with a list of, one of them got over 50% of the endorsements from the chefs, and then there were 5 others that scored very well. The one that ran away with it was Sweet Baby Ray's. It was considered the best amongst trained professionals. I'm intrigued to see if anybody else's favorite store-bought makes the list of the other 5. So 248-539-9797. Phone calls and texts. Do you have a favorite store-purchased barbecue sauce? And we'll let you know if it made the list as endorsed by trained professionals.
So you are a guy that loves barbecue sauce.
Yep.
That's probably your favorite condiment.
Yep.
To put on sandwiches or turkey burgers or whatever, any kind of chicken.
Yep.
What do you put on yours?
So I'm going through a phase right now where if you show me a Carolina mustard sauce, I don't have a brand loyalty yet, but I'm trying all these different Carolina mustard sauces. There's one that stood out. I'm going to have to Google search it because I'm new to the Carolina mustard sauce. There we go. Carolina mustard barbecue sauce. I've got to recognize it by the bottle. That's the problem, right? Is seeing, and it's none of those. I'm going to have to look it up. But this is something new for me. Have you ever had the Carolina mustard sauce?
Yeah, I've had every kind of. So when you go to a barbecue place, they put all the sauces in front of you. I'm always trying every one of them.
Yeah.
Hey, here's one that's more apple based, or here's one that's more vinegar based. Here's the mustard one. Here's yeah, I'm all about it.
Dude, I love the mustard Carolina barbecue.
Here's a mesquite one. Here's a hickory one. Here's whatever.
I'll search for it and find it. Kang, do you have a particular favorite? Do you have any brand loyalty?
Not really, but I mean, the go-to is Sweet Baby Ray's because you know what you're getting. It's sweet and it's not,
And it's made from babies.
Oh my God! I hope not.
What's that?
No wonders he likes
Yeah,
it.
no kidding. Jeez. Is that why you had a case over in the office the other day? No, but here's the thing about barbecue sauce. It can make or break your barbecue dish, right? Like if it's really bad, that's what you're dipping into. You're just going to eat it without sauce. I feel like there should be, because I'd love to try new sauces, a big sauce guy. There's got to be someone manning the sauce aisle, giving you free samples. Because I don't want to buy a bottle of sauce.
That's a great idea.
And if it sucks, it just sits in my fridge for the next 4 years. Because I don't throw it out, even though I'm not going to use it. I don't want to throw out a full bottle of any sauce.
This is a fantastic idea
Right?
you just had.
Thank you.
I mean, really, it's a fantastic idea. Like on the weekends, you have somebody that is just there to give you samples of different barbecue sauce so you know what's up. Now, this would not work in Fast AF.
No, this would be slowing
your grocery
down.
store
Yeah,
that you've decided because everything is supposed to be Fast
Yes.
AF. But this is a brilliant idea.
Yeah, because
I like where your
you know,
head's
you go to like Froyo and they give you a little sample cup. Like, we need some of that for sauces. Because I'd love to try a new sauce, Gator. I think you would too.
Yes, I would.
Doug, you're a barbecue sauce guy.
Without question.
Haven't you ever looked at a bottle and go, I wonder what that tastes like, and then not buy it?
All the time.
I was at the grocery store last week and they had like some sample of like some sort of like a cheese dip for crackers, and I tried it. And I'm like, this is amazing. Where is it? Right, and I bought it on the spot. Some sort of jalapeno cheese, cream cheese dip. It was amazing.
See, I feel like barbecue sauce is getting into craft beer territory where I don't know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, right? Hot sauce is the same way.
All right, we'll take your suggestions. What is the best store-bought barbecue sauce? And we've got a list of those that were ranked by professional chefs. See if yours shows up on the list. Phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. That's why Steve and his crew, they would be the best. If you are in an accident, car truck accident, that's why I'd recommend Steve and his crew to a family or a friend. They have the largest auto accident settlement of a law firm in Michigan. Same thing when it comes to trucks. It's also quite a fact that judges send their own personal cases to Michigan Auto Law. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Carson Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Let's go to Mike in Clinton Township here on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hi, how you doing?
What's up?
Mr. Stubbs. I like Mr. Stubbs.
The barbecue sauce. Mr.
Gotcha.
Stubbs barbecue sauce.
I've had that.
Gator, yeah, I was about to say. Is that the one with the old guy with the cowboy hat?
Yes.
You got him. Absolutely.
It made the list, Mike. It is number 6. It appears on this list. They don't have numbers next to them, but Stubbs barbecue sauce
right.
for a sweet and tangy sauce that's tomato forward, molasses sweetened, and transports you to another time. They suggest stocking
you
up
just
on
put it down,
Stubbs.
let it caramelize a little bit. You got some good sauce.
There you go. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Hank is next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Hank. Lost Hank. Let's go to Mike next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're great.
Used to be an awesome barbecue store up in Clarkston. It was called Michigan Barbecue Supply, and they had 400 different rubs and sauces that you could sample. They would give you a little cup with a little wooden stick, and whatever one you wanted, you tasted it. And then, I've done some competition smoking in my time, and I used to buy a lot of stuff there. But there's one really good one I like called Meat Mitch. And there's different ones. You can go on Amazon and just throw that in there, Meat Mitch. And they have different sizes and different flavors, but it's really good stuff. You'd like that.
What's the second word?
Mitch, M-I-T-C-H, like the name Mitch.
Like the name. Okay. I thought you were saying
yes, Meat
niche.
Mitch.
Like, okay. So
Meat Mitch.
All right. Gotcha.
And just to let you know, I don't know if you guys remember a few years back, I was the guy who called in. I flew my plane to Cleveland to go to Hooters and passed by 2 Hooters here in Michigan to fly there. I don't know if you remember that or not, but I called in to tell you that story a couple years ago.
I'm sorry, I don't. It's pretty aggressive to go to Cleveland Hooters. I did find the mustard-based sauce, the Carolina mustard sauce.
Yeah.
It's called Four Rivers Smokehouse mustard barbecue sauce. And I can't remember if that's one I ordered off Amazon or I got it at Whole Foods, but let's get to some of these that are coming up because chefs listed 6 barbecue sauces that they think are the best buys. And 2 have been mentioned so far. Gator, you actually got the one that they think is number 1, Sweet Baby Ray's. And the one caller got Stubbs. Cattleman's Select Carolina Gold Mustard Sauce. That's from Tracy on a mail route. Famous Dave's is the best big name barbecue sauce. That's from Jackson and Grayling. Have you had Famous Dave's?
I've been to Famous Dave's, but I don't recall.
Josh in Livonia. Sounds crazy, but open pit is low-key fire.
It's so funny because when you started talking about this, I started to laugh inside because when we were kids, there was only open pit. That's all there was.
It's number 3 on the list.
It was just
open pit, still delivering. Josh, 100% right. It's. I guess it's more low key fire. These chefs love it.
It's a better name for a deodorant than it is probably for barbecue sauce. But it
open
works.
pit.
Yeah.
Josh in a truck. My favorite barbecue sauce is the Jack Daniel's barbecue sauce. Ooh, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Look up Big Bob Gibson's from Alabama. Best sauce ever. Big Bob Gibson's? Like the pitcher? Sticky Fingers Carolina barbecue sauce, my personal favorite. Favorite barbecue sauce, bone sucking sauce. That's from Pete in Livonia.
Bone sucking.
Montgomery barbecue sauce is absolutely the best, hands down. Get it at Kroger. Hey guys, Duke's has some amazing barbecue sauces out there right now. They sell it at the grocery store. It's from Adam in a truck. So we're talking about the Duke's people that do the mail? They do barbecue sauce as well?
Did not know that.
I didn't either. Over Mother's Day weekend, I tried Slappy Mama's barbecue sauce. It was fantastic. That's from Jeff in a truck. Capital City Sweet Hot Mambo sauce. That's from Rob in Selfridge. All right, we're going to give you the list because we're not going to do this all day. But these are as selected by chefs. I got to find out who did this. I apologize. But anyway, Stubbs was at 6. Lily's Q barbecue sauce was at 5. Described by one of the chefs as clean, authentic flavor, courtesy of quality ingredients without unnecessary additives. This brand's many varieties shine brightest with Guzman's all-time favorite, South Carolina Gold. It's tangy, slightly sweet, and perfect for pulled pork or sausage. Mustard fans, this one's for you. Number 4 was Kinder's Hickory Brown Sugar Barbecue Sauce. I haven't heard of that one. Number 3, Open Pit. Joe got that. Stood the test of time, according to one of the chefs, with mustard, onion, and garlic scenting in every drop. Number 2 is Trader Joe's Carolina Barbecue Sauce. One of the chefs, quote, I've spent a lot of time in the South for work. I have a new appreciation for a mustard-based barbecue sauce. I'm always stocked with at least 2 bottles of this Trader Joe's sauce in the pantry. And number 1, Gator got Sweet Baby Ray's.
So I'm looking at Duke's.
Yeah.
They have a Carolina Gold barbecue sauce that is so good it's out of stock, Doug.
No.
So good it's out of stock. A lot of other stuff they have.
Or Doug likes it, so it'll go away. They just don't make it anymore.
We haven't tried it yet.
You know how this works.
Yeah, they have a bunch of different sauces. Georgia Sweet Heat barbecue sauce, that get you going or no? You don't like sweet so much.
I wouldn't hate that. Looked up Big Bob Gibson's.
Oh yeah, I looked that up too.
Yeah. I mean, you can't really tell. I'm looking at a website. Oh, this one's good.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with the Hall of Fame pitcher from the Cardinals.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
I want to say, because I think you've watched the barbecue competition shows?
Yeah.
I want to say that like Big Bob Gibson has been represented at these barbecue things.
Sounds like a name that would be.
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
Especially when you put the big in front of Bob Gibson.
Right, somebody that's like 6'5" wearing suspenders. You got to wear suspenders.
How about this one from Scott?
Not handling the heat all that well.
Needs open pit under those armpits.
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Scott writes in, I love open pit. My wife hates open pit. So every 5 years I pretend to forget she doesn't like it and buy some.
Ever had on a raspberry zinger?
No, we made you do that, didn't we?
Yeah, you did.
We were looking for the next peanut butter and chocolate together, and we went with barbecue sauce and raspberry zingers.
Trial and error, man.
Yeah.
You never know.
Big error. It was a big fail.
Now we know.
No, we know.
I think we kind of knew.
Yeah, we had an inkling.
We needed to know for sure.
It was radio stunting at its finest.
When you have a case of raspberry zingers, when somebody drops off a case of raspberry zingers, what are you going to do with them? You got to try a different thing.
Speaking of which, cruel trick played by Kang 2 commercial breaks ago.
Yeah, I didn't appreciate that.
So Kang can speak to us from behind the glass into our ears while we're talking on the air, into the headphones so we only hear him, or when the mics are off, it comes in through the speakers. 2 commercial breaks ago, Kang, tell the people what you said.
Well, I saw Gator in there sitting by himself because you were behind here, Doug, and I said it's over the speakers. Gator, someone just dropped off a case of egg rolls. And Gator pumped his fist in the air
excited.
like, yes, like we just scored a touchdown or something.
We did not.
No, I was just
touchdown.
kidding. I'm sorry.
It's a blocked punt. Return the other way.
That's mean, man.
That is mean.
Okay, straight ahead. Let's talk about it. Big name. Could he come to Detroit and be with the Pistons? One insider suggested. We'll get to that at 1:31 on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, are you really in dire straits because your garage door just isn't working at all and you need new garage doors? Maybe you just bought a house and the first thing you're looking at is, I got to get new garage doors, but you don't know what to do. Here's what you do. Pick up the phone and call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service. 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR is the telephone number. Here's why. They're awesome. And in fact, they've got a warehouse nearby that is stocked with garage doors. So in some cases, you can actually have a garage door installed in less than 24 hours. They're amazing. They came out to my house a few years ago, walked me through all the options I can get for garage doors. I picked out what was perfect for me. They got it installed perfectly. The expert technicians know exactly what they're doing, and I am very, very happy I made that decision. You should do it as well. Call Precision Garage Door Service today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule online at precisiondoormi.com.
All right, so this morning on Get Up, they were doing this exercise where they were trying to find homes for star players and, kind of list what teams would make sense. Actually, this was not this morning. This was yesterday on Get Up. So a possible destination for Kevin Durant came up. And if you read between the lines here, Stephen A. subtly implies that Detroit might make sense.
Very subtle.
Yeah.
Very subtle.
Yeah, I think he thinks it might work. And who could argue with come on now?
Come on now that's tough to debate.
Okay. So I am somewhat intrigued by this possibility.
As you should be intrigued by this possibility.
This is still a player. Well, this is a player that I'm not a big fan of, but I also feel like it's a player that is still seeking legacy. And breaking out and doing it with a team like Detroit, I think would be like accomplishing something. If he could come here and win a championship, it'd be so new for a player to do that, right? And look, Detroit's won championships in the past, don't get me wrong, but we're talking about star play. Now, given he'd have to get traded here, he'd have to agree to come here, and there'd have to be compensation. And we can get into that later. I don't know. I wonder if this is something that might actually appeal to a player who's kind of famous for latching on to a championship team and defending himself on social media through his own burner accounts. Like, does this guy care what people think?
Well, I can't help but think that every time I hear the name Kevin Durant, all I think about is what he said about Cade Cunningham. Not Stephen A., but what Kevin Durant said about it. It was just nothing but effusive in his praise of Cade Cunningham. I forget that it wasn't this past season. It was the year before where he just raved about him. And okay, so as soon as that was said, there's always been a seed planted in the back of my mind. When KD comes up in trade talk or free agency talk, maybe, just maybe, does that work? And he can still play. It's load management with him, but he played 62 games last year. Averaged 27 points a game, 6 rebounds a game, 4 assists a game. It was almost a steal and a block a game. And he's still filling up the stat sheet.
Yeah.
And he's this guy that's like 6'11", 7 feet tall that knocks down 3-point shots. Isn't that what everybody says you need?
Yeah.
Plays a little bit of defense. But, if you're looking for that guy, he can fill a lot of that. However, he's 36 years old. 2 years ago, he only played 8 games in the well, that's actually not true. He played 47 games in the 2022-23 season, 55 the year before, 32 the year before, missed all of 2019-2020. So it's an injury-riddled guy, but he's still, when he's playing on the court, he's incredibly productive.
Also,
come
on now.
Yes. Thank you, Stephen A.
I love it.
I know. The other part of this that is the part you have to really do the deep dive into is, good God, how can they possibly afford him?
What, in terms of the compensation or the money?
It's like a $50 million a year salary that you've got to pay.
Dude, they'll lose the mid-level bird rights. I made that up. They'd have to find a way to make it work salary-wise, send somebody back. And I'm sure Phoenix wouldn't just give him up. But we'll get to that in a second. Kang, what do you think of KD in Detroit?
So Kevin Durant can still clearly play. Gator just read off the stats. He can still clearly score at least. He's a professional scorer in this league. I mean, a guy his size and skill set, even at his advanced age, is still putting up points. And I think he does love Cade Cunningham, and I don't think he would scoff at playing with Cade Cunningham. So I think actually getting him to Detroit or wanting to play in Detroit wouldn't be that hard. Now, the hard part is obviously what would you have to give up. And I won't get into that. You'll get into that in a second. But I wouldn't do it anyways because he's just not a winning basketball player anymore. The teams that he's gone to late in his career, they haven't won straight up. And it's not because he's not putting up points. He clearly is. But whether it's defensively or whether how the rotation works or it's just team chemistry, it isn't working with Kevin Durant as a winning basketball player. And right now what the Pistons have is a team that works together, and the chemistry and the culture and everything it's working. It's trending up. And I don't want to be that team that says, oh, let's make the big splash move, and then all of a sudden you go backwards. And that's what I feel like what you would do if you brought Kevin Durant in.
Well, from a
price dependent.
Yeah. And that's.
And then, we're not even talking about what you'd have to give up. To
I mean, it's about the players you'd have to give up. I mean, because you can't avoid that.
So do we have the Zach Lowe?
Yeah. Hold on.
All right. Okay. Well, Zach Lowe of The Ringer talked about this, what it would take to get Kevin Durant. And so we'll put this out there and you tell me, do we have a deal? You tell me if this sounds like something you'd want to do. All right, here it is. Okay, Tobias is nothing.
Well, don't say he's nothing.
Well, sorry, that's a terrible thing to say. And where he is.
Jeez. This guy.
Yeah, what the hell was that? Tobias would be
it's doable.
Yeah, I mean, he's where he is in his career, and he was very good for Detroit this year.
And it eats up $18 million in salary, whatever it is.
Yep.
So that goes towards the 50-something million you got to even out.
Basically, you want to give up Isaiah Stewart, Jaden Ivey, and a first-round pick.
Don't care about the first-round pick. That doesn't matter because this team's going to be hopefully picking in the 20s for the next however many years. So I don't care about the first-round pick.
Fair.
I don't really Tobias Harris is fine. That's not the meat. The meat is Jaden Ivey. That's what you'd be giving up because what you're getting is you want the guy that can be the next scorer on this team with Cade Cunningham.
Mm-hmm.
And you got Durant who averaged 27 points, just under 27 points a game last year. So there's your point totals. You got that. What are you losing? Well, you're losing the unknown, which is how good could Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey be together? We only got to see it for a little bit. It's all we've ever seen. It's just a little bit because one guy has always been hurt. But when they played together before Ivy got hurt last year, they were coming together nicely. So you're giving up something of substance. But in the Isaiah Stewart part is, okay, that's more of a meat and potatoes type player with this team. But
I like him.
Yeah, I like him. I don't love him, but I like him.
I don't want to overvalue him.
Yeah, I don't want to overvalue. So if this is the offer, I'd do it.
I actually could be convinced to do it. First, I thought no, but I really can't. But how intriguing is it just to watch Ivy come back, get healthy, and see how he fits?
I want to see it. But you're telling me I could trade him and get Kevin Durant,
but this
who's
goes
still
back to me.
scoring 27.
Yeah, Kevin Durant's going to score points, but this goes back to me not wanting him because he's not a winning player. Now, you lose Beef Stew, and that's a bigger loss than I think you guys realize. How did the Pistons defend the paint without Beef Stew in the playoffs against the Knicks? Not very well. I mean, they need a guy. Kevin Durant can't do that for you. Now, maybe Jaden Ivey can put up some points, right? 20 a game, whatever. He looks like he was trending in the right direction before the injury.
Started knocking down his three-point shots.
Yeah. And that's one trade proposal. I've seen another one if you go on ESPN, the trade machine, that you could do Tobias Harris because of his salary, Ron Holland, Fontecchio, and 2 first-round picks. Now, that also gets it done, apparently, to the ESPN trade machine. Would you do that? And there's different ways you can work this. In the end, to me, though, you're going to give up something, a good role player for this team, and some future assets for a guy that, like I said, he just hasn't been on winning basketball teams in the later end of his career. I mean, the Suns had 3 All-Stars on their team, and they didn't even make the playoffs last year. His end in New Jersey, or Brooklyn, wasn't good. Right?
Yeah.
And so I just don't know if it helps the Pistons win.
Well, 248-539-9797. You've heard it. It's getting some discussion on the national level. I could be convinced to try this. I also could be easily talked out of it. Flag planted. No, not a flag plant at all. I think I'm probably leaning towards no because I think I'm more interested in Jaden Ivey and what he could be, how he started to shoot the ball last year. At a young player, you know how much that must have stung watching them in the postseason, thinking I can make a difference? You know how motivated he's going to be? I think that's the kind of player that whatever he has to offer, whatever is in the tank, when he's back on the court, if he is what I think he is, that tank is emptied. He gives it everything he's got to be that guy, that next guy for them.
I mean, I love Jaden Ivey. I'd love to see him really flourish here with the Pistons. But you put that offer together, and I'd lean towards taking that offer. I don't think that's an offer that gets it done, but I'd lean towards it.
I just talked myself out of it, but I'll talk myself into it before we start knocking down phone calls. 248-539-9797. Hey, all right, Twin Peaks fans. It's going down tonight, the Miss 2025 Twin Peaks International Contest. Tonight, over 100 Twin Peaks girls from around the world will hit the stage to compete for their chance to be crowned Miss Twin Peaks. The local girls, Haley from Toledo, Bailey from Auburn Hills, Shelley from Madison Heights, and Madison from Livonia will strut the runway, and you have a chance to watch it all. Visit your favorite lodge tonight to enjoy a great night out and cheer on these special ladies. What a great way to spend a boring Tuesday. Sit in a beautiful and comfortable lodge, sipping on the coldest draft beer you've ever had, the handcrafted cocktails, cutting into the perfectly cooked, seasoned, hand-cut New York strip, or getting messy with the smoked sauce and tender ribs. And the best part of it all is it's served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. You're probably going to want to change up your plans and make sure you are there tonight. Show starts at 9:30 live from Miami, so you can watch some baseball. Then they'll have the show streamed. You won't want to miss it. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. If you haven't seen the Denzel Clark catch last night for the Athletics,
man,
that's the greatest catch in Sacramento A's history.
They're just the Athletics. They have no team name. It's just the Athletics.
Yeah, I know. It's actually probably going to win the ESPY. I don't know how you can have a catch better than that.
That's tough to beat.
It was ridiculous.
I mean, there are some home run balls that are brought back into play.
Mm-hmm.
Doug, there are catches, and there are catches.
Thank you, George Vaughn.
This was one for the ages.
It
It's
really
one of the
was.
greatest catches I've ever seen. You know, robbing a home run ball. This is the kind of play you dream about as a kid. When you whether you played that game or not with your friends, like just throw it over the wall. I'll try to bring it up.
And
this is the one you dream about.
That was acrobatic, crouching tiger, hidden dragon,
and
Cirque
somehow
du Soleil.
stayed. Yeah,
it was awesome.
Somehow stayed within the confines of the ballpark. It's a great play.
Yep, you could see it. It was tweeted last night.
I tweeted out last night
from at Doug Gator 971.
Yeah,
go check it out.
Kane, we got a grease man.
Is that the grease man?
That's the kind of catch it is. We got a grease man. Although Doug, you should know that too.
Is that Ocean's 11's reference?
Yeah, yes.
There you go.
Woo!
The one with Clooney. You know who George Clooney is?
Yes, I do. I know who George Clooney is, and the Pit Kid.
Yeah.
Always eating in that movie. Always eating.
Every movie.
Is that right?
Yeah.
He's always eating in every movie.
That's his thing. Yeah.
Who are the two knuckleheads with the remote control truck?
Scott Conn and Casey Affleck.
They've not been in anything else ever, have they?
No, they've been in lots of things.
Oh, okay. I've only seen them there. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jay. Jay in Detroit. Hi, Jay.
What up, though, boys? How you doing today?
All right, Jay.
Man, I think this Kevin Durant thing is a terrible idea for two reasons. One, the main reason, we got a young up-and-coming team. If we're going to bring in a guy like that to be the second best player on our team, then in a year or two, we got to do it again. So it's almost like a full rebuild when you're bringing in a veteran to be such a significant part of the team. Like, we need a Robin to run with Cade. And I feel like, once again, I don't want to have to do it again in a year or two. And then the other thing, man, other than that run that he had with Golden State where they were already a championship established team, without that, man, Kevin Durant would basically be James Harden. Like, every team he's gone to since then, like, Brooklyn wasn't even making the playoffs. He handpicked Kyrie and James Harden, did nothing. He went to Phoenix, was a good, young, up-and-coming team like us. They traded assets to bring him in and got worse. So I just don't see any real benefit going off what he's done over the last 5 years to think he would be a positive.
You know what's interesting about that is the team's failures are being directly attributed to something about Kevin Durant. And I can see why. There's something about Kevin Durant that makes me uncomfortable too. Then you look down and you go, the stats are incredible. Is he not a team guy? Does he undermine?
Or the other guys not team guys?
Why is it all
Kyrie
him?
Irving or James Harden? Are they great team guys?
I really, I've never liked Kevin Durant, but I feel like this is it could be a fascinating, I don't know if it's a redemption story, but.
Or you could do this. Not trade for him.
Mm-hmm.
See what happens next year. You know, does he get traded? Does he get released from a contract? Does he hit free agency after a year? Is he still want him? And at that point, you're not giving up anything.
Yeah. Philip is in Detroit and next year on 97.1 The Ticket.
What's going on, guys?
Philip.
Hey, what's up? Hey, so I totally disagree, and Kane, you my guy, I love you to death, man. But I totally disagree, including with the last caller, the stigma that everybody's putting on Kevin Durant. Now, when he was in Brooklyn, damn near carried him to the Eastern Conference Finals with an injured, erratic Kyrie Irving. And then you had, I don't know what mental state James Harden was in, but if his foot was so big, they would have defeated Milwaukee and went to the Eastern Conference Final. Now, as far as the Suns situation, that was probably a debacle because they did give up a lot to him. And, of course, when he was in Golden State, he helped Golden State. Golden State courted him. They asked him to come in. He didn't ask to go to Golden State. Golden State begged him to come there because they knew they could not beat the Cavaliers without him. He was the neutralizing factor that really neutralized the Cavaliers' ability to be physical.
So you would take him in Detroit.
Yes, I would, but one caveat. I don't want to give up Ivy because I think Ivy to me was the missing piece.
How are you going to get
in the playoffs? Because everybody that y'all proposed, Tobias Harris, Stewart, first round pick, and I don't want to give up Holland, but I would throw Holland in.
Who?
Holland.
Holland.
Okay.
Holland. But I don't want to give up Ivy because to me Ivy was a significant piece that we were missing in the playoffs.
I would imagine if I'm on Phoenix's side, Ivy's probably the guy I want the most. More than Holland, more than Isaiah Stewart, more than the first round picks. I mean, look, this is classic sports talk trade. I wouldn't do it for what it costs. I'd do it for cheaper. And that's, I mean, look, if you can get him for cheaper, that's great.
How about Fontecchio and Sasser? Is that good done? And second round picks. Multiple second round picks.
Yeah. And Putney. Jay is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Jay?
I just completely disagree with the point that he's just not a winning player when you're not taking into the thought process of when he got to Phoenix, like, where is Bradley Beal? Like, I don't know what happened to him. Like, and then he went to two teams with no defense. He be going to a team with defense. And when the game's on the line, you got Cade and him that can get you a bucket to win the game. I would do it.
Yeah, look, I think he gets a little bit of a bad rap, but I've leaned into it because when I see stuff like guys on their going on burner accounts and defending themselves, I'm just like, come on, man. That's kind of a clown move, bro. But
well, wait, what did Stephen A say?
He did say, come on now. You have to make the trade because come on now.
Well, you know, like the Kevin Durant thing for the two of the callers that we took that say they're kind of defending him. Like, obviously he can still score, and he's a good basketball player. But maybe part of him not being a winning player is the assets these teams have to give up to get him makes the team worse. You know, maybe it's not directly Kevin Durant, but when you give up good role players, and you see throughout the playoffs, you need guys like a Josh Hart, a Drew Holiday, a Derek White, right? Alex Caruso. The Pistons have possible those guys in Asar Thompson, Ron Holland, Isaiah Stewart, those guys. And when you have to give up a couple of those guys, it changes the dynamic and the core of your team. And so now you have a scorer, but where's the defense? Where's the energy? Where's the chemistry, right? Yep. And so that affects everything. So I think like getting Kevin Durant, I think you're actually going backwards.
Well, my thought is this is highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. So, you know, it's fun to talk about. It's cool that Detroit's getting national mention. I think one thing it might speak to a little bit is, okay, not a place that players will do anything to keep from being at. You know what I'm saying? Didn't this feel like a place you couldn't convince anyone to come to?
Yeah.
Is that the case anymore?
I don't know. I mean, first of all, I just know what Kevin Durant said a couple years ago
about
Kate. Yeah. So right away, I'm thinking that that's not the case anymore. Mm-hmm. The fact that this team won 3 times as many basketball games this past year that they did the year prior to that. This is a team that is on the up, right? Yep. They barely lost in a series against the Knicks that they probably should have won if it weren't for a really awful call that went against them at the end of one of those games. And could they be competing? Could they have competed with Indiana? I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
But we're looking forward to how they grow, because this team was that good this past season into the playoffs without Jaden Ivey, and they're getting him back healthy. Yep. So I'm excited about where this team's headed. And, you know, if you've got the team that's on the up, players around the league recognize that. And it may not look like a great crop of free agents this year. Maybe it is next year. Maybe it is the year after.
Speaking of the NBA, what time does Game 3 start tonight?
No.
I know.
No, alas, it's another day we have to wait.
Another day off. Love the day off. The extra day off.
Oh, you mean for TV?
Yeah.
And that's why they do it. Game 1 and Game 2 are the highest rated programs on TV that night. They pick it and they cherry pick their time slots because they want to have the most eyeballs they can so they can charge the highest rates.
Are the numbers down, though, overall?
Overall, I think they are, but they're still the number one program that night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think that's
I
what
guess
they rest on.
The reason you take off Tuesday.
Probably lots of people watching Severance for the first time.
I'm hoping you stick with it. That's
And
all.
last
I'm just saying. Hope it down. Well, there you go.
I don't know. I'm joking. Well, I'll give it another shot.
The reason they give today off is so they can put a game on Friday night, right? I'd rather have one on Friday night than Thursday night.
I haven't looked at the schedule. Are they actually going to play Friday night?
Yes.
You sure?
Yeah, but then what's weird is
They're going to play on Sunday?
No, they don't play till Monday.
Yeah.
But that would be Game 5, so Game 6 Wednesday and or Thursday and Game 7 Saturday night or Sunday night. That's probably how they're spacing it out. That's probably the goal. All right, Gator. I don't know who's coming up next. I did see Rico, but what do you think those guys are going to be talking about today?
It's actually the first hour I overheard them talking. It's going to be about any fish you wish.
Any fish you wish.
It's all about fish in the first hour.
All right. Sounds like something Jansen would do, but all right. Have a great day, everyone. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Welcome in on a Tuesday afternoon. The guys are getting settled in to do
Listen
radio
to this
today.
guy. Take him to the bridge, David. How long you been waiting for that? We're out. David's in. Sorry about that.
Right. It's
All
Jazzy
right.
Cat in the Cone from 2 to 6.
Take him to 6, David. We have a very busy show planned. I'm very excited because we're going to start out with complete nonsense. Then we're going to get into something serious because I can't believe the trade rumors I'm seeing involving the Lions and the Pistons. And then at 4, Rico had a bit of an awakening. Rico realized who might be the biggest villain in the world of sports. So we're going to talk about kind of who makes that list at 4. But can we start out with the silliness, if I may?
Okay.
I understand trade rumors are just that. They're rumors. I think some of them are outright made up. It's just content, right? It's like, it's just there.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm interested. Which trade rumors are we talking about?
We're going to talk about something I don't understand. I don't know where it's coming from. I don't know why the Lions would do it. And I don't know who of the Lions customer base would want to do it. If you are ever perusing the internet on the line and you see Lions trade,
okay,
do you know the name that is associated with it? It's not Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
Not a pass rusher. It's not a center to replace Frank Ragnau. Do you know the name? It's on every website.
Not Jair.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. That would actually, even though it makes no sense, would still make more sense than this.
Okay.
On no less than 7 different websites this week, the trade du jour has been the Lions trading for Shadur Sanders. And as the Yin Yang twins famously once said, huh? What?
Are you serious?
Dead serious. If you could do the experiment live, if you just typed in Lions trade rumor.
Okay.
So the trade basically centers on Hendon Hooker and a 5th-round pick for Shadur. And not only do I not understand why the Lions would do it, but I don't understand why the Browns would do it. Now, if you say the Browns have a bunch of quarterbacks, you say that the Browns, Shadur's a distraction or Dylan Gabriel beat him out, fine enough. But that's not my problem. Second of all, if you had Hendon Hooker here for the last couple of years, doesn't he know the system more than Shadur?
Don't get me started on that. But
okay, I'm listening.
No, but if he did, you wouldn't have to hire a science teacher to come and lead your team and be the backup quarterback right before the playoffs. Shadur Sanders.
People can, and I'm not, believe me, there's really no scenario I would advocate for it because I think Shadur's a distraction. Part of that is his fault. A lot of it isn't. But I have no interest in it. I don't know that he can play NFL football. Now, you signed Kyle Allen. Is he any good? No. You have Hendon Hooker. Is he any good? Probably not. You lose your starting quarterback in this league, you're dead. So if you're going to call up and tell me we need a better backup, I'll just tell you it doesn't matter. If Jared Goff falls down a flight of stairs, you're toast. So why is this a thing? Is there anyone on planet Earth who actually hears that rumor and goes, yeah, I'm in. Let's do that. Would it be to have a long-term solution? A cheaper backup quarterback? Guy goes in the 5th round versus guy in the 3rd round? Guy on the first year of a rookie deal versus a guy on a 3rd year? You can make those cases. But why would you invite that into your locker room?
Because I think Shadur is the sizzle that this team has not had at quarterback. Jared Goff, fine quarterback. He gets the job done. You know, Ben Johnson basically revolutionized his career. Took him from being this guy that we just thought was a Band-Aid guy to now people chant his names in grocery stores. But he's not that sizzle guy. He's not that guy that everybody's going to tune in to want to watch. You want your Jaden Daniels. You want your C.J. Stroud. You want that guy. And I guess Shadur is that name that everybody just keeps telling you he's going to be all that, even though he won the 5th round. Well, it was because of a conspiracy. I don't understand this, but you're right. This is actually, wow. This is actually a trade proposition that
people, you can see it. It's on a million different websites. How credible, how not. Guys, you know my opinion. I would be flabbergasted if the Lions did that. But here's the question. Let's step back for a minute. Is there anyone out there who wants it, who wants to do it, who wants Shadur Sanders? Look, I'll listen. No yelling, no nonsense. But I would guess a vast majority of you simply would be like, no. That's where I'm at. Mm-hmm. The Hendon Hooker thing, I don't even know that he is your backup. And if you wanted to have a cheaper third-string guy, open up some more cap space, maybe somehow in the calculus of Holmes and Disner, that gets you Zidarius Smith. I don't know, guys. I don't even want to go that granular. But in the world, like, Rico, I understand.
If you told me that they were going to make the trade and, like, bring in Jameis Winston, okay, at least he's played in the NFL. He's won a couple of games.
I can make that happen.
He's a good backup.
Would you like that to happen today? I can make that happen. Or could I offer you a side of Russell Wilson?
You know what? I would take Jameis Winston, but if that's the case, he has to do a weekly show with he's got to come out our show weekly. Yes. Because I just want you two to trade recipes with each other.
Yes. But I want to throw
goo.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead, David. I know you want to. 248-539-9797. But this is, look, 2 trade rumors are going to kind of set the table for today's show. One is this, which makes no sense. It just doesn't add up, and it's everywhere, and I don't know why. What we're going to do at 3 o'clock, you can make a case for it. I disagree with it, but I'm far more understanding of a conversation.
Yeah, this one doesn't make sense because even if you wanted to bring Shadur Sanders in, Mike, because the one thing that Detroiters have been clamoring we want the mobile QB. That ain't Shadur Sanders. He's not the mobile QB. He can scramble around in the backfield. He plays great, as I like to call backyard football or street football, where he's not going to get tackled. But he's not the guy that he's just going to tuck the ball and run and pick up 40, 50 yards. That's not his game. So I think you just want the fame, you want the notoriety, you want, NFL Network outside of Allen Park saying, hey, here's Shadur Sanders doing reps.
But isn't that the opposite of how the Lions do business? They don't want that.
Totally the opposite.
They want grit. They want you to go to work, grab your lunch pail, do your job. They don't need a 5th-round pick showing up in a $500,000 car.
Right.
They don't need his daddy talking about.
Because the first golf interception is going to be, you know who wouldn't throw that pick? Shadur, my kid.
People, if you're just tuning in, understand it's not our idea. This is not us playing fantasy radio. If you go and look and search out trade rumors, NFL Lions, it's not a replacement for Ragnau. It's not a collection of Hendrickson proposals. It's Shadur Sanders, and I don't know how it works. Maybe one site started it, and everyone just in the aggregate picked it up and put it out there.
Newsweek, Sporting News, Yahoo Sports.
It's everywhere. Why?
So this isn't just fanboy.com.
Right, like Bob's Honolulu Blue Boner.net. No, these are like, please, somebody can help me understand it. I'm all ears. And a big nose, too. But I'm all ears. 248-539-9797. David, would you, since you opened the show, would you enjoy the opening remarks?
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense to me. When I looked this up and saw this, it made absolutely no sense to me, because if Hendon Hooker can't be your backup, because they brought in someone else to be the backup, if he can't be your backup, why would trading for a rookie who was drafted in the late rounds be a better selection? I don't see it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Let me add to that. Really, what value does Hendon Hooker give the Browns? Because it's not like he's gone out there and tore it up as a Lion. I mean, once again, when they had to bring in a backup QB for the playoffs, that told me everything I needed to know. Son, you're not ready, and you'll never be ready. You're not a part of this. You're a part of this team because you're the emergency quarterback. That's it. You came in with a lot of hype, and you never went to that next level that you became that guy that they could count on. So, yeah. They got a guy who wasn't in the league for an entire year.
I really
teacher.
thought it was a joke, and I thought it was fake websites for
Yes.
a second. I thought it was, these crazy,
Right.
I click on it and I got a
fanboy.
virus or something. But
Right.
it was real.
Hot take fanboy guy. Hey, I love blue. Let's go.com. No, I'm looking at news.
That actually may be a Wolverine site.
No, well, you know what? You're right. Bet.
I mean, David, we can get a few ticket texts. I'm not going to belabor it. It was something I was really trying to figure it out. I wondered if we would get a few people who said, yes, we should do this. Do we get a few people who go, this is ridiculous? That's my standpoint. And just understand, I never really consider backup quarterback a thing. If you lose your starter, your season is over. Those are the rules. You're paying Jared Goff a lot of money. Just like in cities like Philly, yes, did they have a miracle and Nick Foles took them to a Super Bowl late stages?
Man, it's rare that you have that Tom Brady, that guy who everything failed and backup guy actually came in and
Once
stole
a
the job.
generation, someone breaks the mold. Look, it happened with the Giants in 1990. Phil Simms broke his ankle. Jeff Hostetler in week 13 takes over the reins and they win a Super Bowl. But the point is, you can't battle-proof that.
No.
No one started the year going, listen, if Drew Bledsoe dies, this Tom Brady kid, no one did.
Trust me, nobody said, yeah, if this Jimmy G and Trey Lance doesn't work out,
Brock Purdy will save you. Right. So, look, trying to put the pieces together, trying to understand it. 248-539-9797. Happy to hear from you on it. If you think it's total crap like I do, say it. If you have an interest, you won't be yelled at. But I just don't think anyone does. We'll get some ticket texts. Maybe David will bring it out of the break. That was an exciting moment for everybody. Sorry about that. Listen, you've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with insurance companies that just don't care about you. David Feminino is the call you got to make. It's simple. David will fight for you. That's why Get David, Get Paid isn't just a catchy phrase. It's a promise. If someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope things get better. Call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, so we're starting with something a little light, looking for your help. 3 o'clock, though, we're going to lock in. Pistons. Major media, major superstar, major rumor. And I'll be the first to tell you that despite being Mr. I want them to make a splash, I'm going to harpoon this idea. But we'll get to it. I think some of you will want to do it. We'll talk about it at 3. What we're starting with is simple. In the world of trade rumors, this one is as goofy as it gets, and yet it's everywhere. And it involves your Lions, and it involves Shadur Sanders. You guys do what you want. There's no way I'd bring him in my building. There is a reason he went in the 5th round. Part of it is he's not that good at football. The other part of it is you get to a point in a draft, you cannot have a person with his profile, or, and as Rico said, with his loquacious father holding a clipboard.
Dude,
it's a distraction.
The juice is just not worth the squeeze.
No, look at Cleveland when they were told to take him by their owner. Everybody in the room looked like they wanted to just take a cyanide capsule.
Congratulations, Shadur, you're a Brown.
And click.
Yay.
David, the ticket text, though, what are the early returns on this?
I think Shadur Sanders would be an upgrade. Hooker has 6 snaps in the NFL. He is not young anymore. Take the trade as Roger and Huntington Woods.
Hendon Hooker was never young. Didn't he enter the league at 25 or 26?
Like 32 or something.
He was not 32 or 25. He was a little bit older.
He was Wilford Brimley.
He didn't have the bitters.
The bitters.
Close to retirement age, I believe. Right here, right now, I will trade for Sanders. If I'm only giving up Hooker in the 5th round, paid based on the facts, I think it's safe to say that Hooker can't play.
Okay, but for the people saying that 248-539-9797, because I really like to talk to some of these people, you do realize what comes with bringing Shadur Sanders here is that Jared Goff has the game that he has in Houston, and our phone lines are going to be full of when are we going to push Shadur in? Oh, my goodness. We need to upgrade our quarterback. This isn't working out. Goff can't get us over the hump. He's going to be a circus. That's what you're inviting here into Detroit. I just want to know. 248-539-9797. Are you sure you want the circus here?
This feels like a quote-unquote we are desperate for clicks type article because I can't think of any reason we would trade for Shadur Sanders.
And again, if it were one place, I would disregard it. It's everywhere, including, I don't want to attach too much of, but some reputable places. I don't understand it. Like, why is this a thing?
It reminded me, I thought it was like the Paul Skeens thing. Like, seriously, why? I was like, why are we talking about this? This doesn't make a lick of sense.
By the way, Hendon Hooker's 27. David wasn't that off saying 32.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a difference. Okay?
NFL years, he's not far off.
It's a little bit of a difference. That means he got into the league at 24?
But all right, hold on. So let's workshop this for a minute. Let's say that every website that's putting this out there, let's workshop through this. Is Shadur Sanders a better long-term prospect than Hendon Hooker? Where you believe you bring him in, you have Goff, you're going to adjust Goff's deal. That's the other thing. Look, next year they're 10, 12 million over the cap. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean anything because A, the cap will go up, and B, they're going to redo Goff's deal. Well, what does that mean? It means Goff, instead of having to have him 2 more years, you probably have him 3 or 4 more.
Right.
You move the money down the line. It makes it more of a problem to get rid of him.
But that's the main reason why you're not going to go after Shadur Sanders.
That's the point.
Because if you make the trade for Shadur, you're saying that Goff's days are numbered. And when the deal is up, and you're going to try to trade him or release him, or you're just going to pay him a ridiculous amount of money in that final year.
Then there is a part of me where it's like Holmes has done some wacky stuff. Like, remember the Trinity Benson hero arc? I don't know. Like, is this just Trinity Benson?
I never understood that. And he just kept bringing him back.
Bringing
him back. No, he's going to work this time.
This is the year.
This
Trinity Benson gets it
year.
Right. But let's hear from a few of the people. I'm fine talking about it. I don't understand it, but it's everywhere.
Because if you go after Shadur Sanders, it's calling for the end of Goff because you're saying that this is going to be our guy. And it's the circus. The second He's the quarterback. He represents everything that the golf haters don't like. He ain't mobile. He ain't this. He ain't that. He's a system quarterback. He's a game manager, all of those different things, even though Shadur's the same way, people. But he doesn't have a famous father. You're going to be inviting the circus if you bring him here.
Let's go to Marcus, 97.1. Marcus, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up with y'all?
How are you, sir?
Hey, I've been following the show ever since the year Matt Stafford, and they was arguing, should we bring back Matt Stafford or Ndamukong Suh?
Oh, my.
So that's why I think Lions are kind of SOL with hanging on the golf. I think bringing Shadur here would put, for sure, time clock on golf. And he needs to get pushed. He should have to worry about his position because he's the reason that the last 2 years we're not in the Super Bowl. So I'm all for the Shadur thing. I mean, he's basically a black version of golf. He's a pro-style quarterback, can make all the throws, and he's going to bring jersey sales, all of the above, and is going to definitely put a clock on golf. Golf is the weakest link. If we would have had Brock Purdy in that 49ers game, we would have won that game, period. To me, golf, I am a golf hater, so he should be playing golf. Not in the NFL no more.
All right, and listen, I respect
Flacco or somebody.
I respect that you have said what's on your heart, that you are a Goff hater. So I can't be mad. You don't like the guy. You think he's the weak link. But man, trading for Shadur Sanders, guys, if you're in a Super Bowl window, forget about all the trade rumors and Sporting News and USA Today and all these websites. Forget about all of that. Mm-hmm. If you're in a Super Bowl window, and you don't want your quarterback, which I have no evidence of, but let's workshop it out. Man, you ain't trading for a guy like Shadur Sanders. You're trading for a player.
True. But let me help out the people like Marcus, okay? I'm not for this, but, Mike, you've seen this before. If you do make the trade, guess who you don't have to pay for a while is your quarterback, which means that Holmes can do what he loves to do the most. Pay all his other guys, keeps the band together because I don't have to pay the quarterback this amount of money. I got the guy on the rookie contract. So I can go out and break the bank with Aiden, and I can bring in this guy, and I can keep all of my players. I can keep Branch. I can keep Joseph. I can keep everybody because I'm not paying the QB. It would work the way Brad Holmes likes to do business. I don't agree.
I know none of us are advocating.
And for a lot of people, Marcus isn't the only one that believes, hey, Goff is he's the old and busted quarterback. You need the new age guy who could go out there, has mobility, can extend plays. We joke about mobile Goff season when he gets that one run for 5 yards.
And he does it beautifully, so watch your mouth.
Oh, yes. The best 5 yards ever.
Thank you.
Some say maybe even 6.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Eric, 97.1. Eric, what's up?
What's up, y'all?
How are you?
I'm good, man. Like I was saying, I would be inclined to at least put it on the table if it freed up money to pick up somebody like Zidarius. And for the comment that I keep hearing, do we want to bring that circus here? Correct me if I'm wrong. There was a small choir singing the praises of Hendon Hooker as soon as we acquired him.
I wasn't one of them. I was not in that choir. I hated that draft pick. I'm just trying to, on the record, don't put that evil on me, Eric.
True, but I'm just saying I picked up the noise from somewhere, and I listen to you guys daily.
You know who it is. You know who it is. It's Jim Costa.
Okay. We'll burn it. We'll put it in his bag.
Thank you.
But at the same time, man, it is intriguing. And at the same time, we don't have a backup of substance. Everybody, you just said it yourself. If Jared goes down, our season is over. So what would be the big problem with putting a guy like Shadur in that sold you some tickets, that sold you some jerseys, that got us some more public notoriety, which we could use? We're all loving that.
Because my answer is this. I'll give you an example though. And Eric, I'm just shooting you straight. I would say this about Cam Ward. I would say it about Jackson Dart. I'll say it about Quinn Ewers. Any of these rookie quarterbacks. My generalization, my offhand answer is you won't win a game you start a rookie. You won't win a game. Now, you can bring up Jaden Daniels. That's a whole different thing. That's a young team. The system that was tailored for him, they hired the OC for him. You know, that is a different thing. And Washington was already decent. Now, if you're telling me, hey, we're going to put Shadur in, we're going to let him throw it 10 times a game, we're going to pound the rock. The point is your season's over regardless. As it pertains to winning a Super Bowl. It's just over. It doesn't matter who
Could it
you
work
get.
here, though, with the Lions and all the toys that we have, the running backs, and the wide receivers, and the tight ends?
Here's where I'll let you answer it because here's my answer. And again, if you're just tuning in and going, have Mike and Rico lost their ever-loving minds? No. This is everywhere on the internet that the Lions should trade for Shadur Sanders. Rico, here's what I want you to hearken to. I don't think he can play football.
Oh.
I don't think he's any good.
You're taking it to the next level.
I just don't think he's any good.
Mike hitting people with garbage.
They ran a high school offense at Colorado. He held onto the ball way too long. He doesn't have an elite arm. He doesn't have elite mobility. That's before we get to the personality flaws. So for me, I don't get it. I'd rather start Kenny at this point. 248-539-9797. Put a beer helmet on him, snap the ball.
I got you.
Yeah, look at that. Peak masculinity right there. We'll get more of the phone calls. We will get a football today. 3 o'clock. Serious trade conversation.
This isn't serious?
No, not for me. It's not. 97.1. David, I want to check in on the ticket text. And if you're just joining, don't get into Sonny Bono here and run into a tree. Just hear me. We haven't lost our mind. We're not doing fantasy radio. Every website, if you're perusing for Lions and trades, thinking, well, they'll replace Ragnau, or hey, maybe there's a password. No, the name that's out there is Shadur Sanders. I thought it was the Onion. The problem is when it's at 7, 8, 10 different websites, and some of them have the name of Sporting News, etc., Yahoo Sports, etc. Guys, do I advocate for it? Absolutely not. But what we wanted to do was see, does anyone actually not think this is terrible? The idea of Hendon Hooker and a 6th-round pick out, Shadur Sanders here. My answer is no. You know why? Doesn't mean I'm right. But that's just where I'm at. So, David, some ticket techs. We'll knock out some of the calls, get a football today, and then we really got to strap in for the 3 o'clock because I think it's going to be a war. I really don't want what someone's propagating for the Pistons. Go ahead.
Depends.
If the Lions trade for Shadur Sanders, I'm done. I don't want that piece of garbage player in our organization. He and his dad are nothing but a distraction at this team. They don't need that distraction. Why do people think a 5th-round pick would put a clock on golf just because of his name? Holmes doesn't care about names. He doesn't want that noise. Sanders hasn't done anything in the pros. People are talking like he's already done something. He's done nothing noteworthy in college. Sanders carries the same question mark that Hooker does. Evan in a van.
No, I'll say this about Sanders, and maybe if this thing goes through and the trade actually happens, I don't think it will, but let's just say for the sake of argument that it does. Mike, he was able to do things with Travis Hunter. You're actually giving him real wide receivers, real running backs, real tight end. Maybe he could be a good enough game manager with this type of team. He's basically becoming kind of what the Vikings would be with J.J. McCarthy, where you got all the talent in the world. I just don't know if you can handle all of this, but we're going to hand you the keys to a Ferrari. Don't crash it.
I'm with you, Mike. If we are not talking about moves that put us closer to winning the Super Bowl, it's a waste of time. Don't need it.
No, and again, now I'm not trying to be rude to anyone in particular. It's just I've heard some stupid trade ideas for the Lions on this station the last few days. I'm not advocating any of this. I'm not propagating this. This isn't a golly gee, Rico. What do you think of this idea? This makes no sense. Can anyone help make any sense of it? Let's go to the people, and then we'll get to a football today. Charles, what's going on, buddy?
How we doing, fellas?
Good, Charles. What's up?
Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to call in to give my 2 cents on this. I think what's even more ridiculous than the trade proposition itself is that we have people calling in here actually saying that they think this should be on the table for the Lions. I think this is probably the stupidest trade you can make, and it just, like you said, Mike, it doesn't make any sense for a few reasons. One, it's the stupidest trade. It has nothing but negative consequences that could come out of this. He's not going to make our team better now. The only reason you would even consider making this trade is for the 1% chance that he maybe hits in the future and possibly becomes a difference maker. And like I said, I mean, even that is just such low odds. It just makes no sense. And then just looking at it from Brad Holmes' point of view is like, why in the world would you trade somebody who you at one point you thought was a 2nd-round talent for somebody who was taken in the 5th round? It makes absolutely no sense.
I'll explain this, and I want Rico to, punch me in the head if I'm wrong, Charles. I treat this like recruiting.
Okay.
Nobody cares you were a 5-star 3 years ago and you're on your 3rd school. You ain't a 5-star no more. You're just another common bum.
You know what? Let me help clean that up and simplify it. In 3 years, if you're still talking about your high school achievements,
there you go.
You haven't done anything
you
on
did
the
it
next
better.
level in college.
No physical violence, but you did it better.
Yeah.
It's just it doesn't matter what you were.
Yeah. If we're still talking about Hendon Hooker and what he did at Tennessee 3 years into the pros, guys, that's a major red flag.
Well, the 2021 5-star. Yeah.
You know who we're not talking about? C.J. Stroud in his days at Ohio State. Most people don't even remember he played at Ohio State. Why? Because look at what he's doing with the Texans.
Go to Thomas, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm confused, and it kills me because this kid is catching hell because Deion is his father. I like Deion. Real honest and truthful guy. I actually met him on a couple occasions at football camps with different kids. Real good dude. Really love the kids, and he teaches football. Now, let's get to Shadur. The kid is a quarterback, man. I don't care how people try and frame it. That dude threw for 17,000 yards at Colorado with a bad offensive line. With a bad offensive line, and was a Heisman candidate, and had a pro coach as his offensive coordinator. Like, come on. Ain't nobody saying he's going to come in and light it up. You know what I'm saying? He's going to have better weapons if he was to start, but I don't see him starting. But he could be a bridge quarterback. He's actually outshining Gabriel. He actually outshined Gabriel in rookie camp. Like, this is ridiculous. Stop doing this to this kid, man.
No.
Like,
no.
Let him come.
Thomas,
let him come in
Thomas,
and learn. Let him come in and learn to be a pro.
No. I don't have to do anything. And second of all, if he's all the things you said he is, why was he a 5th-round pick? Just answer it.
Number one, because the NFL is full of. I don't even want to cuss right now because the NFL is full of it.
Why are you so angry, man? Just cool out.
I'm not angry. I'm saying
you said you were just going to cuss.
Let this kid develop. People did the same thing with LeBron James' son. Let these kids develop and learn how to be pros. Stop doing this because people got a hatred for his father.
Nobody hates his father.
We gotta stop doing this to black men who raised
there
black
it
boys.
is.
They did it to LeVar Ball. Y'all gotta stop this, man. This is ridiculous.
Go ahead. I tried.
I mean, as far as Bronny James goes, Bronny James is not a good basketball player. I don't care who his father is. I don't care what color he is. He's not good.
We got to stop doing this. Let these kids develop.
So you can't have an opinion.
Hold on.
Let
Thomas,
these kids develop and see what they become.
This is the pros. What do you mean let them develop?
If he turned out to be a bad quarterback, then he turned out to be a bad quarterback. But his record shows that he's proven something. He's proven something.
What did he win at Colorado? I missed that.
You didn't win anything. They had a bad offensive line, but he still threw for 17,000 yards. I forgot how many. He barely threw picks at Colorado.
Actually, you're one digit too big. He threw for 7,000. So, okay, and we're done here. If you just want to come out and say it and say bad white man impugning black man, you can just say it. I mean, it doesn't make it true, but we can kind of just get point A to point B. If you'd like to say you're racist, you may as well just say it. It doesn't mean it's true, but you'll save all of us a lot of frustration. I've given you why I don't like him. You chose to ignore all those reasons, including Pat Shurmur being your OC is not a good thing. Ask anyone who scouts football and knows football. That was a rather simplistic Tecmo Bowl offense. He holds onto the ball too long. He doesn't process well.
Well, hold on. But the thing is, using his logic, I guess anybody who is black that gets drafted in any league should get a chance and make the team. It doesn't work that way. It's a business. If you can't help me win games, you don't get to be on the team.
Here.
You get cut.
Let's do equal opportunity. I'm going to call a white guy a bum. His name's Quinn Ewers. He sucks. I thought he was the most overrated prospect in the history of Earth going into college. He wasn't that good in college. And he's not going to be good in the pros. Also, white guy. See, I can do this all day.
I mean, I look at Shadur and I'm like, he didn't win any big notable games. Like, what's that moment that you're like, oh, yeah, I remember, and it was probably against a bad team. Like, he didn't beat anybody worthwhile. And look, you hurt your argument when you lumped him in there with Bronny James because Bronny shouldn't be in the league, okay? Let's just call it what it is.
I also
he
think
wasn't that good at USC.
Deion is interesting. We're in the interesting business. I don't have to like what Deion does, but I think it's interesting. I don't hate the guy. I just think he's kind of a circus act with the way he runs his program, okay? And when Shadur's out there doing some of the things he does, when he threw his entire team under the bus, which you didn't comment on, when he's out there and he's mouthy as hell and
waving his watch around.
I just think there's certain parts that turn NFL teams away, white, black, or otherwise. But live in whatever world you want.
And the thing about that, I think I'm okay if you talk trash. Like I love Dion as a pro, but Dion and his son would talk a lot of stuff, and then when things didn't go their way, then all of a sudden the world was bad people, and you guys just have it against us. But when things were going their way, they had no problem talking trash. Mike, I'm all about the trash talking, but if you dish it out, you have to be able to take it.
248-539-9797. All right, sunshine is out. Everybody's having, at least planning for summer right now. You can lease a 25 Sierra Crew Cab, $279 a month, 0 down. Or the Buick Envision, $294 a month, 0 down. No employee discount needed on either deal. Both are on 24-month low-mileage leases. And inventory's rolling in daily at MoranExpress.com. Also at MoranExpress.com. Your certified service, and you get the free loaner vehicle. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, let's turn our attention to football for about 8 minutes. It's football today. David. Yesterday, we had the passing trios. Today, David has the best running back duos. The running backs are back. And while we don't want to pay them, because you need multiples of them, we like the rankings as we are just about a month away from camp. David.
Yeah, they are definitely on the rise. Let's start with the honorable mention. Here you have the Jags with Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby. You have Seattle with Kenneth Walker III and Zach Charbonnet. And then you have the Green Bay Packers with Josh Jacobs and Emmanuel Wilson.
So, couple things. First of all, I wouldn't put the Packers there. Jacksonville's interesting. Bigsby might be better than ATN. The Seattle thing, it's all about health. If Charbonnet and K9 are healthy, it's a really nice 1-2.
It is.
Their skills play off of each other. How often are they healthy? It's really quite a problem. All right, David, let's get into the top 10. No honorable mention for my Giants. That's hurtful.
No.
Tyrone Tracy and Scatta Boo Boo.
They
Come
may
on.
be in the top 10. Why are you selling them short?
I
They could
like
be in the
Tyrone Tracy.
Mike, they could be in the top 10.
All right.
You selling your team short.
I know the Lions are number 1, so there's no drama, but let's keep it going.
I will tell you this. There's a lot of projection on this list, okay?
Okay.
Are the Lions
a lot
number
of
one?
projection. Lions are number 1. Yeah, the
kinda
Lions are
figured
number
as
1.
much.
Scatterbo. Come on. Project Mike Allstott.
So, number 10 are the Pittsburgh Steelers with Jalen Warren and Caleb Johnson.
Who?
Well, Caleb Johnson, your guy. Jalen Warren has been a nice third down back. David, I'll be honest. You could have given me a lot of guesses. I wouldn't have had the Steelers there.
That's what I'm saying. There's projection here because what they're saying is Johnson could eventually take over the backfield midseason. Well, then wouldn't that mean Jalen Warren's not as good and your duo's not that great?
It's that Jalen Warren keeps the role he's best at. Like, look, he outperformed Najee Harris, but Jalen Warren's not a guy you can give 20 touches to.
He's not the bell cow. You need somebody who can carry the rock, 15, 20 times. I don't think that's him.
Number 9, the Los Angeles Chargers with Najee Harris and Omarion Hampton.
Love it. I love it because
just 9, though.
Yeah, but look, Harbaugh's going to run his offense. And I'll separate what I think of Harbaugh. As a pro coach, he's very good. Those two play off each other really well because Omarion Hampton, for people who haven't watched him at North Carolina, which is everybody, you can't tackle him. He's just really good at making the first guy miss, the yards after contact. It's just a really nice 1-2.
And I guess they're 9 because you're right. It's, as David said, it's projection. But, yeah, the way Harbaugh's going to use the running backs, I could easily see that combination as a top 5.
Number 8 would be James Cook and Ray Davis.
Love it.
Yeah.
I mean, Cook's a superstar. He's kind of a different version of Jahmyr Gibbs. And then Ray Davis just runs angry. Yeah, that works to me. Now, they got to get Cook signed and got to get him in camp.
Got to get him happy.
Yeah, he's there, but he ain't doing anything. Number 7, Minnesota Vikings, Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason.
Oh, that's right. They did make the trade for Jordan Mason. Because I was like, well, who's Minnesota's tandem? If Mason can give you what he did last year, he was a surprise when McCaffrey went down. That now he can come in and just kind of be that backup role for Jones. And with all the other pieces that they have, I could easily see. I get why this tandem is on there at 7?
I'd take Buffalo over Minnesota. I'd take the Chargers over Minnesota. I think this one's too high. And Aaron Jones, another year older. I'm not trying to say he's bad. But
the only reason why I would leave it there is just because it's speculate. I don't know if Cook's going to be happy. I don't know if Cook's going to be playing.
So based on projecting, if he plays or not,
if Cook was under contract and is happy, then yes, I would agree with Mike.
Number 6, the 49ers with Christian McCaffrey and Isaac Grindo.
There we go. Get it all out.
Just go.
Get it all out.
Go ahead and glaze your team.
I mean, David, it really boils down. It's kind of like the Lions. It's the offensive line. And you saw that when Mason went down, Isaac Grindo came in there and basically said you can get rid of Mason. Christian McCaffrey is the key. If he's healthy, if the experimental surgeries worked, then yes, they got a back that's one of the best backs in the league. If it didn't, it's going to be a long season again.
Number 5, the Atlanta Falcons. Have you seen Bijan run and Tyler Algier?
See, that to me is top 3. Algier is arguably the best backup running back in football. And he's part of the reason Bijan doesn't get as many red zone carries as he should. But it's top tier. And if the quarterback, like Rico was just talking about how the O-line's the key for San Francisco, the quarterback play is going to be the key to Atlanta. If they could ever face a six-man box, imagine what those two guys could do. I love their backfield.
Now, yeah, and it kind of reminds me of the Lions where, like, if you're that fantasy guy, I don't know which back is more valuable.
Both.
Because it's
more,
like,
flex.
So
just all.
So Falcons at 5, I would definitely put them above the next group.
New York Giants?
We're talking duos here.
Tyrone Tracy and Cam Scatterbutt.
I think this next duo is not really a duo. But
Okay.
it's the Philadelphia Eagles. It's Saquon Barkley and A.J. Dillon. It's just Saquon.
I totally agree. And A.J. Dillon, workout warrior. Oh, Quadzilla. Listen, he's very mediocre. Is Saquon's greatness enough? It's a lot like Rico's team.
Yeah.
Is CMC's greatness enough that Isaac Garindo could be on this list?
He only made the list. Garindo made it because of that long run against, I think, was it the Lions? Anyway, basically, Dillon is the tap-out guy. When Saquon taps the helmet, Dillon, go in the game for a couple plays. I drink some Gatorade, and then I'll be back in.
That's why it's not a duo.
Technically, it is, David. He's
Yeah, but David, in your list, you wouldn't feature Saquon Barkley. I mean, come on.
That's true. Okay, number 3, Carolina Panthers, Hubbard and Rico Dowdle.
What?
I'm sorry. Rico
What?
Dowdle. Yeah, he's number 3.
What? They have Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdell. Did anyone miss they drafted Jonathan Brooks?
Yeah.
Dowdell may not even play.
But he's a Cowboy.
Yeah. Former Cowboy, yeah.
How is Carolina number 3? What is this?
That I don't understand. I would have easily put them in the honorable mention.
Jonathan Brooks will not be playing this season. He is already put on the PUP list.
Oh, he's dead.
Done for the year.
Okay, well, F that. All right. Boy, Cookies is going to be pissed. He owns him in Dynasty. Oh, poor. You hate to see it.
Just hate to see it.
All right, go to number 2.
Number 2, the Buccaneers with Bucky Irving and Rashad White.
Yes. Bucky Irving's a star. And Rashad White, it's like Rico said, tap out guy. He's not super productive. He's basically 3.5 yards a carry and then he dies. But he never gets tackled behind the line of scrimmage.
But it's just so funny that we just forget about the Buccaneers and they just have all of these players
because they have no pass rush.
And they go under the radar.
The reason they can't win is they have no pass rush and they are coached by an idiot. That's kind of the two I have. I'm not a Todd Bowles guy. Go ahead.
They got one guy on there.
Well, we got number 1. It was the Lions. Jameer Gibbs and David Montgomery.
There's not a lot to say.
Yeah.
It's comprehensive. They play off each other really, really well.
But it is projection that the offensive line will be there for them.
Now, you're right. That will change.
That's the biggest thing for the Lions is they did a lot with that offensive line, but, the center is there. Running up the middle, I think
it's really how close number 2 gets to them because they'll be number 1.
See, I think that with Ragnau leaving, it's going to hurt David Montgomery because he got a lot of his yards just going right up the middle. Gibbs is going to swing to the outside. He's fast. It doesn't matter. But I don't know if Montgomery is going to get the same type of exactly.
And that's where we leave it. That's football today. All right, 3 o'clock, so we can get serious now. And I'm going to try to keep my bias out of this, but the Pistons...
Oh, I thought it was Mike Trout.
I'm going to show personal growth. I have a lot of thoughts about what I heard earlier. Personal growth.
Okay.
Not doing it.
Okay.
The Pistons have been a darling of the news cycle. Now, I hate using this person as the epicenter of this, but I have to do it. One Stephen A. Smith has given his top 5 destinations for the 2 biggest superstars in the league that are available. One is Giannis, and one is Kevin Durant. Quote, KD with Detroit. Imagine that. If you think I'm yelling like Stephen A. Smith, you're crazy. With Cade Cunningham, with Malik Beasley shooting threes, I mean, come on now. Tremendous. Thanks for that. Bottom line, the Pistons are listed as one of the top destinations for Kevin Durant. Now, obviously, you know where I'm at. I want the Pistons to be bold, not stupid, but bold. Mm-hmm. And I do think there's an opportunity for the Pistons to be a real contender in the East. But I don't think it's with Kevin Durant. Now, I'm going to read you something, and I just want you to tell me if you can look past this. Is that fair?
Okay.
Kevin Durant at age 36. He trails only LeBron James and Chris Paul for minutes played. He has played nearly 42,000 minutes. This is a 36-year-old man who is signed through next season. The Pistons are young. They're developing. They're not at their zenith yet. Are you sure you want to get in business? I'm leaving bias out of this. The part where I call KD a loser or the part wasn't going to go there, personal growth. But I want to hear from people. I want to hear from you. I'm not going to shut it down and say this is horrible. I'm just telling you I would never do it. I don't agree with this. And okay. Here's my issue with this. You have to consider the source. So, yes. Oh, well, Stephen A. makes $120 million. That's great. He gets a lot of stuff wrong. Often. Okay? I just don't think you can say Detroit is a top 5 destination for Kevin Durant or a top 3 destination. On what basis? To put a 36-year-old man on a short-term deal on a young team and KD has to be Robin to Cade Cunningham's Batman? That's the fit? That's what you want to go with?
I think if they brought in KD, I don't think that he would fit that Robin thing. I think that they would be co-leaders. I think that Cade would acquiesce a lot of the responsibility to KD. He's on a short-term deal. Mike, I think this would work for Detroit, but 2 things have to happen. One, it has to stay short-term. It can only really just be 1 year. Okay?
So what am I giving up?
And that's the second thing. You cannot gut your team. The reason why teams fail when Kevin Durant goes there is because you have to give up all your pieces to bring him there, and he can't then supplement the 4 pieces that you let go and the draft picks. And that's what happened with the Suns. That's what happened with the Nets. So if I only have to give up very little for that 1 year, some draft picks, but I get to keep most of this team on a 1-year deal, I could see how it could work. That's it. It's a short-term thing, not long. It's like Schroeder. You can't keep him here too long because then he'll tear the team apart. But if it's 1 year, I think Cade, the whole Batman Robin thing, I think he and Cade will just play off of each other. And now you can't just sit there and focus on Cade because he can beat you. You can't just focus on KD because then Cade can beat you. I think that it could work. Just can't give up the house for him. You can't give up everything.
Okay. People, I want to ask the question. I think the line will be drawn. I think people are going to be all in or all out. I understand the source, Stephen A. Smith. That is a far cry from Sham Charania. But I hate this idea. Rico doesn't hate it. Rico has guardrails for it. You could give me KD for free. I'd hate it. I don't think he's a winner. I don't think he's a winning basketball player. And at 36 years old, I'm not interested. He's battled injuries the second half of his career. I think his attitude sucks. I pin a lot of the blame for how this went with the Suns on him. I think he is essentially a really good spot-up shooter at this point in his career. The post-Achilles KD, the explosiveness is largely gone. You can give him to me. I'll take him, I guess. Maybe I'll correct that, but I ain't giving up nothing for him. And right there, that renders it moot. But people, I've heard Rieger and Woj do this topic about 2 weeks ago. Well, now this is like, okay, it's in the discourse. Would you want Trajan Langdon to make a run? Would you want Langdon to pick up the phone? How about, why don't we just do that? Do you pick up the phone to KD? So many of you have yelled at me saying, and again, this is before a lawsuit. No. Don't even pick up the phone to Zion. And I go, why? I can make a case for Zion. I can't make a case for a 36-year-old on this team. But Rico has guardrails, that it would have to be a certain cost, that it would have to be short-term. Look, the problem's going to be he still makes $54.8 million. And Rico, I have a hard time believing he'll go anywhere without getting at least a second-year guarantee. That you would get a one-year extension, that it would be a 2-year, $108 million pact.
See, I don't know, because I think that maybe it's one of those, I'm going to go and almost a little bit of a prove it type thing, and knowing that somebody's going to overpay for me in another year.
David, I'll throw the number out, and then I want to hear from you. 248-539-9797. I have no interest in it. Stephen A. says...
Here's the other thing, too, David, there's no perfect player that's going to come here. David and I had this conversation yesterday, and he yelled at me a lot, which was very hurtful. But no perfect player is out there. So somebody's going to have baggage, whether it's Zion and, his durability, it's KD in the A. There's something bad about every player that the Pistons are looking at getting. So you're going to have to get past that and just look, can this person help you win? And I do think short term, KD could help you win. Go ahead, David. Finish yelling from yesterday.
No, he can't help you win. No, he can't help you win because this guy's emotions are like a roller coaster. Up, down, the other. I cannot win with someone that's emotions are all over the place when it comes to how he feels. I can't do that with KD, and that's why his teams don't win. How he feels
just described the entire Pistons team and their coach.
No, I have not. No, I have not, because they won. They won. They went to the playoffs and won, okay? KD comes to your team, and how he feels, the locker room now, that vibe now shifts to everyone else, and you begin to not be successful.
May I offer something? Rico is the king of player A, player B. And while I don't need to run down player A, you're going to know who it is. Before you call up and you tell me how much you want Kevin Durant here, not because Stephen A. said it, but because in your heart you believe it could work. Tell me why you would support that while impugning the character of player A. What are these numbers, Mr. Rico Beard? I want to help you with something. 32, 55, 47, 39, 8, 75, 62.
Wait, say that again.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
32, 55, 47, 39, 8, 75, 62.
The amount of games Zion's played?
That'd be KD.
Oh, okay.
Also, in the last 4 years,
Mr. Sneaky.
I know, but you get my point.
Right.
When I said he struggled with injuries second half of his career, here's the other thing. Last 4 years, how many All-Star teams he made?
Last 4 years?
Well, he was the captain of one, so one.
One.
Okay.
The point I'm making is you're not getting KD from 7-8 years ago. I don't want him. I am. Hey, so
I don't think you need that KD because you just need low post scoring. You need a big man who can get you some points.
Well, that's not KD.
See, but I think what you're misunderstanding is you may not want and need that KD, but he still thinks he's that KD. So he's going to come in and I'm this and I'm that, and he's going to be an emotional wreck, and the team will follow him where he goes.
Bottom
down
line
the
is,
drain.
In the last 5 seasons, he has torn. I believe in my heart, he has been a prime reason. He has torn apart 2 franchises.
Well, yeah, for the Nets, he had to bring in all his buddies.
How'd that go?
It didn't.
Real good judge of character.
And for the Suns, Ishmael was stupid enough to trade away everybody for him.
Right, but you still had Beal. You still had Booker. You still had people on that team. That was a team that...
Right, but all the glue pieces all ended up being Knicks. So...
Yeah, the Mikal Bridges deal. My goodness. All right, so look.
So
248-539-9797. So here's my question. We can do it this way, too. Because if you're in for KD, you need to be in for Zion. Aren't they the same, except one is 10 years younger?
Yeah. Both have baggage. And I'm okay. KD, trust me when I say this, Mike, it's truly a 1-year deal. That's it. He's got a shelf life, David.
All right. Or
you'll be on your honeymoon period. By the time the team hates him, he'll be gone.
248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone call. Stephen A. says the Pistons are a prime destination for KD. Get the barf bag. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville, Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. Northville Lumber, Trex decking leader. You can call them today, but better yet, just go to the showroom, take home some samples, then call them and get to business. It's northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Honestly, I can play the drop over him, and you don't know that it's a drop, or it might just be first take.
I mean, come on now.
Yeah, what does that mean exactly? Also, at any point, was one of the 17 people on the set going to say what it would cost to get him? It's amazing. So look, to me, all I'll say is, if you're in the KD business, then you should be in the Zion business, because they're the same. Except one isn't a rotund man. But they both miss a ton of games.
Hey, Zion ain't rotund anymore.
I know you're really enamored with the polo shirt from Lottery Night.
Man, he's trimmed up.
248-539-9797.
That Zion, I would take that Zion over KD in a heartbeat.
Okay, well, you know that's where I'm at.
But we're talking about KD.
I know
and for
that.
me, 1 year, and you cannot. You're basically
What
trading.
are you giving up? Here's what I need you to do. I want you to take the segment. No, not right now. I want you to think. Big brain. I got into Harvard. Think.
It's just the jealousy.
It is. I couldn't get into an Ivy. The point is, think about what the offer is. I need to know what you're giving up, because if it's wholly unrealistic, you're not going to be allowed to say it. Like if you're like, oh, give up a second round pick. No. David, ticket text will go to the callers.
This is James in Detroit. I agree with Mike. He said a long time ago, this is a town that likes to have a name. KD is a name. It would give people instant prestige, instant gratification, but no, would not do it. That's crazy. I'm passing on Kevin Durant. No way. The best years are behind him, and he destroys a franchise. That is I would trade for Derek White instead. We don't need KD, and not for the cost or risk. Injury-wise, give me a stud stretch 4 with a little bit more tread on the tires. Definitely not KD. No way would I make a trade for KD. Phoenix would want too much for him, not giving up the future for a rental.
Well, that's
Dave in South Lyon.
And Dave, that's why we're letting Rico be Ishbia. We're going to have Rico craft the deal. And I will try to keep an open mind, but I stand with the texters. I don't want the guy. Let's go to DJ 97.1. Deej, what's going on, buddy?
Yes. I'm listening, and I'm just really appalled by the fact I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying get KD because he's a prolific scorer since he's been in the league. Right. I wouldn't do it necessarily because of his age, but to say Zion, I wouldn't take him if he was free.
Why is that?
This dude, he never plays.
And neither does KD.
He plays more than Zion.
Does he?
When was the last time Zion was relevant?
Well, I don't know. When he played last year, averaging 27, 10, and 5. That might be a part of it.
And he played 10 games, and then he was out for the rest of the year.
I want to do this one more time, because I don't know if you heard what I said. So let me give you the actual data. Just stick with me for a second, all right, DJ? I want to read you something.
I mean, I'm not arguing. I'm just...
No, you're fine. Relax. So here are the games played for Kevin Durant since 2020. 32, 55, 47, 26, 8, 75, and 62. Does that sound durable to you?
Okay. Do you have the same amount of games that Zion has played?
I can pull that up for you momentarily. And
Zion's played 241 games in that. I'm sorry, 214 games in that time frame.
Here,
because I got a stat where they said Zion has played 45% of the games the last 4 years. 45%.
I'm going to pull it up for you. Just hold on one second. I apologize to everybody. I got to do this live. Where is his damn games played? Good God, David, I am faltering over here.
Yeah,
sorry. I got it. Here we go. So in his career, here you go. 24 in his rookie year, which was COVID. Then it was 61, 29, 70, and then this year, 30. It's not all that different. I mean, Deej, look, I get it if you don't want the guy. But to say, quote, I'm appalled. No, there's nothing to be appalled about. It is that what? That I was so bold and brazen to say that really they're more alike than not, except I'd rather take the guy who's more physical, 10 years younger, more explosive, and probably would be cheaper to acquire. and I'd have him for more than 1 year. That's all I was saying, man. Go ahead, Rico. And I'm sorry to the listeners if you were driving around. I try not to do that on live radio where I'm like, well, let me type this in the Betamax. I just, I don't have the matrix memorized of every player's game started. No. I don't think there's anything to be appalled about.
I don't either. Yeah, I'm over here trying to work this trade out. I'm on the phone with Ishmael.
You're fine. I told you to take the segment. I can't be mad you're not ready. Go to Noah, 97.1. Noah, what's up, buddy?
Hi, how you guys doing? Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, bet. So my thing is that I agree with the fact that KD doesn't make sense because of where our team is currently. We had Monty Williams basically deliberately hold our team back. JB has made it amazing. But KD belongs on somewhere like Houston or San Antonio where the team hasn't been held back and they're more ready to win. KD, like you said, has been held back with injuries. He's been held back with, Phoenix is terrible new ownership and everything. The one big issue that I have is people acting like he's not a top 10 player all time and that and that there's been other factors that he's blamed for, but other players in the past and other players that play nowadays get passes for, and he's not given those same passes. That doesn't make sense to me. But other than that, I agree. Zion makes more sense. And, our team, they didn't even explain how it would make sense on first take from a roster standpoint for us. And it does. And, I still don't think it makes sense for KD to go to the Knicks either. How are you going to make that work? They barely use the bench. And what are you going to do? Get rid of Mikal Bridges? They just say names to teams a lot of the ways, and this is why I feel that the NBA is poorly ran from a media standpoint, because it would make way more sense.
No,
KD would be.
No, I'm with you, and that's look. I admit this. My biggest struggle in doing this job is I've never found a balance with the audience because the audience often never wants to consider cost of acquisition. They get hung up in the name.
Right.
They very rarely
You're
get hung up in
right.
what it takes to get said name. So I'm with you, and I'm trying to keep my bias out of it in thinking that television show is amongst the worst things I've ever seen. But when you get into it, it's you kind of would owe your audience an explanation of, hey, here's how it fits in Detroit. Here's what you give up. Here's what I think it looks like. You can't just yell out you can't go on TV and just yell out boobs. You have to say,
exactly.
Kevin Durant, here's what you give up.
How are you going to say, how do you know that Phoenix isn't going to ask for Beasley when you get Kevin Durant? How do you know they're going to be well, we want Beasley.
Right,
you're just
gonna dump $54.8 million on Detroit. No, I hear you loud and clear, man. And my only point is, I know in the back of my mind, the likely outcome of the offseason is they're going to do nothing. Mm-hmm. That they're going to do the Jim Costa let it simmer two-step. I know that. I have only said, hey, here are names, if they are publicly available, what I would attempt to do. I've given you Zion. There's absolutely a chance Lauri Markkanen moves. I can't tell you Sabonis is moving. I can't tell you Derek White's moving. And the KD thing, I've said just no to on surface.
I've got names. What it would take.
Okay.
To get KD.
This is good. This is from the Harvard admissions class.
I'll give it to you next.
Okay. This is exciting, David. 97.1.
If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren, because Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. As a matter of fact, Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, spacious SUV, heck, even a drop top, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025s and 26 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in the Chevy that will fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the June Rico deal, a 2026 Chevy Equinox LT, $299 a month for 36 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Hey, David, did you hear that in the update? The law firm's going to pitch tonight. The law firm of Sawyer, Gibson, and Long.
Yeah, also have you...
No, honestly, David, before he blew out, a lot of people were kind of excited about him. Do you realize he's been out for 615 days? Long road back, man. So he'll follow the opener tonight. Little pitching chaos.
Yeah, speaking of road back, Akil Baddoo is back. He's in Toledo.
All right.
Yeah, he cleared waivers.
He did, and he
accepted the
yep.
assignment to Toledo.
You know what's going to be fun, honestly? Tiger fans don't realize how bad the Orioles pitching is. Like, if you're in a slump, the Orioles they're at the bar 3 drinks deep and just looking to go to bed with someone. The Orioles are your slump buster. They are...
The AL version of the Rockies.
Oh, my God. The Orioles pitching, whoever isn't white hot as a Tiger right now, they're going to look like Wayne Newton in his prime tonight.
Gotcha. So, Kerry Bonds with
17 homers.
I was going to say 6 home runs. Wow.
And he's the official Tiger of this show. So.
Well, he's not playing tonight. He's not in the lineup, I should say.
Well, he'll pinch hit him.
Yeah.
Kerry Carpenter's our Tiger. I will not allow any slander. But, dude, I can't. You watch these games, I'll be shocked if Tiger scored less than 5 runs in any of them. No. The Orioles pitching is the Rockies with better uniforms. It's something to behold.
Big series. Statement series.
Yeah, the statement is we're a lot better than you. Like the Orioles are a bag of potatoes and the Tigers are going to stand at the top of the staircase and hurl it down. That's it. Orioles are bad, man. It's bizarre. Like weird things are happening with the Orioles. Like Adley Rutschman, case in point. Adley Rutschman is one of the best pure hitters in baseball. All his numbers are the same, whether it's like exit velo, barrel rate, hard hit rate, nothing's working. Yeah. He's hitting laser beams, it's at someone. Like he'll hit a ball 800 feet. Well, too bad. The fence is 801.
Yeah, it's funny.
Nothing's working for them this year.
A year ago, totally different. This year, yeah, you're right. Now they're a joke.
They didn't have a good offseason, but that's not your problem. So go take 2 or 3, and I'm sure Jim Costa will be here on Friday to tell you about the statement series. We asked you for the trade package from Stephen H. Smith saying the Pistons could be the best place for Mr. Kevin Durant. I threw up. But, Rico, you offered guardrails. You said, well, I will only pay this.
Right.
Now, David, you have to be the arbiter of justice. Go ahead. Let me hear what this costs.
Well, this may violate my guardrails, but it's going to push the limits. It's going to cost you 3 for 1 to get Kevin Durant. Tobias Harris.
That's a salary dump.
Mm-hmm. Jaden Ivey. And Ron Holland.
Hold, please.
Because I don't think they'll, I don't really think
I
that
wouldn't
the Suns
give you
want
Ron
Fontecchio.
Holland's dirty underwear. No to any of this. I'm out. David, I'm out.
Ivy, yes. Holland, no.
I don't think they really care about Fontecchio. So
I don't care. How bad do you have to be if you're Italian and I don't care about you?
So no, I'm trying. Okay, Asur Thompson or Ron Holland.
No,
you're gonna lose one of them.
I don't want either of those gone in this trade. I don't know.
Well, and I said this pushes the boundary of what I said. I thought maybe you can get away with just Tobias and Ivy. Now, did a little more research. You can get Zion for Tobias and Jaden Ivey.
Yeah,
that one, yes.
Yeah, I'd do that. I mean, I don't want them, but I do it.
Zion would cost you Tobias and Jaden Ivey.
Yeah, I'd do that in a heartbeat. And I'd throw in a first-round pick. I wouldn't even care. Yeah, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
I did that, and then you don't have to.
Okay.
But
no, but I would do that. Look, the Durant thing, it just doesn't work.
As a matter of fact, the Pelicans may even send somebody over with Zion to really balance out the money like some low-level player that you'll end up cutting anyway. But yes, in order to get KD, it's going to require 3 players. And one will either be Ron Holland or it will be Asur Thompson.
My answer's no, David.
No, thank you.
Okay. Stephen A's answer was... And then like a new graphic on the screen. There you go. I laugh. You throw this out there and you don't tell us what it costs. Like, why would you do that?
So, yeah.
All right.
Because I tried doing the draft picks. didn't work. You're going to have to give up some hardcore players.
No. And would you at least
And
agree?
I said it pushed the boundaries of, for 1 year, that's, if you win the title, it worked. If you don't, then congratulations. You became the Nets. You became the Suns. You gave up too much for KD.
248-539-9797. We'll get more. I want to get to these calls next, David. He has a blitz at 4. It's fascinating. It's like orange juice concentrate. The morning show did like 2 hours on this. We're going to distill it down into 8 minutes. I'll let David explain it, but it's a college football thing. Jim and John went at it like cats and dogs. It was great. We're going to do it a different way. So 4 o'clock we'll do that. I want to get to the phone calls on this Stephen A. Smith, KD to Detroit thing, and then we'll get a little football, okay? 97.1. All right, listen, weather's got us ready to get out and get moving. It's Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You need a truck, they got them. Moran's got 25 Silverado LT Crew Cab, $249 a month, 0 down. They've also got the 25 Blazer EV, $199 a month, 0 down as well. Both are 24 months. Both are low mileage leases, and both are at Moran Chevrolet. So, find your ride. MoranExpress.com or stop in on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. I mean, it's not totally breaking news, but it's, the cookie man passed me a missive. Scott Harris will be joining the morning show tomorrow at like 8 a.m. So there you go. I don't know why I played breaking news. I could have just said, hey, tune in tomorrow at 8. Scott Harris is joining Cookies. Well, I don't know. Breaking news felt more official.
No, it sounded good.
Okay.
And you don't get Scott Harris that often on the airwaves.
No. So there you go. Morning show tomorrow, 8-ish. Maybe 8:02, 8:05, 8 a.m. Just tune in.
8 o'clock hour.
There you go. That's what they always do. Yeah. And here's Heather with the news. All right, let's go to David, 97.1. David, what's going on, buddy?
How's it going, Mike? How's your vacation?
Excellent. Thank you. What's on your mind?
Look, so I'm looking at this Kevin Durant Zion talk, all right? I don't think we should get either. Okay. I'd prefer KD over Zion if we got either. Man, Zion, you think he's going to do anything up here with Buddy's Pizza and the rest of the Detroit-style pizza places, man? Like, we got all these strip clubs up here. Zion is not going to be able to play.
Yeah, but you got to root for radio. I think Zion plus the strip clubs could be elite content.
I think Zion has learned his lesson, David. He'll be okay. He's
played 47% of his career games, man. We cannot.
Yeah, but KD's missed a ton of games too now the last 5 years. Let's be fair. I'm just saying.
And David, there's no perfect person out there that you're going to bring in here.
Oh, no, I get that. If we're bringing in anybody, it's got to be Lowry. Neither of these two guys are on my radar.
And that's okay.
I prefer to give up the farm for Giannis if we can get him, but there's no way we're getting Giannis. So.
David, listen, I'm not mad at anybody if they say, hey, I don't want Zion. My only ask, and I know because you listen, I always go, okay, you don't like my idea, what's yours? I'm fine if you tell me, hey, I want to make a run at Lowry marketing. I think there's holes in his game. To Rico's point, no perfect player exists. The Giannis thing, hell, today now it feels like Giannis might stay in Milwaukee. I don't know. David, I think in the end, whether it's Rico, me, you, I just feel like we're all going to end up looking at each other and going, all right, I guess they just want to run it back. I'll be surprised if they do make a big move.
No, if I had to put money on it, I would say you're probably going to see about 2 smaller moves.
And what's that? Schroeder and Beasley?
Beasley and somebody else. But just nothing major, nothing like, oh my God, nothing that's going to make you hit the breaking news sounder. Let's put it like that. It'll be a trade that happens and you'll be like, huh, okay.
I tell you who I wouldn't mind as a smaller move. Go get Sam Hauser from the Celtics. $8 million a year. Yeah. One of the best three-point shooters in the league. I think he's an underrated defensive player. And I watch a lot of NBA, Pistons and Celtics. Sam Hauser would fit here. That kid's a dead eye. You get him a lot cheaper and bring him Malik back for $16, $20 a year,
and
whatever
that's what
it's
I'm
going to
be. Right. You'll end up getting a deal like that because Trajan has shown me that he's been able to go out there and make those type of deals. He got the team better. He's earned the benefit of the doubt with me. I'll trust him right now.
Of course you would. Yeah. Okay.
I'm a Trey bot.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys, I love the topic. I just hate giving any attention to Stephen A. whatsoever. So, but I just want your opinion of something because I think if you wait a year, the perfect guy is out there. And it doesn't cost you anything because, you already know who I'm thinking of. I guarantee it. Because this guy's 25 years old. He can shoot. He has been a defensive player of the year, or basically a finalist for the defensive player of the year. He's eligible to sign a supermax. He has local ties. He's probably not going to sign that supermax and is an unrestricted free agent after next year. And if I took that guy and I take nothing away from this squad, you're going to the finals probably 3 times in 5 years. And that guy is Jaren Jackson. So to me, if you have as the ascending Orlando Magic come into play, right? Yeah. And you need to solve a problem with Paulo Banchero, the answer is Jaren Jackson. You have to face the answer, Jaren Jackson. You face a big man out in the West in the finals, the answer, Jaren Jackson. I think that if there's tampering in the NBA today, right now, Tom Gores has one thing, it's a lot of money. Okay, I'd be putting our MSU favorite coach in a monkey suit and briefcases of cash going to Jaren Jackson's mom's house every weekend from now until the day that he signs.
I'm sorry I took your kid out for Ben Carter. I'm sorry. Listen, I'll leave it to Rico. Mike, I thought I read something, though, and I want to make sure we're correct on this. David, can you just double check? I don't think Jaren's actually eligible for the Supermax. I think it was like after
next year.
After
it's being like the 2026 year. I thought he was.
Okay. I thought he had missed the All-NBA cut, and therefore he wasn't. It was like a $180 million discrepancy. By the way, Mike, the NBA's really got to stop. The CBA is so complicated now. Yeah. It's like, oh, you got selected for this team, so you're eligible for X, but you didn't do this. What do you mean? Okay, Jaren Jackson? Is that your answer? And again, if you're Memphis, you're never letting him get to free agency.
Yeah, he was eligible for 345, but he missed that cut because of the All-NBA. He can now sign a 4-year, $146 million extension.
A 200. See, it's exactly what I said. $200 million discrepancy.
I don't know what Memphis is trying to do. And that's the thing. I with the whole John Morant, are you trying to keep this thing together? Do you blow this thing up? I don't see the Pistons making a move for Jaren. I'd love to have him here. But see, to me,
again, you're embedded with the family.
No.
This is the problem.
No, please.
You were at the cookout. You know everybody. Come on. You want him here.
No, I would love to have him here, but
that's right. And I'll get you. How about this? You get Jaren Jackson in a Pistons uniform. I'll give you Xavier Tillman.
Oh, 2 for 1.
Just playing the hits.
Okay.
With a side of Kenny Goins.
Okay. Oh, okay.
All right.
You already got Malik Halls on the Motor City Cruise. So, but see,
Cruise
to
out
me,
of town.
this sounds like that's a move like the Knicks would go out and make.
Yes,
the Knicks would go out and just pay a ton of money and bring him there because they love their big men. I don't see the Pistons making that type of move. But you're right. It all depends on what Memphis wants to do. Because I thought about that as well as with the last caller. Because I'm like, are you going to hold on to him or are you going to build him? Like, I don't know. I don't think Boston can. I think you guys are going to be rebuilding for a while.
No.
So that's what leaves me.
Leave my team out of it.
That's well, you know what? Tatum will be back by then.
Exactly. More of that. All right, leave it alone.
But no, that screams Knicks or Lakers. But I think at that point, the Lakers will probably be.
Why don't you just call
up.
him up? Ask him if he wants to be in Detroit. I mean, what are you doing?
All right,
don't give me this Stephen A. stuff. Give me the T.
You act like I know his number.
You do. Busted. Busted big time. All right.
Technically, I don't.
Lies. Why'd you call Ben Carter?
You know, you gotta let that go.
Bionic leg sold separately. All right, let's get a football today. David has got a great one here. You don't want to miss. This is a good one. It's orange juice concentrate, and this is Rico's wheelhouse. And we're going to decide.
So I'm getting blamed for something?
No. Okay. No. No.
Kenny, I see a rake.
A lot of blame.
The rakes that you didn't fall into yesterday, they're all here for me.
No, I got you covered. Okay. Just relax, and we're going to make a determination on whether David is making college football great again or ruining it like you normally do. We'll do it next. 97.1.
Karen's texting me. Hold on.
Thank you. Okay, I'm excited to do this. David has put some work into this, and with the ever-changing landscape of college football, Morning Show did a couple hours, and we're going to do it a different way. So, David, I want you to explain this because Rico's going to play a key role. Rico is our standing scumbag TV executive.
Oh, I was about to say, do I get to be CEO?
Sure.
Okay.
David,
Scumbag executive.
Explain this.
It's a lot of money in scumbag executives.
You're exactly right. So here's what they did in the morning show. They were talking about the era of college football that you prefer. Within that conversation, John Jansen began to say what the future could look like, and that it would be a 32-team Super League. And so I
So the NFL.
Yeah, basically. So I began to think about it. I'm like, who would be the
be all right.
32 teams? So I put it together here.
Hold on. You would like this because it would mean good games, and you would love college football
Don't
again.
tell me what I'm going to like.
I'm
an adult.
You miss the days of playing Western Michigan.
I do.
Okay.
So it would end up being 14 teams making the playoffs, just like the NFL, 7-on-1, whatever.
Get to
all
the 32
that.
teams,
So,
funny man.
I'm going to start with the money and the brand. These 10 teams, money and brand. Ohio State, Texas, Michigan, Georgia, Notre Dame, Alabama, LSU, Penn State, Tennessee, Texas A&M.
I can't fight any of them. If I fought one, it would be A&M. They're losers. They're rich losers.
Very much so.
I thought you would have said Penn State.
No. Penn State has at least made the playoff and won things and makes the conference
this
championship
is going to be
game.
A&M's year.
Yeah, this is the year the oil billionaires get it right.
They are rich losers because I looked up evaluations and they make over $1 billion.
Wait, give me those teams real quick.
Ohio State,
Yes.
Texas, Michigan, Georgia, Notre Dame, Bama, LSU, Penn State, Tennessee, A&M.
A couple teams missing, but I'm sure they'll make your league. But
Right, this is just brand equity power.
See, I thought maybe either Florida or Florida State had enough brand equity.
That's from the meth enhanced selections. Go ahead, David.
So the next group I will give you will be
Meth.
the programs that used to be, but they still make, they're still a pretty decent brand, still make a lot of money.
Wait,
so
you
you
said
have to
Tennessee
include them.
already.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but Tennessee makes over $1 billion. That's their revenue.
Yeah, okay, Peyton Manning left a long
That's
time.
their valuation.
Just get to it.
Oklahoma, Auburn, Nebraska, Florida, Washington, USC, Miami, Florida State.
Okay.
Any issue with any of them?
No, the early 2000s.
Correct.
These were all great teams in the early 2000s.
Correct.
Run through it one more time quickly.
Oklahoma, Auburn, Nebraska, Florida, Washington, USC, Miami, Florida State.
The most questionable one is UW. Quite
I
honestly.
understand that.
But
yes,
I think the fact that they
understand that.
just made the playoffs brought them back to rough. He still
And that's
hasn't
why-
said a team that I'm shocked.
I'm thinking of one as well. But go ahead. Now, how many teams are left?
Those were 18 there, so we have 14
14
left.
more selections. Okay,
That
David.
This team made it this far, but go ahead.
So the next two are programs, just two, are programs that are still winning, and you absolutely have to have them in this league.
I will. Can I guess?
Yes.
Oregon?
Yes.
Clemson.
Yes.
Okay.
You got it.
I'm wondering, like, did I miss
No,
something?
because they're not huge brands.
Correct.
And they're in these far-flung places. But you have to have
see,
them.
Yeah, they're
think
basically the opposite side of the country
See,
when you look at those two
I think
there
Clemson
alone.
is, with all the titles that they won and the people they put in the league, and Oregon is just Oregon. Now, I thought they would have been in that first batch.
That's Nike money, man. You got to have Nike money.
Right. That's why I thought they would have been in the first batch, but I'm like,
Well, compared to valuation of program, they are at $608 million when everyone else in that first group was over $1 billion.
All right, so what number are we at now?
We are at number 21 now. We have now 20 teams, so we have the rest here.
12 teams to
12
go.
Yes.
teams to go.
All right.
And I'm going to take my time with these because they may be some criticism with this one. Give you the first two.
How long does Deion stay at Colorado?
Stop.
Kansas, in Iowa.
No. Not what I thought you were going to lead off with.
What?
Kansas?
Absolutely not to Kansas. Iowa, you have to accept it. They're like a barnacle. Like they're
consistently consistent.
They're stuck on the bottom of the boat.
I knew Kansas was going to be controversial.
Yeah, because they have no football history at all.
And it's not even a real mascot.
Also true. It's some coked out bird. No.
Next two. Virginia Tech and Utah.
Virginia Tech?
Yes.
Is this based off of money or just based off of you like the color scheme?
This one is based off of money.
Like, I'll be honest, if I had to have a team from the Virginias, the Tidewater
This is
area,
the only one.
It would be West Virginia. They've got a richer tradition, David. They've won a national championship. 2 words, Major Harris. Two more words, Steve Slayton, Pat White. Like, I'm sorry. Plus, it's Milan Putzker Stadium, and nobody gets out alive.
Yeah, I
right.
I want the their tradition of their intro there, so I picked Virginia Tech in over them. Ole Miss and Michigan State.
Every league needs a pinata, so sure.
There's Spider-Man pointing at each other.
Yeah, except they can afford the costume, and we're naked.
Okay, well, you know.
Yeah, they make a lot of money. They are a rich program.
They're the Peter Parker, and we're the
They're
Miles
the
Morales.
hillbillies. We just act like hillbillies.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of hillbillies.
State's the Miles Morales Spider-Man.
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't.
Okay.
Texas Tech and Arizona State.
Yes and yes. Money. Guns up. You got to have Tech in there. And Arizona State, media market.
Yes.
Media market.
That's why I put them in there.
Activate the valley.
Because when you're thinking West Coast,
Just a great campus.
you have to have that Phoenix market there,
You know what,
along with
David?
L.A.
Just a great campus. Should have took a visit there. Would have been a Sun Devil.
Next on the list.
I'm not doing it. Personal growth. I was going to play something very unsavory.
It would have been like you said before the pre-show. You know, had some sauce.
No.
Iowa State and Oklahoma State.
No, there is no world Iowa State should be in this. None.
Iowa State is the Green Bay of this, meaning right in the middle. They really shouldn't
David,
be an
they
NFL
haven't
team.
won more than 9 games in their history. They haven't won a conference championship since like the 30s.
47 something, yeah,
Stop.
1947. I hear you.
This will be one. I'll allow VTech for Enter Sandman alone, but you can't with Iowa State. Come on. Ridiculous.
I'll give you Oklahoma State. Okay.
Come on, it's Pistol Pete. You
right.
gotta have it.
No, I said yes, but
plus the coach has a mullet.
State?
Iowa State, no.
I told Kenny, I said they haven't won in a long time. That one's probably going to be the one that everyone hates.
I want to offer one that's money, and you've got major corporate backing.
Because I have 2 more.
From Tyson and from Walmart.
I took them out.
Where is Arkansas?
No, I'm sorry. I did not take them out. They're right here. Arkansas and UCLA are my last 2 teams.
UCLA's out. Poverty. They can't afford the cover charge. They can't afford the bottle service. They're not getting in the club.
UCLA is strictly off of tradition. I'm
It
wondering
is.
where Arkansas
It is.
was.
Arkansas's there where, yeah.
Now, you did have Florida State in there, right?
I did have Florida State.
All right. So no Arizona.
No. Who wants that? Their stadium has dorms built into it. You can't be in this league with that. Have you ever seen their stadium?
Yes.
I mean, it's ridiculous. They have a flop house in the end zone. No. No Maryland? Absolutely
no Maryland.
not.
No way.
I'm so happy they're not in.
No BC?
No.
Nope.
Only one Jesuit university allowed. Pitt's a collection of losers.
Correct. I agree. So those are my 32.
All right, so look, overall, Rico, what is the one change you would make? For me, it's Iowa State. And I'd put West Virginia in. Those poor people need something.
To me, it's Virginia Tech.
Yeah, you have a bigger problem with VTech than Iowa State.
No, I have a bigger problem with both.
Well, you only get one, damn it.
So it's if you're taking Iowa State, I'm taking Virginia Tech.
But no Enter Sandman?
I'd rather West Virginia.
You know, you need to.
Oh, so you're replacing them with West Virginia as well. Okay.
That's fine. Yeah. Those people deserve something. Yeah. They're stuck living in West Virginia. They deserve their 7 Saturdays.
They all get to sing the West Virginia song. Okay.
It's called Country Roads. I mean, could we put some respect on it?
Whatever.
I'm with you. Whatever.
You also know they're famous for pepperoni rolls down there. That's their thing.
Huh?
That's the official food down there.
I thought it
I'm
was possum
serious.
stew.
Okay. All right. You know what? I'll allow it.
With a side of meth.
That is your college football blitz.
Sprinkled over the top. All right. Summer's heating up. What are you waiting for? You're going to wait till it's 100 to lose your power, and then what? Go to Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. Save up to $1,000. New AC, up to $1,000. New generator. You guessed it. You'll save up to $1,000. It's Mastercraft. Call for details. Schedule your free and home estimate. Mastercraft. Honest work. Great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. Okay, so we've talked about a couple trade rumors, and if you want that, Odyssey.com rewind. But look, Morning Show did a good job with this, and it's interesting. John Jansen kind of foreshadowed what he believes the future of college football is. And John and I may disagree on a lot of things. But I do agree with John. I do. I miss the old days. I miss the 90s or the early 2000s. I didn't have a problem with the BCS. Well, the damn computers are picking the teams, Marv. It didn't bother me. Or even the 4-team playoff. Well, John is basically telling you you're going to get the NFL, which is something Rico and I agree with. Agreeing with something and liking something is two different things. So David listed the 32 teams that would get in. Also, I'm disgusted by David because South Carolina wasn't a part of it. I digress. The point I'm making, I want to have a conversation that, do you actually want? Like, predicting something doesn't mean you want it to happen. Like, I predict we're all going to die. That's not a positive outcome. But in fact, it's true. We're all going to be dead. Same thing here.
Wait. So I say things and get the deflator drop. He calls us all to say we're all going to die, and David just lets it go.
It's just a fact.
Okay.
Well, I was getting ready to play My Life Sucks, but...
No, life is beautiful, but we all know it's going to end. So my point is, saying that this is going to be the future, I don't think it's outlandish, and I don't think it's inaccurate. Here's my question. Who wants it? Now, Rico might. His prerogative. I don't think you're a bad person if you want this. I don't. What I get tired of is, A, being sold a bill of goods or being told I'm bad because I don't. I'm not going to do that. I don't want this. It's like convincing someone to want a food they don't like. Like if I convinced Rico, no, you've been missing out all these years because you don't eat salmon. Rico doesn't like any seafood. Any. And there's no point convincing him. That's this for me. Okay?
The salmon, a plate of salmon for me, a plate of cucumbers for you. Bowl of cucumbers
Disgusting.
for you.
So look, I would love to know from you, the listeners, whether you heard the morning show on Odyssey.com Rewind, they did a very nice job with it, or David consolidating it. A 32-team Super League, that's what college football turns into. Do you want that? Rico, take it away.
No, I would rather not. I mean, for me, it was simple, and they went right past it. The 18 playoff, I thought, was the perfect number. That games would mean something, Mike. You're only allowed one loss per year. After that, you take yourself out of the equation. So the regular season mattered. Now, if you get, the 32-team playoff, I guess it's really where the pool of the national champion comes from anyway. So we're just going ahead and saying, okay, we're going to quit the facade. It's really going to be one of these 32 teams who's going to win it all. So we're just going to all move over to this side of the street, and you all could go over to that side of the street. I'm not a big fan of that, but I see where it's going to go. I agree with you. For me, I was cool with the 14 playoff. But progress, and it's going to happen. I don't know who asked for this. It wasn't me.
Oh, your friends at the networks. That's who.
But they went past the perfect number. And now, let's be realistic. It's going to keep going till it hits at least 16 teams in the playoffs.
I quit. Okay.
You already see.
I know.
You see where 14, really? You gave the 12 team 1 year.
Guys,
Alabama didn't make it. We got to change things.
Guys, at 4:15 in the afternoon, I just need Tennies to tell me if you want it or not. Do you believe this is the future of college football? And is this what you want? That's it. 248-539-9797. I think it's disgusting. I think it destroys rivalries. It destroys conferences. It destroys any familiarity with the sport we loved. It takes geography and throws it in the garbage. And it turns it into a government cheese version of what we get on Sunday. I don't need it. Don't want it. Don't care about it.
See, I don't think that this is where it's going to go, Mike. And it's only because there are 4 organizations that love to hear their name being called. And that's the Power 4 conferences. That would mean you would have to dissolve the Big Ten and the SEC. They're never going to allow that to happen.
When the check comes in and it's 3 times as big, sorry, they're all whores.
But that,
I hate to tell you, they're all whores.
That means you have to change your name.
Whores, Kenny. Whores.
Well, what about the academics and blah, blah, blah?
Whores. These people have no scruples. These are feckless losers who run this sport. And they can all be bought. So I'm just telling you.
I think that's the only thing that's going to keep this all from happening is that you're going to have to convince 4 conferences to give up their name and to consolidate under one. Because now you can't have Kenny talking about his pillow fights because the SEC, they're right there with the Big Ten.
Kenny, you willing to give up the SEC chant and it just means more? Is this what you want to see?
No, this is not what I want to see, but I think I'm like you guys in that I'm resigned to the fact that this is our future. This is where it's going to go. I think it's disgusting like you. I think it destroys all meaningful rivalries that will exist in the sport. Maybe new ones can be created down the line, but no, I don't like this one bit.
No. So again, who wants it? Just that's what I want to know. Who desires what John Jansen feels is going to happen and what David pieced together here with the 32-team Super League? And Rico's right in one thing. Is the national champion 99 out of 100 years going to come from that group of 32? Yes. But the adventure of college football, this is the problem with where we're at. Now, winning your conference doesn't mean anything. The regular season really doesn't mean anything. Like, again, I want to say this. Michigan and Ohio State meant nothing last year. The Big Ten championship game meant nothing. ACC title game, also nothing. SEC title game, you guessed it, nothing. Like, this is the issue. I loved the regular season. It was a high wire act. Mm-hmm. And I can totally meet Rico in the middle on something. If you went to an 8-team playoff, you would preserve enough of the regular season that everyone could have been happy. What I can't do is what we're doing now. It's a bridge too far, and if you go to 16, forget it. So my question is just simple. Do you want this?
Yeah, because college football is the one sport perfection is – you almost want to see perfection all of the time. I love Any other sport, you're allowed to lose games. But in college football, we have been conditioned that once you lose, you're done. And I think that's where a lot of resistance comes from. Because you're like, but this team lost 2 games. Yeah, but they won enough games that they made the playoffs. NFL, we don't get angry over this. Any other sport, we don't.
No, because it's pros. It's different.
Right? Even college hoops, it's like you're allowed to lose. There's a such thing as good losses. But in college football, we have been told perfection is the standard. And that's gone. And I think that's one of the reasons why you and a lot of people don't like the sport anymore.
No.
Because now it's just like, okay, I thought that maybe it would be enhanced because you would get better quality of games and teams wouldn't be afraid to lose, but you're not even getting that. You're getting, okay, well, let's just schedule as many cupcakes as we can to try to work the system.
Oh, Kurt Signetti, is that you? 248-539. You looked at their non-con schedule this year?
Let me take a look.
Pull that up on the Betamax. David, what are the boop up beep up boop? What are the early returns on this?
18 playoff with the Pac-10 reinstated. That's what I want.
Hold on.
He saw it.
Rico opened the not safe for work text. It's called Indiana's schedule.
The non-con? Wow.
Go ahead. Better games. That's what I was promised.
Right. They're going to kick the year off against the Old Dominion Monarchs.
Next.
Followed by a quality game against the Kennesaw State. What's their mascot, Mike? I know you know this.
It's actually a picture of Kenny.
It's the Owls.
Kennesaw State. It's actually drunk Kenny in a Red Wings jersey.
And then it's the great in-state rival, not Purdue, Indiana State Sycamores.
Shout out Larry Bird.
Larry Bird ain't coming down that tunnel.
So, yeah. Okay. David, go ahead. You may resume. Rico can't get over this.
I missed the BCS era. I actually love when the bowl games meant something. Oklahoma Boise is one of the best games I've ever watched.
Look, and I know the cynics, and like I've had this battle with Cookies on the podcast before. Well, the bowls never meant anything, but they did. Like I just, if you weren't alive for it, I can't explain it to you.
The BCS, the bowls meant something, and then because they actually had to cap it because it got to the point where how bad you beat a team was actually a good thing. So
margin of victory.
If you were going head to head and, okay, you know what, I got to beat this team by 40 points because I know, Mike, your team's going to beat them by 30 points, and I need to stay ahead of the computer. So they had to cap it. But, yes, it was I guess it was the best way. I'm all about, I like the 4-team playoff because at least it was head to head.
You got to pick one, though. Like if you're doing what the morning show did.
Right. It would be the 4-team playoff.
Just that brief era where you still needed to be
years,
almost perfect.
Yes.
You got 4 teams.
The conference championship games meant something.
Big time. They were de facto playoff games.
They were the quarterfinal games.
Like, look at this year. I'll say it again. Oregon and Penn State, didn't mean Ugats. They both got in. Clemson and SMU. Oops, both in. Oh, Texas and Georgia. Both in.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's why if I had to pick one, it's the 14 playoffs.
Okay.
Because I'd rather you see it played out on the field than let computers analyze who's the best team.
Fair. I'm not mad at it. So
Because computers can't quantify for Scatterboo.
No, you can't. Do you want this? John Jansen believes it. I think we believe it. It's headed to a 32-team Super League. Money's too great. And your given era, it sure as hell isn't now. I think the 4-team was a very beautiful but brief time in history. The BCS I didn't have as big of a problem with. I didn't. The bowl game still mattered, but I thought the sweet spot was probably the 4-team. But if you told me we could go back to 1995, I wouldn't hate it. Conferences made sense.
Was that just the AP and the coaches poll?
Yeah, the idiot writers and the coaches. It's perfect.
I do not want to go back to that. Because I question whether they even watch the games. Either the coaches or the writers. Because the writers are at the game.
They don't. 248-539-9797. All right, if you're paying noticeably higher energy bills in the summer to keep your home cool, we've got some help for you. Two of the top areas of the home that cause that AC to work that hard: your roof, if it's not adequately ventilated, or your windows, if they're garbage. So, the best advice, Victor's Home Solutions. Schedule a free 21-point roof and window inspection. They'll go over every square inch of the roof and attic, make sure it's properly ventilated, carefully examine every window in your home, and make sure you're not losing AC there. No hassle, no runaround, no high-pressure sales. Results. Bottom line, if you're ready, you need a new roof, you need new windows, $500 off that project, and no interest and no payment financing until 27. Just call Victor's today and get that 21-point roof inspection, 734-773-1100, or online anytime at victors.com.
Oh, I'm going to miss that. All right, we're talking the new state of college football. Morning show kind of took it on this morning. Jansen thinks it's going to 32 teams. David did the blitz of whether it was going to go 32 teams. Realistically speaking, your champion every year is going to come from those 32 teams. Let's just call it what it is. And I don't think that they're going to eventually go to one big conference because I don't think that the Big Ten, the SEC, and the ACC and the Big 12 are willing to give up their name.
Well, guess what? They'll just keep the conference names. It'll be 4 8-team divisions.
Well,
the Big Ten division. Oh, well, what's next? You're going to tell me you can't put UCLA in the Big Ten. They're already there. These whores already sold out geographical relevance.
Bro, the fact that there's 18 teams in the Big Ten, that kind of throws that logic out the window.
To the people?
To the people.
Joseph is going to lead off. Jojo, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, so this actually kind of hits a little close to me. I've been going to Michigan games my whole life with my dad. We go every single Saturday. I have not missed a home game since 2017. So we were talking about the other night. I'm like, Dad, what would it take for you to stop going to Michigan games? And he said a super conference. And I would hate it. And so in 2023, one of my good buddies, he's a diehard Ohio State fan. He came up for me for the game with me in 2023. And I always tell him that was the last true regular season game of college football with those stakes, and you and I were there for it. I absolutely hate this new super conference. It sucks. And yes, I miss every Saturday waking up and knowing one loss for a certain team or even my team could derail the entire season. Weeks of just not being able to sleep, knowing, oh boy, if Michigan loses on Saturday, our season's over. And I'll give you a play, Mike. I'll give you a victory.
Okay.
Trouble at a snap would have meant absolutely nothing in the 12-team playoff era.
Yep.
That play caused so much pain for me. And MSU ruined my childhood because they always would beat us.
Well, don't worry, Joe. The tables have turned. No, but Joe, you're right, and I've never thought of that play in that way. But you're right. Is now what would it mean? Nothing.
Nothing.
You'd be annoyed, but it would have no real impact. And look, Joe, like you're a diehard Wolverine. Like you're a diehard Wolverine. I hate to tell you, the Michigan-Ohio State game doesn't mean a thing.
I agree, Mike. And what could have been, hey, we went down there as a 23-point underdog and knocked those losers out of the playoffs.
Right, ruined their season. You would have had Johnny Porkfats writing another book about it. It would have been amazing.
No, I mean, Joe, you kind of put things in perspective, Mike, because if this playoff system was there, that Michigan State-Wisconsin first Big Ten title game wouldn't have mattered. Both teams would have made it in.
Correct. And look, I understand in the given moment the game matters. Team A wins, Team B loses. Team A's fans invariably happier than Team B.
Right.
But the game, college football, there was a price to be paid. Like when Georgia would lose a game a couple of years ago, Kenny's reaction was wholly different than now. Why? Because in the SEC as Georgia, you could lose up to 3 games and still get in.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me, like they're going to go to 16. The greatest advantage that college football had was it was the most impactful, dramatic, and condensed regular season in all of sports. And they have now hoored it out.
No, you're exactly right. 2021, Michigan and Michigan State going into that game with everything on the line. If that was today, we would go into it and say, oh, sure, we want to beat each other, but it doesn't matter.
Well,
we can lose and make it.
If it was today, we'd be down 28-0 in the second, and you'd know all our plays.
The spin reality.
But you had K9 then, and
it's almost weird. Like, you just couldn't seem to get lined up correctly when State went hurry up. I wonder why.
The funniest thing is,
so strange.
Mike,
they just,
true story,
couldn't line up.
Sitting in the press box with Evan, and I kept saying, like, Where did this hurry up offense come from?
So another example of what I'm talking about is Ohio State.
Ohio
Ohio State loses to Michigan this year, and they still go to win a championship.
You know, it's weird. It's like
they never
when we
ran
went hurry
that.
up, their whole sideline wasn't doing the Macarena.
It
was weird.
They never ran it, and they never ran it again. And I was just like, nope. This is brand new. I'm like, Evan, I don't know where this came from.
Only now does it make
And now
sense.
it makes total sense.
I did not bring that game up for this reason.
But David,
sorry,
no,
Michigan fans.
It's like Ohio State
competitive
won the national
advantage.
title, and okay, you don't get to, you didn't win the Big Ten. All right, I got the natty.
David, just let me have fun. All right, my team stinks. Just leave me be. All right, just allow me that.
I thought you disemboweled them. I thought you moved on.
Still a member of your family.
No, it's
they
not.
can be a deadbeat loser, but they're
it's
still
not.
technically family.
You can let them go.
David, what were you saying? I'm sorry.
You're exactly right. That's Joey over there. You know what he does.
We all got family. Let's be real. We all got family members that we had to let go. Okay.
It just does seem to be like it. You wouldn't know what the team's running if they went hurry up, right, David? Okay, good.
And then they would get caught with too many men on the field.
David, what's your experience? If you can't laugh, you're taking it too seriously, people. Just relax. Okay, let's go to Landon, 97.1. Landon, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, Landon?
Doing great. I think there's no chance that they're going to stop anywhere short of essentially however far they can push it, however many teams before the money stops coming in. Like, however far they can take it before they start losing money by putting more teams in is how far they're going to go.
And Landon, you know what's interesting is with the 32 teams, if they do this super conference, let's say Jansen's right. And I have no reason to doubt John. I happen to agree with him. Landon, think about what you're selling to the networks. There's no need for, hey, it's Ohio State and Ball State on Peacock. Every game, to Rico's point, will have a brand name in it. Think about the cost they are going to charge the networks. And then the expanded playoff. I mean, that's all this is about. And they're going to ruin the sport in the process.
But see, here's the thing. It would be like we all talk about the Lions schedule and look at all the teams that they got to play. That would be your college schedule where you're going to have to play up against, in your 12 games, 9 of them are going to be top teams. And you're going to find out really quickly if you got any good team this year.
Now, do you want this, Landon, or no?
No, not at all. I think playoff, when they were talking about expanding it from 4, I was thinking 6 would be perfect because there's the incentive to be one of the top 2 to get a bye. But, you don't need – there's no chance that the 32 seed's winning the national championship. It's like a 16 seed in March Madness. It's just there for another game to make more money.
No, I'm with you. And again, the problem, look, we went to 12 teams this year. How did those games look? They were awful.
Ugly, yeah.
They're awful. I mean, that's not hyperbole. I'm just saying for people. I don't want them to think.
Right, but I think we have this romanticism, love affair with college football that every game was always a great game.
No.
And when they're blowout games, but other sports have blowouts
Let me say this.
in playoffs, and we just whistle past
The romance was the drama. That an allegedly bad game. Look, let's say it's Michigan Northwestern. Not a great game. But all of a sudden, you're in a game with Northwestern in the 4th, you're having your Pampers moment. Because if you drop that game...
Oh, no, I'm talking like the national title. What was it?
Oh, no.
Florida, Ohio
State. Horrible
games.
Horrible.
And it was like, okay, yeah, I'm talking about not all the games were great.
It was just the road there. It all mattered. Look, for us, you and me, no games really matter anymore because we're so far off the radar. But think about Kenny. Look, Kenny, what would you, on a scale of 1 to 10, 2018, 19, 20, 21 versus now, what the drama used to be versus now how you watch a Georgia game?
Back then I was full lean forward in my chair. Every play matters, especially in the 4th quarter. It was complete. It was absolutely right. Pampers moments in a lot of those games.
And now?
Whereas now, Roberts, it doesn't matter. The game, we could lose that game and be totally fine.
So there's the issue. Because now, if you do that to college, it's not this is the mistake. They think they're the NFL. They're not.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL owns that marketplace. And you and I, look, I know, you and I are real old heads here. The NFL's getting too big. And the NFL's letting too many teams in. But college is giving away its biggest advantage. Look at college hoops. No one loves college hoops more than you. It's your thing. They have taken the regular season and made it useless. Simply not important.
Okay, but here's why I'll say no, because at least in the college hoops regular season, I know in November and December, I'm going to get some good games, name brand against name brand.
But do they matter?
For seeding purposes, yes. But I get what you're saying. Both teams will make the tournament, but they're not afraid to play each other. Well, you'll get St. John's going up against Michigan. Okay, I'm for that.
I don't want to just be playing for seeding, though. That to me devalues the whole game itself. If that's the only thing we're playing for is seeding?
No, but Kenny, but what I'm
not
saying,
can you make it in?
No, but at
Seeding.
least you will get a good game, and it's not just going to be MSU taking on nobody state.
Sure, but it's harder for me to care about that game when only seeding is on the line.
But the only people we can beat is nobody state.
They made it to the Elite Eight, Mike.
No, I was looking football.
Oh,
we're back to basketball?
Right.
Yeah,
I thought you were talking about college.
I'm like,
hoops.
dude, I want nobody state. Can we sign up for a home and home? Okay, maybe the only time we run the touchdown
let me ask you
play.
this question.
What
day do you want the show where you just get this out your system?
Probably
And
some-
I'll leave. I'll leave the studio. I'm going to let you
I'll tell
monologue.
you what. I'll be very sincere with you. Probably the day before the home opener.
Okay.
And it's just going to be a very.
I will sit in the
No,
producer's room, and I'm going to let you just pontificate.
No, there's no
And
pontification.
hearken.
All right, here. Go get a pizza. Hungry Howie's, large one topping with your choice of 8 flavored crusts, just $8.99. Dough made daily, 100% real cheese, real ingredients. Guys, the deal, it's as good as it gets. It's $8.99 for a large one topping, and all you need to do, well, just go to hungryhowies.com or download the app. You start the online order, and the only sacrifice you have to make is it's an online order and it's carryout. Okay, I mean that's the only. There's no copious legal copy or Rico screaming booming. It's $8.99 for a large one topping, and it's online carryout only. Okay, at hungryhowies.com. Yesterday, we had the passing trios. Today, David has the best running back duos. The running backs are back. And while we don't want to pay them, because you need multiples of them, we like the rankings as we are just about a month away from camp. David.
Yeah, they are definitely on the rise. Let's start with the honorable mention. Here you have the Jags with Travis Etienne and Tank Bigsby. You have Seattle with Kenneth Walker III and Zach Charbonnet. And then you have the Green Bay Packers with Josh Jacobs and Emmanuel Wilson.
So, couple things. First of all, I wouldn't put the Packers there. Jacksonville's interesting. Bigsby might be better than ATN. The Seattle thing, it's all about health. If Charbonnet and K9 are healthy, it's a really nice 1-2.
It is.
Their skills play off of each other. How often are they healthy? It's really quite a problem. All right, David, let's get into the top 10. No honorable mention for my Giants. That's hurtful.
No.
Tyrone Tracy and Scatta Boo Boo.
They may be in the top 10. Why are you selling them short?
I like Tyrone Tracy.
Mike, they could be in the top 10.
All right.
You selling your team short.
I know the Lions are number 1, so there's no drama, but let's keep it going.
I will tell you this. There's a lot of projection on this list, okay?
Okay.
Are the Lions
number 1? A lot of
1?
projection. Lions are number 1. Yeah, the
I kind
Lions
of
are
figured
number
as
1.
much.
Scatterbo. Come on. Project Mike Allstott.
So, number 10 are the Pittsburgh Steelers with Jalen Warren and Caleb Johnson.
Who?
Well, Caleb Johnson, your guy. Jalen Warren has been a nice third down back. David, I'll be honest. You could have given me a lot of guesses. I wouldn't have had the Steelers there.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
There's projection here because what they're saying is Johnson could eventually take over the backfield midseason. Well, then wouldn't that mean Jalen Warren's not as good and your duo's not that great?
It's that Jalen Warren keeps the role he's best at. Like, look, he outperformed Najee Harris, but Jalen Warren's not a guy you can give 20 touches to.
He's not the bell cow. You need somebody who can carry the rock, 15, 20 times. I don't think that's him.
Number 9, the Los Angeles Chargers with Najee Harris and Omarion Hampton.
Love it.
Oh.
I love it because
just 9, though.
Yeah, but look, Harbaugh's going to run his offense. And I'll separate what I think of Harbaugh. As a pro coach, he's very good. Those two play off each other really well because Omarion Hampton, for people who haven't watched him in North Carolina, which is everybody, you can't tackle him. He's just really good at making the first guy miss, the yards after contact. It's just a really nice 1-2.
And I guess they're 9 because you're right. It's, as David said, it's projection. But, yeah, the way Harbaugh's going to use the running backs, I could easily see that combination as the top 5.
Number 8 would be James Cook and Ray Davis.
Love it.
Yeah.
I mean, Cook's a superstar. He's kind of a different version of Jahmyr Gibbs. And then Ray Davis just runs angry. Yeah, that works to me. Now, they got to get Cook signed and got to get him in camp.
Sure, get him happy.
Yeah, he's there, but he ain't doing anything. Number 7, Minnesota Vikings, Aaron Jones and Jordan Mason.
Oh, that's right. They did make the trade for Jordan Mason. Because I was like, well, who's Minnesota's tandem? If Mason can give you what he did last year, he was a surprise when McCaffrey went down. That now he can come in and just kind of be that backup role for Jones. And with all the other pieces that they have, I could easily see I get why this tandem is on there at 7?
I'd take Buffalo over Minnesota. I'd take the Chargers over Minnesota. I think this one's too high. And Aaron Jones, another year older. I'm not trying to say he's bad. But
the only reason why I would leave it there is just because it's speculate. I don't know if Cook's going to be happy. I don't know if Cook's going to be playing.
So based on projecting, if he plays or not,
if Cook was under contract and is happy, then yes, I would agree with Mike.
Number 6, the 49ers with Christian McCaffrey and Isaac Grindo.
There we go. Get it all out.
Just go.
Get it all out.
Go ahead and glaze your team.
I mean, David, it really boils down. It's kind of like the Lions. It's the offensive line. And you saw that when Mason went down, Isaac Grindo came in there and basically said you can get rid of Mason. Christian McCaffrey is the key. If he's healthy, if the experimental surgeries worked, then yes, they got a back that's one of the best backs in the league. If it didn't, it's going to be a long season again.
Number 5, the Atlanta Falcons. Have you seen Bijan run and Tyler Algier?
See, that to me is top 3. Algier is arguably the best backup running back in football. And he's part of the reason Bijan doesn't get as many red zone carries as he should. But it's top tier. And if the quarterback, like Rico was just talking about how the O-line's the key for San Francisco, the quarterback play is going to be the key to Atlanta. If they could ever face a six-man box, imagine what those two guys could do. I love their backfield.
Now, yeah, and it kind of reminds me of the Lions where, like, if you're that fantasy guy, I don't know which back is more valuable.
Both.
Because they, right, it's
More.
like, right.
Flex.
So,
just all.
So Falcons at 5, I would definitely put them above the next group.
New York Giants?
We're talking duos here.
Tyrone Tracy and Cam Scatterbutt.
I think this next duo is not really a duo. But it's the Philadelphia Eagles. It's Saquon Barkley and A.J. Dillon. It's just Saquon.
I totally agree. And A.J. Dillon, workout warrior. Oh, Quadzilla. Listen, he's very mediocre. Is Saquon's greatness enough? It's a lot like Rico's team.
Yeah.
Is CMC's greatness enough that Isaac Garindo could be on this list?
He only made the list. Garindo made it because of that long run against, I think, was it the Lions? Anyway, basically, Dillon is the tap-out guy. When Saquon taps the helmet, Dillon, go in the game for a couple plays. I drink some Gatorade, and then I'll be back.
That's why it's not a duo.
Technically, it is, David. He's
yeah, but David, in your list, you wouldn't feature Saquon Barkley. I mean, come on.
That's true. Okay, number 3, Carolina Panthers, Hubbard and Rico Dowdle.
What?
I'm sorry. Rico Dowdle. Yeah, he's number 3.
What? They have Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdell. Did anyone miss they drafted Jonathan Brooks?
Yeah.
Dowdell may not even play.
But he's a Cowboy.
Yeah. Former Cowboy, yeah.
How? How is Carolina number 3? What is this?
That I don't understand. I would have easily put them in the honorable mention.
Jonathan Brooks will not be playing this season. He is already put on the PUP list.
Oh, he's dead.
Done for the year.
Okay, well, F that. All right. Boy, Cookie's is going to be pissed. He owns him in Dynasty. Oh, poor. You hate to see it.
Just hate to see it.
All right, go to number 2.
Number 2, the Buccaneers with Bucky Irving and Rashad White.
Yes. Yeah. Bucky Irving's a star. And Rashad White, it's like Rico said, tap-out guy. He's not super productive. He's basically 3.5 yards a carry, and then he dies. But he never gets tackled behind the line of scrimmage.
But it's just so funny that we just forget about the Buccaneers, and they just have all of these players.
Because they have no pass rush.
And they go under the radar.
The reason they can't win is they have no pass rush, and they are coached by an idiot. That's kind of the two I have. I'm not a Todd Bowles guy. Go ahead.
They got one guy on there.
Well, we got number 1. It was the Lions. Jameer Gibbs and David Montgomery.
There's not a lot to say.
Yeah.
It's comprehensive. They play off each other really, really well.
But it is projection that the offensive line will be there for them.
Now, you're right. That will change.
That's the biggest thing for the Lions is they did a lot with that offensive line, but, the center is there. Running up the middle,
I think it's really how close number 2 gets to them because they'll be number 1.
See, I think that with Ragnau leaving, it's going to hurt David Montgomery because he got a lot of his yards just going right up the middle. Gibbs is going to swing to the outside. He's fast. It doesn't matter. But I don't know if Montgomery is going to get the same type of exactly.
And that's where we leave it. That's football today. All right, let's get to business. 5 o'clock. Great to have you with us. If you don't like what we're talking about, Odyssey.com Rewind. We talked about Stephen A. and the KD to Detroit crap, and also the future of college football, according to John Jansen, and whether anyone is interested in it. But we got to have a different conversation. One, Dan Dickerson's totally right, by the way. My God, the Orioles pitching staff is so bad. I don't know what the Tigers' team total for runs is. Just take the over. The Tigers should feast the next 3 nights. The Orioles pitching is like the Rockies in a better uniform. Like if you're not
slump busters.
Oh, absolutely. This is yeah. I was going to say something uncouth about Kenny's past, but we'll leave it there. So listen, it doesn't count if I didn't say it, Kenny. It's not how this game works. The point I'm making is, can we get to this? I have had just about enough of something, and I need to understand it. So, first of all, I didn't have John Jansen watching the BET Awards on my bingo board.
You know what? You should have, because he probably thought it was the Bet Awards.
It was simulcast on every Paramount network.
He was like,
yeah, but does that include the hunting and fishing network?
Yeah,
no,
whatever
not that
John
one.
watches?
Yes, because
actually, yes.
David, it was the Bet Awards. So he was like, okay, I got it. Bet.
All right, bet. So, yeah, Santa Ono after 106 in Park.
Bet.
All right, so this
Here's
is
free.
But for some reason, Zidarius Smith, the current free agent, former Detroit Lion pass rusher they acquired at the deadline, spoke at the BET Awards. Quote, "We both know where I want to be," he said. "Hopefully I can get back to Detroit because the coaching staff and everybody in the front office are great. And when I'm there, I feel like a leader, like I can influence the young guys and do great things. Hopefully I can get back to where I want to be in Detroit," close quote. Well, a couple of issues, Cedarius. First of which is it's Tuesday, June 10th, and you're unemployed. If you're a free agent on June 10th, it means you're not very good. If you'd like evidence of that, I give you Aaron Rodgers making less money than Daniel Jones. If you're a free agent on June 10th, you are officially Lethal Weapon 3 at Walmart in a Blu-ray bin. Nobody wants you. Also a terrible movie. But here's my thing. There's an obsession in this town about this Zidarius thing. Like somehow signing Zidarius would fix whatever ills you think their D-line or pass rush have.
All the problems would be gone. Zidarius, along with a recovering Aiden Hutchinson, and I don't know why you guys are complaining about the pass rush. We're back.
I want to ask a question. This is wide open for people. If they sign Zidarius Smith, are you like, all right, now we're ready to go win a Super Bowl?
Now you're back to the disco shirt.
I don't have that feeling.
I don't either.
The fact is they have $1 zillion in cap space, and Zidarius is in his, what is he, 33? You could sign him to a 1-year deal for just about any amount of money you wanted. I don't think they want him. So you tell me, this move wouldn't do a lot for me. I wasn't overly impressed with him here. And if we're being fair, when he was lining up alongside Myles Garrett, he generated a whopping 4 sacks. He's just not the guy anymore. Was he the best available at the deadline? Yes. Was he a guy who presented the possibility of upside? Yes. Didn't really work. So why am I going to run to the altar to go get him again? Oh, I'm probably not. Now, if you're telling me he's only out there because he doesn't want to be at OTAs, I would tell you he's overplaying his hand.
Yeah. No, I think that he's been begging to get back with the Lions for a long time, and it kind of spits into the face of what Brad Holmes does, because we've all talked about it. He likes to keep the band together, and you're one of his guys. You got paid in this past 2 off seasons. He didn't get paid. They brought him in. They got a sample size. I don't think they like what they saw. I don't think they got the return on their investment. And he is sitting out there. Now, he's in Detroit. His girlfriend's a Detroit rapper. So he's still in the city. And I think he's trying to stay in shape, waiting for that phone call to happen, thinking that every time it rings, it's going to be Brad Holmes saying, come on, man, we need you.
Doesn't this come across as desperate?
Yes.
Doesn't it, like, for instance, when you make yourself a diamond necklace that says you're a captain even though you weren't a captain, or perhaps a championship ring for a championship you didn't win, all of things that Zidarius has done. I don't get it.
You want to be a company man, except for the company seems like is not interested in you.
But I want to know from the fans. Look, I'm not telling you they're a worse team by signing him. I'm just telling you it doesn't move the needle. But if you think it does, or you think, look, Brad Holmes has to do this. Essentially, Zidarius Smith is free, right? It's not your money.
Yeah. And if they sign Zidarius Smith, do you feel like, you know what? I'm not worried about the defensive line whatsoever. You're back. Let's go. Let's run this thing back and let's get to the Super Bowl.
Also, is there video of John Jansen watching the BET Awards? Is that available anywhere?
Oh, yeah.
That would be the greatest reality television of all.
I mean,
John is arguably the whitest guy on the planet.
I heard he was a big Glorilla fan.
Okay. I'm leaving all of this alone. There's so many places I could go with this. 248-539-9797. But look, and it's not personal. I mean, I'm not saying, well, we should never. I just don't think it matters. I treat Cedarius Smith the same way I treat Marcus Davenport. These are not the people that I think are going to spearhead me to a Super Bowl. You want to sign him? Go for it. But I can't tell you Zidarius Smith at this stage of his career is tangibly better than Josh Paschal. I can't tell you that he's a difference maker. I'd be lying to you. You did what you needed to do. You brought him in last year. Didn't work.
Right.
And they had all offseason to go and get him. They have $50 million in cap space, and they're just like, nah, man, I'm good.
And he's hanging around and hanging around and hanging around. See, I thought for a second that maybe they were because they didn't go out and really draft anybody. And I'm like, okay, you're going to get him on the cheap. But
then why don't you get him right now?
And that's what I'm saying. When the OTAs started, I thought he would have got signed. Because I don't think he can go with the whole, I don't want to really go through training camp, sign me a week before the season. Yeah, I don't think you're that good.
Yeah, you're not Von Miller the late years. Right. I mean, come on, dude.
Right.
I mean, David, where are you at with this?
Yeah, you're Aaron Donald. You can do that in the final years, yes.
There are 31 other teams in this league. And from what I understand, reports that I see or don't see, no one's knocking his door down. No one's trying to get him. No one's trying to sign him. No one is calling him. So that's a sign that, you know what? I just don't think you're that great. And I don't think it's, because he's asking for too much. I don't think it's that at all.
I don't think they're interested.
Exactly. They're not interested. And you're right, Mike. He had 4.5, 5 sacks with Myles Garrett on the other side of you. If you can't do much more than that, then he didn't do much here. So it's a waste. I'm sorry. No, thank you.
Yeah.
It's not the answer.
But the argument, 1 second, just to be clear, David, understand it's why I said to Rico what I said. He's free. What are you doing with all this cap space for this year?
That's true. I get that.
And I'm not signing him to a multi-year deal. Zidarius, if you're making up fake championship and captain's logos, here's 1 year, $10 million. Like, the money doesn't mean anything.
Right.
So I'm just making a point. I'm fine if they bring him back. It's not going to make me think any more of the team.
Well, the fact that he's out there just kind of soliciting the Lions, hey, please take me in. I mean, further when he goes on in the interview, he's talking about what he could bring to the team and how he can help Aiden Hutchinson become a better player with his experience and the things that he knows. He's trying desperately to show his worth to the Lions. You need me, Detroit. He sees what we see. You need some help on this defensive line.
How dare you?
You didn't really bring in anybody. You didn't address the issue. I'm here. I'm in the town. I'm not going to move until I get the phone call of you saying you don't want me. I will be here as the season progresses in case anybody gets hurt. I'm not going anywhere. The only thing missing is Zidarius outside of Allen Park holding a boombox playing. I mean, that's the only thing missing.
Wow. Wow. Just riding a bicycle around.
Right.
Jeez.
That's exactly what it is. That's what the comments felt to me, though. It felt like, I'm over here. Please come and get me. It's like, what? Yeah. I don't think he's the answer, and I would be okay if they don't.
I'm indifferent on it. No, I'm saying I'm not against it. I'm not for it. but I just would love to know what fans want. Because, look, all off season, these phone lines were filled with people who wanted a pass rusher. Filled.
He's there.
Well, he's sitting right there. Here's what people think of you. I don't know. Kenny, go ahead.
He's another body. That's about as far as I can go with it.
Wow.
Like, I can't drum up much excitement for it. This is slightly north of terrible.
Hey, Kenny, to use another movie reference, maybe they're just not into you.
Right. That's exactly right.
Why does this feel like Kenny at the bar at 145?
Not anymore.
There we go. There's
not
the
anymore.
There's the
Kenny after about 7 Jack and Cokes.
You know what we're not going to say is this is Kenny at the bar at 1 o'clock.
Not anymore.
Oh, in the old days, I hearken back to that.
This is Kenny in the living room with the hot dog roller.
No.
1995 college football what we're talking about. We're going back
Right.
to where it used to be.
His old days out in Auburn Hills.
Guys, here's the deal. The phone lines are open. I can go back to this Kevin Durant stuff if you want, but I thought this was interesting. I'll give you a shot at it. And if you're still pouting and in your feelings because Jaden Daniels came here and clapped your cheeks, hey, man, you know what? Figure it out. It's June. New year beckons. It's time to talk little football, okay?
But the fact that you need a pass rusher, and he's a pass rusher, and he's there, and
he made a fake I'm a captain chain. I mean, don't you almost owe him a contract at that point?
I mean, Zidarius or a 6th-round selection.
He's like Richard Kimball. He made the fake ID for the hospital.
He did.
You almost owe him. I mean, come on.
Right. And he's cheap. You could offer him anything, and he'll be like, okay.
$1. I'm in.
Zidarius, 1 year, $3 million. Cool. Thanks.
248-539-9797. Does it move the needle? Is this the answer? Would this be okay? You could stop harping about the pass rush. For me, no. I mean, I didn't like the offseason. I didn't think they did enough. It was just about they were really seduced with their own people, their own employees, and that was it. And it's like, guys, there's a whole world out there. It's called LinkedIn. And they said no. The Zidarius thing, I'm indifferent. Not against it, not for it. You do what you want. Also, shout out John Jansen watching BET. Never in a million years did I think that was possible. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim, located Circa Resort and Casino. Biggest games, best viewing experience built for you. 6 pools, 3 levels, right in the heart of Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today. CircaLasVegas.com. All right. Before we get to the people, David, a check of the ticket text. And again, I'm in the middle on it. If you're unemployed on June 10th and you're Zidarius Smith, there's a reason. David put it pretty eloquently. There's 31 other places that didn't call you either. And the Lions were the easy option. And they got $1 zillion in cap space. You're not a guy they're going to sign to a multi-year deal at age 33. So by the fact they haven't signed you, and by the fact you're at the BET Awards begging for a job, it just tells me they don't want you. But if they bring you in, what am I going to do? I'm not going to get mad at it. But I don't think it moves you higher in the hierarchy of Super Bowl teams. He doesn't move the needle for me. David, go ahead.
Zidarius is better than nothing at all. But when Hendrickson could be available, I don't know why we would chase Zidarius as the first choice. That is Scott in St. Clair Shores. Nort from Pinckney says, Zidarius Smith is just a depth guy. Can't have more than that just because of injury. I'm fine with it if they bring him in.
And again, I think he can be a situational pass rusher. He's fine enough. But let's just be clear about something. You started the year, and the idea was we've got to do something bold. Let's get a duo. Let's create the scariest pass rush duo in the NFL. That can't be signing Zidarius Smith on June 10th. But I agree with the texter. It's better than nothing. Okay. And he can be functional. But I don't think he's going to come here and be a double-digit sack guy. Go ahead, David.
I'd rather have Smith over Davenport. He is fine, complimentary starter.
You might get that regardless because Davenport gets hurt getting out of bed.
It's very true. I don't think getting Smith back is like trading for Crosby or anything, but he would be way better depth than what we have currently.
So then answer the question, why haven't they done it? Even before Ragnau retired, they had $42.8 million in effective cap space for this season. So why didn't they do it?
I don't think it's money because I think that he would just come back on a one-year deal no matter what he paid. I mean, he's at the BET Awards saying, hey, I'm available. Boombox.
Okay.
Someone
sign. We'll play defense for contract.
Well, someone's asking, is Smith the Stoney of the NFL?
Oh, my God. Come on, man. Don't do Stoney dirty like that.
All right.
We're better than
Well,
this.
then I'll do John dirty. I seen John Jansen hanging with J-Mo at 3 a.m. at the Coney. Watching the BET Awards, that's nothing.
You imagine, John. Hello there, brother.
Wait, is this Kurt Franklin? I love Kurt Franklin.
Oh, Jamie Foxx over there.
Big Kevin Hart fan.
You guys ever seen the Kings of Comedy DVD? I've got a copy in my RV. Let's go to the people. We'll go to Tyler, 97.1. Tyler, what's up, man?
Hey, man, how you guys doing?
Good, Ty. What's going on?
So I think that signing Smith is not going to be the big news of the day if it does happen. Now, it does make me comfortable more so than it would having Davenport. Davenport's a bum, like you just said a couple minutes ago. The guy gets hurt getting out of bed. But what I want to point out is a couple of statistics that are very interesting to me. Now, granted, he played 9 games for Cleveland, 8 games for Detroit last year, and he finished with 9 sacks. And everybody, when we lost Hutchinson, was trying to chase after, we need to sign Crosby, we need to sign Crosby, we need to sign Crosby. And he finished his season with 7.5 sacks last year. So Smith is racking up more sacks than the guy that we were literally willing to knock down walls for, but we're sitting here trying to debate if we're going to re-sign him. I think he's a comfortable option. I liked him last year. He wasn't that productive in the tackle department, but if you can produce, I mean, for the 7 games he started for us, he produced 4 sacks. I'm comfortable with that. Hutchinson's carrying the load anyway. It's not like we're looking for
reverse
our
engineer it, though. This is what I can't figure out. Tyler, then why is it June 10th and he's unemployed? And why haven't they, of all teams, called him?
That's the question that I've been asking myself every single day. And that's kind of why I'm sitting here scratching my head about it, too. It's like these numbers are better than the guy we were chasing. And mind you, he tied Nick Bosa for sacks for last season, and which is another guy that we talk about all the time as a great defensive end. So If he's putting up numbers similar to these other big names, it's the same question I'm asking myself too. Why haven't we done it? When they first announced that they were releasing him to free agency, my initial thought was, okay, they're just shopping him. They want to see what he's worth. They want to sign him to a 2 or 3 year deal.
Right.
Now here we are, June 10th, and they still haven't signed him. I'm starting to wonder if there's a different game plan going on. But I mean, it's as simple as signing him to a 1 year, $2.5 or $3 million contract. Give him another year. Let's see what he does. If he matches up well with Hutchinson, then we'll start talking a different number. But or even sign him to a 2 year deal and let him develop a little bit. At $5 million. I don't know what the exact number would be, but it makes sense to me with the numbers he's putting up. Sign him, get some comfortability.
So here's the other thing, though, Tyler. The weird part too. No one else has called him.
No.
And again, if he turned down offers, Adam Schefter would be bobbleheading all over TV. Like
100%.
The fact that he's out there, I don't know what's more surprising, that he's out there on June 10th unemployed, or that John Jansen watches BET.
Tyler, I'll say this but be careful comparing him to Bosa, because Bosa didn't play for part of the season and Cedarius Smith did. So numbers are a little bit skewed, but I get what you're saying. But yet nobody's trying to sign this man for
think about anything. This. The Green Bay Packers, and I know he had a stint there, but Tyler, it's case in point. The Packers are in a desperate situation for a pass rush. I don't think the Lions, it's desperation. I think what we want is the Thor hammer. Packers haven't called him. The Buffalo Bills always need pass rushers. Always. Have the Bills called him? How about the Ravens? Another team familiar with him. Could always upgrade your pass rush, right? Mm-hmm. Have they called? So I look, hey, if it's something I'm playing in Detroit or I'm retiring, that's a different conversation. But I can't square the circle on it. I'm fine if they sign it. I would not sign into a multi-year deal. I'm just not signing 33-year-olds to multi-year deals. I'll pay you 1 year. It's $5 million.
And I think that's pretty much.
And do me a favor. Take the chain back. You're not a team captain. Don't wear that in my facility. It's not. He made a chain that said he's a captain. He's not a captain.
He's trying to speak it into existence, Mike. I don't know.
No, that's like stolen valor. That's like Kenny rolling in dressed as William McRaven. You're not the Admiral of the Navy.
You manifest it. Maybe one day it will come true.
You can't roll in the stars and bars like you did not serve.
Manifest, Mike.
You're not a captain.
You think it, and then you become it. He wants to be the captain.
Okay.
Dress for the job you want, Mike, not the job you have.
Kenny.
That's okay. I'm done. Absolutely done. Here's Rico. To hell with everybody.
All right, sports fans, listen up. Is your internet performance on a losing streak, dropping connections, lagging streams, missing those game-winning plays? Not with Xfinity Internet. We're talking the champion of Wi-Fi with best in-class equipment. Whether you're live streaming the game, video chatting with your fantasy league, or downloading the latest highlights, Xfinity Internet means no timeouts. Do more of what you love faster than a touchdown dash. And if you're an Xfinity mobile MVP, even better. Xfinity brings the power of internet and mobile together, so you got the victory level speeds at home and on the go. Combine Xfinity internet and mobile with a supercharge your phone and Wi-Fi power boost for that winning edge. That's gold medal speeds with reliable home internet and a secure game-ready network on the go. Ready to score big? Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, the Wi-Fi, it's booming.
thoughts. David has put some work into this, and with the ever-changing landscape of college football, morning. Hey, one quick note before we get to the Zidarius Smith stuff and some ticket text. It is a good story, and this guy was I'm not trying to oversell it, but he was well regarded. And look, Sawyer Gibson-Long was supposed to be a starting pitcher for this franchise. He has been gone for 615 days. It's been an incredibly long road back. He's not your opener tonight, but he's going to be after the opener. And it's a really good story. And look, I haven't done what some of the other shows have done where it's like, oh, we need pitch. I'm not ready to go there. I got to see if Alex Cobb ends up ever pitching. But also,
I have an update on him.
What do you got?
He will have a rehab start in Toledo tomorrow.
Well, good. I mean, look, man, they need innings.
Yes, they do.
Because what I don't want is once we get to August, no, I do not need bullpen days or chaos or any of that. That was last year. But good story tonight. And again, if you just want to relax, watch baseball, and probably see that your team's going to score 5 or 6, well, the Orioles. It's the perfect remedy. Exciting times. God, the Orioles stink. Let's go to Darren, 97.1. Darren, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up?
Just this Zidarius thing, man. I'm 59 years old, and I have just been waiting for the Lions to do something. And just when you think they can make a move in free agency, they can't get their hands on anything. They seemed like they were like the Super Bowl team because they bragged about Davenport coming back, and I would have rather seen them not sign him Bring back Smith and see what he can do with Hutch on the line, because you don't know how he could change his play when you have somebody like that he's playing with now. He wants to be here. It doesn't hurt. He had 36, I believe, pressures in 8 games.
So let me ask you a question, Darren. And I'm not being a smartass at all. Then why haven't they? What are we missing here?
I have no clue. There's something. Nobody's going to say anything until it's all over with. I just wish I keep hearing Brad Holmes saying he's a great fit. We want him back, but we couldn't afford him. And when you see how much money they have, it's just all lies. They're just throwing everything at us. It could be something that we don't know, but my God, he's the closest thing. He's not in a body cast. He's not in a wheelchair. We need help.
And again, if he's demanding some 3-4 year deal, well, we haven't heard that. If he did demand that, I wouldn't sign him, Darren. The offer should be a 1-year deal. That's it. And the money really means nothing because
you got it.
Yeah, and now what do they have? $52 million for this upcoming season? And don't worry, and guys, please, don't worry about 2026. Oh my God, we're $12 million under. The cap will probably go up by $1 zillion. You're going to restructure Goff's deal because he can't possibly be paid. Right. I think his cap number is like $70 million that year.
Right.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Taylor Decker could be gone, or you'll rework a deal.
Oh my God, Rico just killed Taylor Decker. What are you doing?
I'm not.
These people just lost Frank Ragnau. You are not allowed.
I said next year. Oh, Mike can kill everybody.
I didn't.
I say one thing.
That was just for you, Rico.
Okay.
I just said the Tigers are going to score lots of runs. I don't know what happened here. You can't kill our left tackle.
Tigers are up next.
No, that not the case. David, ticket text, and then we'll get to a football today.
They're waiting until training camp is mostly done before they sign him, so they can see what they have in cap and in players. He'll get signed in July.
What they have in cap, $52.8 million.
You had the OTAs. Now is the time to bring him in.
Yeah, because you know what you have.
Right. And he's here. Not like he's got to fly across the country. Like, where you at? I'm on the west side. Get to Allen Park.
You're exactly right. I think the Lions didn't sign him yet because the Lions have a very specific type of end that they want opposite Hutch.
Who's that?
That is
one who gets hurt?
No, that's a big edge who can set the edge, and Smith can't do that.
Okay.
So who's that person? I wonder.
Okay. Look,
because it wasn't anybody in the draft.
That's the other issue I take, meaning they couldn't find the player they wanted in free agency, the trade market, or the draft. Like, I'm sorry, but like, maybe you need to lower your standards a bit.
Or maybe, just maybe, we need to take Brad at his word. We're good. We got Aiden. We don't need anybody else. We got one. How many teams in the NFL have more than one edge rusher? You remember that soliloquy he went on? Yeah, I do. Maybe we just have to take him at his word. And he wasn't doing coach speak or GM speak. He was actually telling us the truth.
Okay. I mean, it's fine. You don't have to yell at me. I just was offering.
Not yelling. I'm just saying.
It feels like it.
No, maybe it's just frustrating. But maybe we just stop trying to think, he's just trying to play a game. No, he may have just told you the truth. This is it. We got our guy. I'm not interested in adding somebody else.
And it's June 10th, so I don't know. David, go ahead.
Marcel at track practice says, just go watch the Washington game tape, and that will show you why Smith hasn't signed. He was god-awful in that game.
You're not allowed to say that. David, he's fine enough.
Fine enough, exactly.
I never walked away feeling, hey, this guy's really turning it on. Like, now again, him with Aiden. Now, if you're telling me, well, we can't play them together. Okay, stop. There was a time they were moving Aiden around like a nuclear missile and lining him up over the center and stuff. You can get creative.
Smith is a great signing at a cheap number. He is hyped about playing here. You could see that every game. I sign him, Dan in Royal Oak.
Dan, I wish I could just ask you the following question is, why does the number matter? It's the years, not the number. Like, what? They They have so much money in a 1 year basis.
And he would take whatever you put in front of him. If you said 1 year at $8 million, I'm in.
I think if you
Here's
said
a
1 year
fake-
at 800,000,
Here's a fake
yes.
championship ring. I'm in. Oh, wait, he already has one. I still don't understand it.
Mike, as Kenny said, you dress for the job that you want. He bought a championship ring as motivation. Every day, he'll set it in his locker.
What about the captain's chain?
He'll set it in his locker. That's motivation as well.
It's stolen valor. It's ridiculous. It's like Kenny dressing up as George Patton and not the NFL GM, the general.
I've taken one too many strays today.
I'm saying it's an absurdity if you showed up like you were on the beaches in Normandy. You're not. You're Kenny. The closest you'll ever come is a beach
I
bar.
don't think you can liken team captain to stolen valor. That's a bit extreme.
Hold on. Wearing a fake chain that has the captain's logo like you're a team captain. How's it different?
Maybe it's his nickname. Maybe people call him captain.
Okay, I think we're at this point we're making things up, Kenny.
That is correct.
Okay, good. All right, David, anything else, or can I just take care of some
Maybe he's
business?
the captain of the defensive line.
All right. Nope, that'd be Aiden. FanDuel.
I tried.
It's Home Run Tuesday, and the Tigers are playing Baltimore. You may as well just run the wheel, as we say in horse racing.
Dylan Dingler.
No, just every time. Just run the wheel.
Okay.
Everyone's hitting a homer tonight because the Orioles blow. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Go yard all season long. Get your profit boost on Home Run Tuesday bets. I don't know. It seems to work for me. All Tigers, homers. See what happens. It's FanDuel, 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in required, bonus issued. It's non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration, max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. thoughts. David has put some work into this, and with the ever-changing landscape of college football, Morning Show did a couple hours, and we're going to do it a different way. So, David, I want you to explain this because Rico's going to play a key role. Rico is our standing scumbag TV executive.
Oh, I was about to say, do I get to be CEO?
Sure.
Okay.
David,
Scumbag executive.
Explain this.
It's a lot of money in scumbag executives.
You're exactly right. So here's what they did in the morning show. They were talking about the era of college football that you prefer. Within that conversation, John Jansen began to say what the future could look like, and that it would be a 32-team Super League. And so I think
the NFL.
Yeah, basically. So I began to think about it. I'm like, who would be the
be all right.
32 teams? So I put it together here.
Hold on. You would like this because it would mean good games, and you would love college football.
Don't
again.
tell me what I'm going to like. I'm an adult.
You miss the days of playing Western Michigan.
I do.
Okay.
So it would end up being 14 teams making the playoffs, just like the NFL, 7-on-1, whatever.
Get to the 32 teams,
so,
funny man.
I'm going to start with the money and the brand. These 10 teams, money and brand. Ohio State, Texas, Michigan, Georgia, Notre Dame, Alabama, LSU, Penn State, Tennessee, Texas A&M.
I can't fight any of them. If I fought one, it would be A&M. They're losers. They're rich losers.
Very much so.
I thought you would have said Penn State.
No. Penn State has at least made the playoff and won things and makes the conference championship
This is going to be
game.
A&M's year.
Yeah, this is the year the oil billionaires get it right.
They are rich losers because I looked up evaluations and they make over $1 billion.
Wait, give me those teams real quick.
Ohio State,
Yeah.
Texas, Michigan, Georgia, Notre Dame, Bama, LSU, Penn State, Tennessee, A&M.
A couple teams missing, but I'm sure they'll make your league. But
Right, this is just brand equity power.
See, I thought maybe either Florida or Florida State had enough brand equity.
That's from the meth enhanced selections. Go ahead, David.
So the next group I will give you will be
meth.
The programs that used to be, but they still make, they're still a pretty decent brand, still make a lot of money.
Wait,
so
you
you
said
have to
Tennessee
include them.
already.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but Tennessee makes over $1 billion. That's their revenue.
Yeah, okay, Peyton Manning left a long
That's
time.
their valuation.
Just get to it.
Oklahoma, Auburn, Nebraska, Florida, Washington, USC, Miami, Florida State.
Okay.
Any issue with any of them?
No, the early 2000s.
Correct.
These were all great teams in the early 2000s.
Correct.
Run through it one more time quickly.
Oklahoma, Auburn, Nebraska, Florida, Washington, USC, Miami, Florida State.
The most questionable one is UW.
I understand that.
But
yes,
I think the fact that they just made the playoffs brought them back to rough. He still hasn't set a team that I'm shocked.
I'm thinking of one as well. But go ahead. Now, how many teams are left?
Those were 18 there, so we have 14
14
left.
more selections. Okay,
That
David.
This team made it this far, but go ahead.
So the next two are programs, just two, are programs that are still winning, and you absolutely have to have them in this league.
I will. Can I guess?
Yes.
Oregon?
Yes.
Clemson?
Yes.
Okay.
You got it.
We're like, did I miss something?
Because they're not huge brands.
Correct.
And they're in these far-flung places. But you have to have them.
Yeah, they're basically the opposite side of the country when you look at those two.
I think
there
Clemson
alone.
is, with all the titles that they won and the people they put in the league, and Oregon is just Oregon. Now, I thought they would have been in that first batch.
That's Nike money, man. You got to have Nike money.
Right. That's why I thought they would have been in the first batch, but I'm like,
well, compared to valuation of program, they are at $608 million when everyone else in that first group was over $1 billion.
All right, so what number are we at now?
We are at number 21 now. We have now 20 teams, so we have the rest here.
12 teams to
12
go.
Yes.
teams to go.
All right.
And I'm going to take my time with these because they may be some criticism with this one. Give you the first two.
How long does Deion stay at Colorado?
Stop.
Kansas and
What?
Iowa.
No.
Not what I thought you were going to lead off with.
What?
Kansas?
Absolutely not to Kansas. Iowa, you have to accept it. They're like a barnacle. Like they're
consistently consistent.
They're stuck on the bottom of the boat.
I knew Kansas was going to be controversial.
Yeah, because they have no football history at all.
And it's not even a real mascot.
Also true. It's some coked out bird. No.
Next two. Virginia Tech and Utah.
Virginia Tech?
Yes.
Is this based off of money or just based off of you like the color scheme?
This one is based off of money.
Like, I'll be honest, if I had to have a team from the Virginias, the Tidewater
This is
area,
the only one.
It would be West Virginia. They've got a richer tradition, David. They've won a national championship. 2 words, Major Harris. Two more words, Steve Slayton, Pat White. Like, I'm sorry. Plus, it's Milan Putzker Stadium, and nobody gets out alive.
Yeah, I kind of.
Right.
I want the. I want their tradition of their intro there, so I picked Virginia Tech in over them. Ole Miss and Michigan State.
Every league needs a pinata, so sure.
There's Spider-Man. Pointing at each other.
Yeah, except they can afford the costume, and we're naked.
Okay, well, you know.
Yeah, they make a lot of money. They are a rich program.
They're the Peter Parker, and we're the
They're
Miles
the
Morales.
hillbillies. We just act like hillbillies.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of hillbillies.
State's the Miles Morales Spider-Man.
I don't know what that means.
I know you don't.
Okay.
Texas Tech and Arizona State.
Yes and yes. Money. Guns up. You got to have Tech in there. And Arizona State, media market.
Yes.
Media market.
That's why I put them in there.
Activate the Valley.
Because when you're thinking West Coast,
Just a great campus.
you have to have that Phoenix market there,
You know what,
along with
David?
L.A.
Just a great campus. Should have took a visit there. Would have been a Sun Devil.
Next on the list.
I'm not doing it. Personal growth. I was going to play something very unsavory.
It would have been like you said before the pre-show. You know, had some sauce.
No.
Iowa State and Oklahoma State.
No, there is no world Iowa State should be in this. None.
Iowa State is the Green Bay of this, meaning right in the middle. They really shouldn't
David,
be an
they
NFL
haven't
team.
won more than 9 games in their history. They haven't won a conference championship since like the 30s.
47 something, yeah,
Stop.
1947. I hear you.
This will be one. I'll allow VTech for Enter Sandman alone, but you can't with Iowa State. Come on. Ridiculous.
I'll give you Oklahoma State. Okay.
Come on, it's Pistol Pete. You got to have it.
I said yes, but
plus the coach has a mullet.
State?
Iowa State, no.
I told Kenny, I said they haven't won in a long time. That one's probably going to be the one that everyone hates.
I want to offer one that's money, and you've got major corporate backing.
And I have 2 more.
From Tyson and from Walmart.
I took them out.
Where is Arkansas?
No, I'm sorry. I did not take them out. They're right here. Arkansas and UCLA are my last 2 teams.
UCLA's out. Poverty. They can't afford the cover charge. They can't afford the bottle service. They're not getting in the club.
UCLA is strictly off of tradition. I'm
It
wondering
is.
where Arkansas
It is.
was.
Arkansas's there where, yeah.
Now, you did have Florida State in there, right?
I did have Florida State.
So no Arizona.
No. Who wants that? Their stadium has dorms built into it. You can't be in this league with that. Have you ever seen their stadium?
Yes.
I mean, it's ridiculous. They have a flop house in the end zone. No. No Maryland? Absolutely
No Maryland.
not.
No way.
I'm so happy they're not in.
No BC?
No.
Nope.
Only one Jesuit
No
university
Pitt.
allowed. Pitt's a collection of losers.
Correct. I agree. So those are my 32.
All right, so look, overall, Rico, what is the one change you would make? For me, it's Iowa State. And I'd put West Virginia in. Those poor people need something.
To me, it's Virginia Tech.
Yeah, you have a bigger problem with VTech than Iowa State.
No, I have a bigger problem with both.
Well,
So
you
I would
only
take them
get
both.
one, damn it.
So it's
have a bigger
if
problem
you're
with
taking
both.
Iowa State, I'm taking Virginia
But
Tech.
no Enter Sandman?
I'd rather West Virginia.
You know, you need to.
Oh, so you're replacing them with West Virginia as well. Okay.
That's fine. Those people deserve something. They're stuck living in West Virginia. They deserve their 7 Saturdays.
They all get to sing the West Virginia song. Okay.
It's called Country Roads. I mean, could we put some respect on it?
Whatever.
I'm with you. Whatever.
You also know they're famous for pepperoni rolls down there. That's
What?
their thing.
Huh?
That's the official food down there.
I thought it
I'm
was possum
serious.
stew.
Okay. All right. You know what? I'll allow it.
with a side of meth.
That is your college football blitz.
Sprinkled over the top.